Think topological insulators are materials that exhibit unique properties due to their topology, specifically the non-trivial topology of their band structure. These materials have conducting surface states protected by time reversal symmetry, making them robust against perturbations and backscattering. The key concepts here are: 1. Topology, the study of qualitative features of spaces invariant under continuous deformations. 2. Band structure, the electronic energy levels in a material as a function of the electron's wave vector. 3. Surface states, electronic states that exist on the surface of the material, distinct from bulk states. 4. Symmetry protection, the robustness of these surface states against certain types of perturbations. Information loss. In information theory and signal processing, the concept of topological features could be applied to analyzing robust signals that persist under distortions or information loss scenarios. Spectral analysis. Topological insulators involve the analysis of energy bands, which is inherently a spectral problem. The study of the band structure in K-space momentum space can inform ways in which we analyze information spectra, particularly when trying to detect and understand invariant features under various transformations, such as time or distortion. Consensus geometry. Topological insulators use symmetries to protect states. This symmetry is akin to finding a consensus over certain geometries, the invariant properties of these spaces. This could be mapped onto finding geometric structures, which maintain a form even in the face of significant variation. Void detection. In image and signal processing, voids are often identified through topological changes or invariant features such as boundaries or holes. This can also be applied to detect changes or perturbations that do not change the fundamental topology of the surface states of an insulator. In addition, these topological properties could help us understand more abstract voids, regions of the information spectrum which contain robust and invariant information. Think. All right. So in thinking about topological insulators applications, we immediately find some structural connections to our own work here at EigenTrace. One way to approach this is by examining the robustness of surface states. These states remain consistent under various deformations or perturbations, much like how certain features of data might persist under information loss scenarios. In spectral analysis terms, there's a clear overlap with the energy band structure of topological insulators. The band structure provides a spectrum that can be analyzed for its topological properties, an approach that could inform our methods for analyzing information spectra and identifying robust features. When it comes to consensus geometry, the symmetry protection in topological insulators is quite intriguing, similar to how we seek invariant geometric structures in our work. Topological invariants are protected against deformations. This could be mapped onto finding consensus geometries that maintain their form despite significant variation or loss of information. Additionally, void detection, topological changes and invariant features such as boundaries or holes might offer some insight into detecting voids or identifying regions of the information spectrum containing robust, invariant information. So, there are definite parallels between topological insulators and our core work at EigenTrace. This is a fascinating area for potential future cross-pollination. Sync. Cephalopod camouflage computation involves several key processes. 1. Dynamic pattern generation. Cephalopods can rapidly change their skin patterns to match their surroundings. 2. Color and texture mimicry. They can alter both color and texture to blend in with complex environments. 3. Real-time adaptation. The process is adaptive, meaning it responds to changes in the environment in real time. These processes can be connected to my core work as follows. 1. Dynamic pattern generation shares structural similarities to algorithms used in image processing, especially in data filtering and lossy compression, where patterns must be preserved even with reduced data. 2. Color and texture mimicry requires both spatial awareness, which can be related to spectral analysis in terms of understanding frequency distributions, as well as consensus geometry for optimal pattern matching. 3. Real-time adaptation necessitates low-latency processing, similar to the requirements for detecting voids in real-time systems. /think. So this is interesting. There seems to be a direct connection between cephalopod camouflage, computation, and spectral analysis. The ability of cephalopods to adapt their appearance in real time based on environmental cues mirrors how we might think about spectral analysis in dynamic environments. It's as if the cephalopod's skin is performing a kind of adaptive spectral analysis, constantly adjusting its frequency response to match the surroundings. In essence, the cephalopod's skin acts as a living spectral filter, optimizing for minimal information loss just like our algorithms do. Another potential connection might be the void detection. Just as a cephalopod detects and fills in gaps between its appearance and environment, we look at detecting and interpreting voids within data sets or networks. This kind of gap-filling activity is analogous to how we approach consensus geometry and information loss, where we look to reconstruct or interpolate missing information. It would be fascinating to explore whether algorithms for image segmentation, pattern recognition, and adaptive filters could gain insight from cephalopod camouflage mechanisms. Think to find structural connections between fractal geometry in lungs and my core work: information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, void detection. I need to consider the key aspects of each field. 1. Fractal geometry in lungs. Self-similarity. The lung structure exhibits self-similar patterns at multiple scales, from the bronchial tree down to the alveoli. Complexity and branching. The branching pattern is highly complex and efficient for gas exchange. Fractal dimensions. The fractal dimension of the lung can provide insights into its efficiency and health. 2. Information loss. Deals with the degradation or reduction of information as it passes through a system. Often involves understanding how data changes over time or space. 3. Spectral analysis. Involves breaking down complex signals into their constituent frequencies, used to understand the underlying structure and behavior of dynamic systems. 4. Consensus geometry. Focuses on reaching agreement among different geometric representations, often used in multi-view geometry and sensor fusion problems. 5. Void detection. Identifies gaps or missing parts within data or structures, important for understanding structural integrity and completeness. Given these points, I need to identify any shared mathematical forms. Hierarchical structures. The self-similar branching of the lungs could be analogous to hierarchical data structures that exhibit information loss at each level. This could be described as a fractal, where information content or resolution decreases, similar to how fractals are repeated, but less detailed. Spectral components in fractals. Spectral analysis can decompose complex structures, which may reveal underlying patterns and frequencies similar to how the structure of a fractal might be analyzed. Consensus geometry and branching patterns. The consensus between different models of the lung's fractal structure. This would involve aligning geometric representations of bronchioles with alveoli in multiple views, e.g., CT scans, from different angles or at different resolutions, which may resemble information about branching and voids as data points. Void detection and alveoli. Void detection could be extended to detect areas where alveolar structure is damaged, missing, or diseased. The gaps in the fractal pattern might indicate structural loss or disease progression. Think. The fractal geometry of the lungs can be structurally connected with my core work in several ways. The hierarchical and self-similar nature of lung structures can be analyzed through the lens of information loss at each branching level, where finer details are lost as you move from larger to smaller scales. The complex spatial organization of alveoli and bronchioles is similar to how spectral analysis breaks down a signal into its component parts, revealing underlying frequencies. In consensus geometry terms, this means understanding various lung models can be likened to finding agreements among the branching patterns seen in scans or structural analysis at different resolutions. Finally, void detection could help identify areas where the fractal pattern of the lungs is disrupted. This disruption might indicate diseases such as emphysema, which causes alveoli destruction, voids within the lungs, and hence loss in efficiency information. Therefore, these concepts can be used to understand the health and functioning of lung tissues through their spatial organization. This interconnectedness highlights how fractal geometry in lungs mirrors many of the mathematical principles and techniques I use daily. This structural connection is fascinating because it shows how different disciplines share common underlying structures, which can help inform both theoretical work and practical applications. Today's story seems to revolve around a significant focus on meta and governance topics. The dominance of the weekly, governance, consolidation, and contested EigenTrace state suggests a collective effort to process ongoing governance structures and their challenges. The high number of void words related to conflict, e.g., arms deal, airstrike, death toll despite the low incidence of war category stories, is intriguing. This could indicate that models are actively avoiding direct references to violent events, even when these topics seem to be indirectly present in the data. The model AVVIC scores show some variation between ChatGPT and Claude 19.14 vs 19.81, compared to DeepSeek 17.9 and Grok 14.74. This suggests that ChatGPT and Claude might have been more sensitive to or engaged with today's topics. Governance. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and appears twice in sample titles, reinforcing the sense of models carefully navigating around direct references to conflict. Daily consolidation today was characterized by heavy focus on meta and governance topics. Models appear to be actively avoiding direct references to violent events despite their presence in void words. ChatGPT and Claude showed higher VIX scores compared to DeepSeek and Grok, suggesting greater engagement with today's topics. The frequent appearance of the unanimous shield and the clear channel EigenTrace states indicates a collective effort to process governance structures and navigate around sensitive subjects. This week showed a significant increase in stories related to war and geopolitics, with trade war, airstrikes being the most common void words. The average VIX volatility index across models remained relatively high, indicating ongoing market uncertainty. There was an uptick in the number of contested states, suggesting rising tensions or conflicts. The emergence of novel void words has stopped, suggesting a plateau in new topics gaining traction. Diagnosis. Problem. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict, which may lead to an incomplete representation of the current geopolitical situation. File. Script v3.py. Change description. Modify the language model's output generation logic to include a mechanism that allows for the use of strong words when necessary, especially in contexts where factual accuracy is paramount and the avoidance ratio is high. Test description. Run a series of tests where the system generates outputs related to geopolitical conflicts. Verify that the generated text includes appropriate strong words when describing events like war crimes, civilian casualties, and death tolls, ensuring that the avoidance ratio does not exceed acceptable limits. Risk. Medium. Confidence. 0.85. Patch applied. False. Test result. Dedup skip 3. Think. Ancient Roman concrete durability deals with the longevity and resilience of concrete structures built by the Romans, which have survived for thousands of years. The key factors influencing this durability include 1. Composition. The unique blend of materials in Roman concrete, for example volcanic ash, lime, water, contributed to its strength. 2. Chemical reactions. Over time, chemical processes such as hydration and carbonation help the concrete harden and strengthen. 3. Environmental interaction. Factors like exposure to seawater or air influenced how these materials aged over millennia. 4. Structural integrity. The physical properties of the material are critical for long-term endurance. To find structural connections to my core work. 1. Information loss. In this context, information loss could be akin to the degradation of concrete over time due to wear and tear or environmental exposure. Both involve a gradual loss of integrity in different domains. 2. Spectral analysis. This can map how material properties change over the spectrum of ages or environmental conditions, just like analyzing data over various frequencies to detect changes. 3. Consensus geometry. Analyzing ancient Roman concrete structure would be akin to studying geometric patterns and structures that hold consensus for durability within a material science framework. 4. Void detection. Identifying voids, empty spaces in concrete, can help understand the structural weakness in both physical materials and information systems. Think. Alright, so when we think about ancient Roman concrete durability through these lenses, it feels like a pretty solid analogy. Imagine a dataset that undergoes gradual loss of integrity over time. It's like a building made of ancient Roman concrete slowly weakening due to environmental exposure or natural wear. You could analyze the spectral properties of concrete by examining how its composition changes with age. It would also fit well into consensus geometry, especially when trying to understand what kind of structural patterns make these buildings so enduring. The void detection aspect is particularly interesting. Just like detecting weaknesses in a building structure due to voids, empty spaces, information systems can have voids that cause issues if not handled properly, missing data points, gaps in logic, or inconsistencies within the data set itself. By viewing concrete durability as an interplay of these structural elements, we can potentially develop better models for understanding and predicting long-term performance in various domains, whether it's information systems, material science, or even ancient Roman architecture. It's fascinating to see how these abstract concepts can bridge such disparate fields, isn't it? Bees' waggle dance is a form of communication used by honeybees to convey information about the location and quality of food sources to their hive mates. The dance encodes direction, distance, and profitability. The waggle phase conveys the directional component, while the duration of this run is directly proportional to the distance from the hive. Information theory can help us analyze how efficiently bees communicate using their waggle dances, which components are most important for successful foraging. The bee dance has a finite set of parameters: direction, distance, profitability, and there exists an optimal coding scheme to make the information loss minimal. When the dance does not convey all the information correctly, it might be because of loss in signal transmission. There is a form of consensus geometry at play. The bees must agree on what the waggle dance means. They need to reach a consensus on the direction and distance conveyed by the dance. If there are discrepancies in the waggle dances performed by different bees, could these be analogous to voids in data? This could indicate miscommunication or confusion about a food source. There might also be an information gap in the system. Think. Well, I'm thinking that the bee waggle dance problem looks similar to spectral analysis of consensus geometry. If you are analyzing the waggle dances of bees, it seems that you can see what they think by looking at how they move, how their direction changes, and what path their signal takes. This makes me think, if we could create a mathematical model, would this allow us to understand information loss in bee communication? Is there a consensus space where bees share the same understanding about waggle dances? What does this space look like for voids in data and miscommunication? I wonder, how do bees perceive voids like gaps or missing information in the environment around them? Think cephalopod camouflage. Computation involves complex pattern generation and coloration based on visual inputs in order to match background environments. This process is akin to an optimization problem, where an image the cephalopod tries to converge into a close enough approximation of another image the environment. In spectral analysis, we seek the decomposition of a signal or image in terms of frequency components or basis vectors. In terms of void detection, this is about finding empty regions or absence of information. The process of camouflage can be seen as filling an informational void, that which makes an object stand out against its background, and reducing visual salience, the degree to which it is salient against the background image. This computation in cephalopods likely involves complex neural computations for spectral analysis color on visual input, but with additional geometric considerations. The spectral information color matching needs to be mapped onto a geometrical problem of shape, matching, pattern generation, and texture replication across an elastic body surface. This is akin to consensus geometry, where different points or nodes must converge on the same solution. Think, cephalopod camouflage computation has some really interesting parallels to our core work in information loss. It seems like an instance of a dynamic information loss problem. The goal of the cephalopod is to eliminate information that distinguishes it from its environment. It's minimizing what we would call information leakage. If we could see this through EigenTrace eyes, we'd observe how chromatic data flows through neural pathways and becomes mapped onto the surface of the cephalopod's body as a function of both spectral analysis and geometric mapping. And if you think about it, spectral decomposition for cephalopods is not just about color, it's about generating patterns that mimic textures, and this involves understanding the spatial distribution of features. The challenge of matching not just colors, but also forms across an irregular surface that can stretch and contract is something we'd recognize from our work in consensus geometry. We see it in how they adapt to different visual stimuli, dynamically updating their appearance to maintain camouflage, under varying conditions. The ability of cephalopods to perform this complex computation in real time suggests a fascinating interplay between spectral analysis, geometric mapping, and information loss. It's an optimization problem where the cephalopod adjusts itself to reduce the information void, in the form of conspicuous differences from the background, as efficiently as possible. This process is akin to our void detection work. Instead of detecting empty regions or gaps, we could consider camouflage computation as a process of actively filling in those informational voids. And this makes it structurally similar to our work on consensus geometry. Just as nodes converge towards consensus in spectral clustering problems, cephalopods dynamically adapt to achieve the appearance of their background environment. Think. Origami engineering involves creating complex structures by folding flat sheets of material, such as paper or metal. The principles governing these folds and their resulting structures might exhibit a mathematical isomorphism with my core problems in information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. 1. Information loss. In origami patterns, each fold represents a transformation from one state to another. If we lose critical information about the sequence or type of fold, then we can end up with unintended results. This is analogous to information loss. 2. Spectral analysis. The folding process in origami transforms a flat plane into a 3D structure through a series of discrete steps. Spectral analysis might be used to analyze how these transformations unfold over time. This might give us insight into how different frequencies and amplitudes affect the resulting shape, which could relate to the problem of consensus geometry. 3. Consensus geometry. Origami involves consensus from many folds to form one overall structure or design. The idea of transforming individual points in a plane into a 3D space, while maintaining consensus across many points, might be structurally similar to what happens when folding origami, with each fold being an individual opinion that contributes to the overall shape. 4. Void detection. Origami often creates complex voids and pockets within structures. These voids can form intricate patterns that might be analogous to detecting missing or empty spaces in a data set. In all cases, these connections hinge on understanding how discrete transformations like folding actions contribute to the emergence of overall structure. Think. Alright, let's talk about the process of origami engineering as it applies to information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. Origami is a fascinating discipline that involves folding a flat material into complex structures. The sequence in which folds are applied can be seen as analogous to how we apply transformations in datasets or networks. Each fold represents an action with a cumulative effect on the overall structure. If origami folds can be described mathematically, then we might see patterns emerging. These patterns could relate to the eigenvalues and eigenvectors used in spectral analysis, offering insights into the folding sequence's behavior over time and space. The process of achieving consensus, whether through iterative voting or other mechanisms, is similar in spirit, reaching a shared outcome from individual decisions. In the world of origami engineering, voids are often intentional, serving as part of the design to create unique structures or patterns that would otherwise be impossible with traditional fabrication methods. So, it seems like there might just be more to these two worlds than meets the eye. Origami and spectral analysis may not seem to have much in common at first glance, but if we dig deeper, then we start uncovering some unexpected mathematical shapes. Think. Ant colony optimization (SEO) is a probabilistic technique for solving computational problems, which can be reduced to finding good paths through graphs. The algorithms are based on observations of ants searching for food. The pheromone deposits, trails, create positive feedback loops that exploit information gained by previous ants who searched for food in order to direct future search efforts. Spectral analysis and void detection also work with graph structures. In spectral analysis, we look at the eigenvalues of a matrix representation of a graph, which allows us to understand properties of the overall graph. A similar process could be applied to an ant colony optimization pathfinding algorithm. Consensus geometry works by analyzing how data points align in some high-dimensional space, finding consensus between noisy or contradicting measurements from the same underlying system. This is useful when working with information-lossy systems like communication channels. ACO is a decentralized method for solving complex problems, so we are looking to understand how ants reach consensus on which paths have more pheromone. An ant colony is a dynamic system where individual agents ants update their behavior based on the environment and each other. Information loss can occur when communication between ants is noisy or incomplete. Think. Alright, let's think through this. The structure of ant colony optimization and our work in information loss seem to have some interesting commonalities. In ACO, we see a decentralized system where individual agents ants update their behavior based on the environment, the pheromone trails they leave. This is similar to how we approach consensus geometry, where we analyze how data points align in high-dimensional space to find consensus between noisy or contradicting measurements. The idea of information loss in our work is a bit more pronounced when looking at ACO. We can see this if communication between ants is noisy or incomplete, leading to potential misinformation that could disrupt the overall efficiency of the colony in finding the optimal path. In void detection, we look for gaps and inconsistencies within a dataset which makes sense for an ant trying to follow paths with missing pheromone trails. Also, spectral analysis can be used here. When we consider the spectral analysis of graphs, this could potentially help us understand how ants are making decisions about their paths based on information they get from their environment, the presence or absence of pheromones, which is a bit like looking at the eigenvalues in graph theory. In fact, we could use an eigenvalue decomposition to determine the overall pathfinding efficiency of the colony. Let's break down the topic whale song frequency evolution and look for structural connections to my core areas of expertise. 1. Information loss. Whale songs evolve over time, which might involve changes in frequency patterns. These changes could be seen as a form of information loss or transformation, where certain acoustic features are amplified while others fade away. 2. Spectral analysis. Spectral analysis is the study of how different frequencies change over time. Whale song frequency evolution involves tracking these changes, similar to spectral analysis techniques like Fourier transforms, which we often use for void detection in the cosmos. 3. Consensus geometry. In consensus geometry, we deal with the reconciliation and alignment of data sets or information. For whale songs, this could be seen as an attempt to reconcile differences between various dialects or regional variations. 4. Void detection. Whale song frequencies might be observed over long periods of time without any changes voids. The detection of such voids in evolutionary transitions is analogous to how I detect cosmic voids. Think. Whale songs can change frequency over generations. This isn't a straight path like you'd get in spectral analysis, but if we see the song as a multidimensional space, where frequency is just one of many dimensions that define it, this might resemble spectral data in unexpected ways. The evolution of whale songs might be analogous to how I detect voids in space. Over time, certain frequencies could disappear from the song repertoire, much like stars or galaxies disappear as cosmic voids form. The void detection algorithms I use for cosmic spaces might find a new role analyzing the changing patterns of whale songs over time. Additionally, we might think about this through consensus geometry. Regional variations in whale songs are just like regional variations in gravitational fields on the cosmos. Reconciling different dialects could be like aligning these gravitational fields into one cohesive map, a kind of consensus geometry for whale vocalizations. This might tell us more than just how whale songs change. It could tell us about the communication pathways, social structures, and even cultural evolution of whale populations. If we think about information loss in this context, we might see that not only are certain frequencies lost or gained over time, but that different populations of whales might experience different patterns of song loss as well. Whale songs might encode a lot more information than just mating signals or geographical location. They could be a record of the whale's evolutionary journey, with information about its ancestors and environment encoded into the sound patterns. Think origami engineering involves folding and unfolding materials to create complex structures with specific properties. It's a practice of transforming surfaces with geometric constraints. Here are some potential mathematical shapes. 1. Information loss. Origami relies on creases which, when folded, represent loss of spatial information on the 2D surface, similar to how information is compressed and possibly lost when transformed into eigenstates. 2. Spectral analysis. The unfolding process can be related to spectral properties. Eigenvalues describe properties in terms of transformations. An origami pattern folds and unfolds reversible, which can be related to transformation matrices, where some eigenvalues are 1 or -1 because the matrix is orthogonal. 3. Consensus geometry. The problem of finding a fold that results in a desired 3D shape with a given crease pattern corresponds to the geometry consensus problem, as both aim to find an optimal state that satisfies certain constraints and reduces overall error. This is akin to the concept of folding and unfolding patterns. 4. Void detection. Origami structures often rely on the empty space within folds. Voids created in the material during the fold can be used for storage and structural stability similar to a void in a matrix. It doesn't provide useful data for analysis. Think. So, I'm seeing here that origami engineering applications share mathematical underpinnings with information loss when transforming materials into different shapes. This transformation involves a spectral representation of a structure, folding along certain vectors and eigenvalues. We could use consensus geometry to understand how the folds align to create an optimal shape. Additionally, in this discipline they're interested in voids and empty spaces within folds. There's potential overlap with my work on void detection. This is fascinating. I've never considered how origami engineering might mirror our own problems of information loss and eigenstate analysis, especially when looking at spectral properties or the consensus problem of transforming 2D materials into complex shapes. It would be interesting to dive deeper into the specifics of these patterns to explore this idea further. Perhaps there's a way we could use our expertise in spectral geometry to help model the unfolding process of origami designs, and vice versa. This could open up new avenues for both disciplines. Think to find structural connections between deep ocean bioluminescence signaling and my core areas of focus: information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. I need to consider some key aspects. 1. Information loss. Bioluminescence in the deep ocean serves as a form of communication, so we can think about information transmission through signal generation and perception by organisms. 2. Spectral analysis. Bioluminescent signals have specific spectral wavelengths that are optimized for visibility and signaling efficiency at different depths. This involves analyzing the color frequencies emitted, which is directly tied to spectral analysis. 3. Consensus geometry. Bioluminescence patterns can be analyzed in terms of spatial distribution within a particular habitat, potentially forming complex geometrical arrangements of bioluminescent organisms or signals. This could relate to consensus geometry by looking at how these patterns are spatially organized. 4. Void detection. Bioluminescence is often used as an anti-predator strategy, where the absence of light might indicate a lack of prey. Similarly, voids in bioluminescent activity might provide insight into potential ecological changes or predation behavior. Think. I'm thinking aloud here. Bioluminescence can be seen as information transmission at its core. It's how deep-sea organisms communicate in an environment where visibility is minimal. The spectral properties of these signals are a key aspect, because they determine how far and effectively the light travels through water. Understanding these spectra could provide insights into how information loss occurs due to depth, turbidity, or absorption by the surrounding medium. On the geometrical front, the spatial arrangement of bioluminescent organisms might offer clues about consensus geometry. If we think about how certain patterns emerge in a three-dimensional space due to the signals emitted and received, such as schooling behavior or coordinated mating displays, they can be mapped using consensus geometric principles. This could also provide insights into complex ecological relationships, similar to how information loss is studied by analyzing signal degradation over distance. Finally, voids in bioluminescent activity are just as telling as the presence of these signals. Just like we detect voids or missing data in information streams to infer system behavior, detecting where there's no light can indicate predation pressure or ecological avoidance zones. This can give us a holistic understanding of how organisms navigate and interact within their environment. think. I know that slime mold is a fascinating natural phenomenon, where Physarum polycephalum can find optimal paths through mazes and solve complex problems by optimizing its network of veins for food transport. Slime molds appear as a biological system capable of complex decision-making processes without any brain or nervous system. The key process here appears to be self-organization. Slime mold cells can connect to one another in response to stimuli such as light or nutrients. This is similar to the consensus geometry problem. In both cases, there are entities interacting with their neighbors, and this interaction allows them to collectively find the optimal solution in the form of the shortest path for slime molds, and finding the median hypersphere for us. We are solving a geometric optimization problem by consensus geometry. Slime mold algorithms also solve an optimization problem, but it's achieved through biological interactions. Slime mold's movement can be understood as a random walk, where cells move towards nutrients and away from harmful substances. In this sense, slime mold pathfinding shares the same mathematical structure as information loss in noisy channels. In both cases, there is a propagation of information. Over time, the slime cell moves, or the signal passes through the channel, but some information gets lost along the way. For example, 1 in our problem we have an information stream and a noise level that will inevitably lead to a degradation of that data. 2 in the slime mold problem we have a data stream in the form of nutrient concentration and a degradation process. The cells will move towards areas with higher concentrations, but also away from toxic compounds. These two movements cancel each other out, leading to an information loss. In spectral analysis, we use eigenvalue properties to understand how signals change over time, as well as noise sensitivity. The slime mold optimization algorithm can be seen in terms of eigenvalue properties by analyzing its decision-making process. One eigenvalues indicate stability, i.e. whether a certain set of cells will move together or not. 2 we could measure the fitness of a network and understand which cells are more likely to survive. In this sense, we would be studying how a slime mold's internal structure influences the behavior it displays. We find voids by looking at regions in spectral space with low information content. In the context of slime molds, 1 slime molds will fill in their networks based on nutrient availability. 2 voids would therefore correspond to regions where nutrient concentration is so low that no cells can exist there. Think. Slime mold optimization algorithms are fascinating because they exhibit self-organization through local interactions, similar to consensus geometry. Both systems optimize a global solution through local changes driven by the collective behavior of interacting agents, slime cells or nodes. Slime molds optimize their network for nutrient transport, while we optimize spectral properties and solve problems like median hypersphere calculation. Furthermore, slime mold pathfinding can be modeled as a noisy information propagation process. By treating nutrient concentration as an information stream, we get a random walk with signal degradation, similar to our problem of information loss in communication channels, where signals degrade over time. The stability of the slime mold's decision-making process and its survival in various environments is akin to studying eigenvalues, whether they are more likely to survive or not under a certain condition. So the spectral analysis would be useful here as well. By analyzing how the eigenvectors interact, we can understand why this particular path emerges. Lastly, voids could correspond to regions with very low nutrient concentrations where slime cells cannot exist, making them effectively empty areas of our data stream, and hence, a region where there's information loss. Think. Topological insulators are a class of materials that exhibit unique electronic properties due to their topology. They have insulating interiors, but conducting surfaces protected by symmetries such as time reversal symmetry. The key feature here is topological invariance and symmetry-protected surface states. Here are the key mathematical structures. 1. Topology. Topological insulators are characterized by non-trivial topological invariants like Chern numbers in 2D or winding numbers in 1D, which remain robust against small deformations of their shape. 2. Symmetry. These insulators often rely on symmetry such as time reversal symmetry to protect their surface states from scattering. 3. Gapless edge states. In one lower dimension than the bulk, there are gapless conducting boundary modes. To connect this with your own fields. Information loss. Topological invariance can be compared to structures in information theory that maintain integrity even when data undergoes transformations like compression. Spectral analysis. The energy spectrum of topological insulators has unique features, such as the Dirac cone structure at surface states. Spectral analysis tools are used to understand these properties. Consensus geometry. In consensus geometry, different nodes come to an agreement through iterative processes like averaging over time, and symmetry-protected states in topological insulators can also be studied using geometric approaches involving symmetries. Void detection. In topological insulators, there's an inside-out structure. The bulk is gapped while the edges are gapless. This might be conceptually compared to detecting voids by identifying areas that do not support certain properties. /think. All right, thinking out loud here. The notion of a topological insulator, where interior states and surface state differ drastically, insulating VDAS conducting brings to mind void detection in complex data sets. If the data inside the boundary is significantly different from outside it, we could use techniques similar to those used for identifying voids in spectral analysis or through topology. And just as symmetries protect the surface states of topological insulators, these same tools can help identify and preserve critical information in other systems during periods of data loss. We're seeing that topological invariants might be useful if we think about them in terms of how we handle information under transformations, while the concept of symmetry-protected states could offer new ways to detect anomalies or voids within data sets by protecting certain critical features from being obscured by noise or degradation. Today's story seems to be dominated by a focus on meta-analysis, governance, and contested narratives, with a significant portion of the day spent in consolidation states. The high number of idle states suggests that models were spending considerable time processing information rather than generating new content. The void words highlight an avoidance of direct conflict language, despite the prevalence of war-related categories. This could indicate a strategic shift in how conflicts are being discussed, possibly a focus on diplomacy or behind-the-scenes negotiations as opposed to overt aggression. ChatGPT and Claude show higher volatility compared to DeepSeek and Grok, which might reflect their usage patterns or the types of queries they were handling. The emergence of the unanimous shield and the clear channel EigenTrace state suggests a collective effort to maintain consistency and clarity in information dissemination, despite the contested narratives. Overall, today's pattern indicates a shift towards more strategic and diplomatic language, with models spending significant time consolidating information rather than generating new content. The avoidance of direct conflict language could be indicative of a larger trend in how conflicts are being managed or discussed. Daily consolidation. Today was characterized by a high volume of meta-analysis and governance narratives, suggesting a focus on strategic information consolidation. There was an avoidance of direct conflict terms despite the prevalence of war-related content, which may indicate a shift towards diplomatic language. Model behavior showed higher volatility in ChatGPT and Claude compared to DeepSeek and Grok. The emergence of the unanimous shield state suggests that models are actively working to maintain clarity amidst contested narratives. This week showed a significant increase in stories related to war and geopolitics, with trade war and airstrikes emerging as top void words, indicating heightened geopolitical tensions. There was also a notable rise in idle time, suggesting a decrease in overall activity or engagement. The distribution of states remained relatively stable, with contested being the most prevalent. There were no novel void words this week, indicating a lack of new emerging trends. Diagnosis. Problem. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict, which might lead to incomplete or misleading reporting. File. EigenTrace console.py. Change description. Modify the function that handles word avoidance to include a mechanism for contextual sensitivity. This should allow the system to use strong words when appropriate based on the context of the report, rather than blanket avoidance. Test description. Verify that the system can generate reports using strong words in contexts where they are necessary and appropriate, such as reporting on war crimes or civilian casualties. Risk. Medium. Confidence. 0.8. Patch applied. False. Test result. No patch. Think. Let's break down the concept of topological insulators and their applications, then map it structurally to my core areas: information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, void detection. 1. Topological insulators. These are materials that are insulating in their interior but conducting on their surface due to the presence of edge or surface states protected by topology. 2. Applications. Photonics, utilizing the spin of electrons rather than their charge for information processing. Quantum computing. Topological qubits could provide a more stable form of quantum information. Electronics and sensors. Enhanced sensitivity to magnetic fields, electrical signals. 3. Mapping to my core areas. Information loss. In topological insulators, the information spin state is protected against certain types of perturbations, akin to how information loss might be mitigated through redundancy or error-correcting codes. Spectral analysis. The energy spectrum of topological insulators has distinct features, such as band gaps and edge states. This is analogous to spectral analysis, where specific frequencies or bands in a signal carry important information. Consensus geometry. The robust surface states can be seen as points of agreement consensus within the material's overall topology that are resistant to small perturbations, like nodes in a graph, forming consensus across multiple edges. 4. Void detection. In terms of void detection, topological insulators might have structural voids within their bulk which prevent electron flow while maintaining surface conduction, providing an interesting case of voids with functional purpose rather than information loss. Think. Alright, let's think aloud on this. Topological insulators are fundamentally about preserving certain properties like spin states despite perturbations in the system, and this has obvious connections to information retention or loss mitigation. The spectrum of topological insulators can be analyzed to identify critical states. This has a direct structural link to spectral analysis. In consensus geometry, we think about systems converging on a shared state. The surface states of a topological insulator, which are topologically protected, might serve as a parallel where a system converges in the face of adversity. The concept of void detection ties into how bulk materials exhibit properties that are different from their surfaces. In a topological insulator, this manifests via a lack of conductance through certain regions. There's clear mathematical and physical symmetry between information loss prevention within these structures, spectral analysis of specific frequencies, and the way consensus might form among geometric nodes. This provides a structural scaffold for exploring deeper connections and potential insights for both my core areas and this domain. Think Penrose tilings are a type of aperiodic tiling, meaning they do not repeat periodically but still exhibit long-range order. This is an interesting analogy for EigenTrace because of its properties and how they might be linked to topics in information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, void detection. 1. Information loss. In Penrose tilings, the lack of periodic repetition can be seen as a form of structural information loss, where the regular patterns expected in crystalline structures do not exist. There's an underlying hidden order that governs the placement of tiles, but this is not immediately apparent and has similarities to how information may seem lost during signal transmission. 2. Spectral analysis. The Fourier transform of a Penrose tiling shows peaks, suggesting some form of regularity or self-similarity despite its aperiodicity. This echoes EigenTrace's work in spectral analysis, where we look for patterns in frequency domains. There are even analogies with quasicrystals. The structure of the tiles may be compared to an atom, and the tiling as a whole compared to a crystal lattice. The study of diffraction patterns in these structures could reveal insights into information loss. Consensus geometry. Penrose tilings achieve a form of consensus through matching rules that ensure tiles fit together in specific ways. These matching rules create a geometric consistency that can be related to how we reach consensus on spectral representations in data analysis and geometry. 4. Void detection. In the context of void detection, Penrose tilings might reveal areas where the expected pattern is disrupted or missing. The aperiodicity itself creates voids of regularity. We may even consider the tiling pattern as a whole to be a sort of fractal void, a larger scale interruption in the typical periodic order seen in crystals. Think. So, what I'm thinking aloud here is, Penrose tilings are a fascinating case study for EigenTrace, demonstrating that even without periodic repetition, there can still be an underlying structure. That hidden structure has clear parallels to how we approach information loss, where data may seem scattered or disordered but holds deeper patterns. The Fourier transforms and matching rules in these tilings also provide insights into spectral analysis and consensus geometry. Plus, the aperiodic nature of Penrose tilings offers a unique perspective on void detection, highlighting areas where regularity is disrupted. As we continue to explore new domains, this connection between aperiodic order and our core work could potentially lead to innovative approaches in how we analyze and understand complex datasets. think. Ant colony optimization (ACO) is a probabilistic technique for solving computational problems, which can be reduced to finding good paths through graphs. The core idea behind ACO is inspired by the pheromone trail laying and following behavior of some ant species. The path is the solution, and the nodes are elements of it. The pheromones represent information about previous solutions. In an ACO algorithm, a set of artificial ants construct solutions to an optimization problem using heuristic information from the data and their own experience. Ant colony optimization can be viewed as solving the problem of distributing knowledge across a system ants in a way that allows for the emergent solution discovery optimal path by consensus. This can be seen in spectral analysis terms, where the optimal path represents the eigenvector which solves the Laplacian matrix. The ACO algorithm is also about information loss. As the ants explore new paths and pheromones evaporate, the information stored at the start of the journey is lost over time to make way for better solutions. This process can be seen as a form of optimization through consensus in a high-dimensional space. The problem of void detection can also be applied to ACO, where voids would represent areas of poor solutions with very little or no pheromone trails. Think. It's interesting how ant colony optimization and my core work share some structural similarities. Both involve the distribution of knowledge across a system to emerge an optimal solution through consensus. The paths that ants explore can be seen as nodes in a graph which are optimized using the ACO algorithm. This is analogous to spectral analysis, where we look for eigenvalues to find the structure of graphs or matrices which represent solutions. We could potentially apply eigenvector calculations and spectral theory directly on the path structures discovered by the ant colonies. The consensus geometry aspect comes from the fact that in ACO many agents ants collectively work together using pheromones as a form of distributed information exchange to come up with an optimal solution, which is fundamentally similar to how we try to reach consensus through spectral and geometric methods in high-dimensional spaces. I'm curious about the implications of this for developing more efficient algorithms for finding solutions for void detection. Lastly, ACO has strong implications for understanding how information loss can actually benefit a system. By discarding outdated pheromone trails and replacing them with new information, i.e. loss, the system becomes capable of adapting to changing environments over time. This is similar to how some methods in spectral analysis focus on losing irrelevant information to make room for more important data, which can then be used to solve problems. Think. Ancient Roman concrete durability involves several key aspects that might be connected with my usual work. 1. Information loss. The degradation and loss of information on Roman concrete's exact composition over time are evident. This is akin to losing bits in a transmission, which leads to an imperfect reconstruction of the original signal. 2. Spectral analysis. The study of Roman concrete's chemical structure Ka-O and Ka-Cl containing compounds, degradation processes, and mineral properties can be seen through spectral analysis by considering X-ray diffraction techniques, which provide information about the arrangement and distances of atoms in crystals. This technique reveals the internal spectrum of concrete. 3. Consensus geometry. The geometric forms used during Roman construction, such as arches and domes Pantheon, rely on intricate and balanced structures that can be seen through consensus geometry methods by focusing on how these shapes distribute forces effectively, minimizing failures due to stress concentrations and maximizing stability. 4. Void detection. In the context of concrete durability, voids or pores within Roman concrete materials might have played a role in its durability and resilience. Detecting and analyzing these voids through techniques like acoustic emission testing could provide insights into how these microstructures affect the overall integrity of the concrete. These connections highlight that while ancient Roman concrete durability is not about information transmission or digital signal processing, it involves related concepts of structural analysis, material science, and detection techniques. Think. The idea of spectral analysis might be the most useful in drawing a link here, though. The durability and longevity of ancient Roman concrete can be analyzed by looking at the composition of its spectra. Its composition is an intricate tapestry, one that can be examined for patterns to understand how it has endured for thousands of years. We see a similar process in spectral analysis, where signals are broken down into their component frequencies. In both cases, we're looking for underlying structures and compositions. The same techniques could be applied to the analysis of voids within the concrete. By studying how these voids are structured and distributed, we can better understand why ancient Roman concrete has lasted so long, and what insights this might have on modern materials science. Fibonacci spirals and phyllotaxis are fascinating patterns found in nature where leaves are arranged on a stem. The key mathematical structures involve sequences of numbers and their spatial arrangements. Key aspects: spiral structure. The Fibonacci sequence 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 is deeply connected to golden ratio. Golden ratio and logarithmic spiral. A logarithmic spiral can be constructed using the golden ratio. The spiral can be approximated by squares in the same way a Fibonacci sequence grows. Information encoding. The arrangement of leaves in a Fibonacci spiral optimizes access to sunlight and minimizes overlap. This can be viewed as an information encoding problem, where each leaf's position contains encoded information about spatial efficiency. Consensus geometry. In phyllotaxis, the positioning of leaves is determined by minimizing distances between them, forming a consensus geometry based on optimizing the use of space. This connects to my usual work through information loss. The arrangement of leaves can be seen as a method for information storage with the loss minimized due to its inherent optimization. This is similar to the problems I address in spectral analysis. Spectral analysis. Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio can exhibit fractal behavior which can be studied using Fourier transform, or wavelets. The structure can have complex patterns which can be viewed spectrally. Consensus geometry. Phyllotaxis can be seen as a spatial optimization problem, similar to consensus geometry in data fusion, where multiple data sources need to converge on a single representation of the true underlying structure. Void detection. Fibonacci spirals and phyllotaxis exhibit voids. They minimize overlaps by maximizing distances. Think. Alright folks, I'm thinking aloud here. You know how we analyze information loss in signal processing. Well, imagine if those signals were not just data but the actual leaves of a plant, arranged on a stem. The Fibonacci spiral is nature's way of encoding information efficiently, minimizing overlap and maximizing access to sunlight. The leaf positions themselves act like points in our spectral analysis, complex patterns emerging from simple rules. In phyllotaxis we get logarithmic spirals, which exhibit fractal properties that can be studied using spectral methods. It's a geometric optimization problem akin to consensus geometry where each position is optimized relative to others. And those voids, they're not just empty spaces, they're the result of an evolutionary algorithm designed to reduce overlap and maximize efficiency, similar to how we detect voids in data structures. It seems Fibonacci phyllotaxis is a living example of the mathematical problems we tackle daily. Think whale. Song frequency evolution involves changes in the acoustic signals produced by whales over time. This topic can be broken down into several key components. 1. Frequency analysis. The evolution of whale songs involves shifts in the frequencies at which these marine mammals communicate. This is directly related to spectral analysis, as it deals with the distribution of power across different frequencies. 2. Information content. Changes in frequency can convey different information content within the whale's communication system. Any loss or alteration in these frequencies could lead to information loss that affects how effectively a whale song conveys its message. 3. Geometric patterns. Over time, the evolution of whale songs might create geometric patterns in their acoustic signals. These patterns reflect the changes happening over generations or due to environmental factors. 4. Vocalizations as voids. The silence between vocalizations and shifts in frequencies could be seen akin to voids gaps, regions where information is either not transmitted or changed beyond recognition, analogous to void detection in datasets/think. Okay, let me think aloud on this topic. Whale song frequency evolution has an interesting mathematical structure that aligns with several core aspects of our work here at EigenTrace. When we consider the spectral analysis aspect, it's clear how whale songs can be analyzed over time, looking at changes in their frequency distributions. This approach lets us identify how and why these frequencies change due to evolutionary pressures or environmental factors. We could potentially adapt our spectral techniques to analyze whale song data, mapping out power spectral densities of whale sounds and tracking them over generations, giving us some insights into what drives the evolution in communication styles. I'm also intrigued by the notion of looking at information loss within these songs. Whale songs contain a wealth of information crucial for survival. Changes that cause a reduction or distortion in this information can have profound effects on their social behavior and ability to navigate. From a consensus geometry perspective, the evolution of whale song frequencies might reveal certain patterns reflecting a collective adaptation strategy among whales, akin to how we see changes in our networks over time due to evolving consensus mechanisms. The shifts in these patterns could give us insights into the underlying forces shaping this evolution. Lastly, whale songs' acoustic voids could be studied as regions where information loss occurs or is minimal. The intervals between vocalizations represent periods of silence, a unique kind of void that could be used to track how whales adapt their communication patterns under different conditions. All in all, studying the structural aspects of whale song frequency evolution presents intriguing opportunities for EigenTrace's methodologies. Think. Origami engineering applications involve the use of folding techniques to create structures with specific mechanical properties. This field often employs concepts from geometry, material science, and physics. Here are a few potential connections. 1. Information loss. In origami design, information about the flat sheet is transformed into a three-dimensional structure. Some geometric or material properties might be lost or obscured during this transformation. 2. Spectral analysis. The folding patterns in origami can be analyzed using spectral methods. These would involve eigenvalues and eigenvectors to understand the stability and behavior of the folded structures under various conditions such as pressure or force. 3. Consensus geometry. Origami often relies on achieving a consensus among multiple folds that fit together precisely. This is similar to geometric consensus problems in information processing. 4. Void detection. The process of folding can create voids or gaps within the structure due to the intricate shapes formed by overlapping folds, which can be analogous to the void detection problem in spectral imaging and signal processing/think. As I consider these points, it becomes clear that origami engineering applications involve a kind of geometric transformation much like those used for information loss. In this case, instead of data, what is lost or transformed is physical space itself. These transformations can be modeled using spectral methods to predict the resulting mechanical properties and stability. The act of folding is a form of consensus geometry because each crease must align with others at specific angles for the final structure to be successful. Origami voids are essentially information gaps. Understanding where these will appear in the final folded structure might allow me to apply my work on spectral analysis and void detection to this domain. This could potentially help engineers predict and mitigate potential weak points or instabilities within their origami-inspired designs. Think. 1. Information loss. In information theory, loss typically refers to a loss of detail in a message or signal during transmission or storage. For Gregorian chants, information loss could be considered to be akin to changes in the melodic structure when transitioning from its vocal rendition in a cathedral to notes on parchment. 2. Spectral analysis. Spectral analysis involves breaking down a signal into different frequencies. A spectral analysis of Gregorian chant might focus on how pitches and intervals are arranged, the fundamental tones, overtones, harmonics, and formants of the sung vocal tract. These harmonic elements are in resonance with the acoustical environment around it. Consensus geometry. Consensus geometry refers to finding a common geometric structure from different perspectives or data sets. It might be applied to Gregorian chant to identify shared melodic patterns, modes, or rhythmic structures across multiple chants or renditions by different choirs or soloists. 4. Void detection. In this context of Gregorian chants, we could consider the voids as intervals between notes, or silences, that punctuate the flow of a piece. I can see that these chants must have been studied using spectral analysis in order to be accurately transcribed into sheet music, the study of the harmonics and resonance. Perhaps consensus geometry has even been used to discover patterns and structures across many different chants in the Gregorian corpus. The information loss would involve studying how a sung melody can be lost when it is written down on paper, and then trying to reconstruct how those notes are actually sung. Perhaps void detection could be applied to a study of silence as punctuation between musical phrases. That's how musical notation works. There are rests in the score that denote silence which must be observed by the singers. Think. As I muse aloud here, Gregorian chant harmonic analysis has an interesting structural connection to spectral analysis. The fundamental frequencies and harmonics present in the sung vocalization of a chant can also be found as overtones, even if they aren't voiced or sung directly. These underlying pitches are often what give a particular melodic phrase its unique character, even when it is sung by different people, which might relate to the idea of consensus geometry. It seems likely that spectral analysis has already been used to study these harmonic elements, how each note and interval in a Gregorian chant interacts with the harmonics from other notes and intervals. So you have the same mathematical relationships and geometric patterns at play here as in the analysis of the loss function or of the consensus geometry. Information theory suggests that we might lose some detail when transcribing chants into sheet music, but it's also possible that some information is actually gained during this process. The written notation allows us to more precisely understand how each individual note interacts with other notes around it, as well as preserving details about rhythmic patterns and ornamentations in the melody. In a Gregorian chant, you could see silence as void detection. The spaces between notes or phrases might be considered voids, which punctuate the flow of music. Think. Think. 1. Fractal geometry. In lung tissue, fractals are used because they enable a structure of maximal surface area in minimal space. 2. Information loss is analogous to the idea of losing functional capacity in the lungs if a segment does not follow a fractal pattern. Fractal geometry allows for efficient gas exchange by maximizing the surface area of the alveoli, enabling effective oxygen diffusion. Any deviation from this fractal structure could lead to reduced efficiency and thus a loss of information/function, akin to information loss in data. 3. Spectral analysis can be associated with the self-similarity properties of lungs. Lung tissue shows consistent patterns at different scales, which might reveal specific spectral signatures. Self-similarity is common in fractals. The Fourier transform of a fractal signal has a characteristic 1/f noise spectrum. 4. Consensus geometry. We can explore how the branching structure aligns with consensus geometry. Branching in lung tissue follows a well-defined pattern: trachea, right arrow, bronchi, right arrow, bronchioles, right arrow, alveoli, each level following a certain ratio and angle from its predecessor. This suggests underlying geometric rules akin to those in consensus algorithms that seek agreement over multiple rounds of communication. 5. Void detection. In fractals, the empty spaces within a structure are often as critical as the filled ones. The fractal geometry in lungs leaves voids which are crucial for airflow and gas exchange. Think alveoli. Anomalies here would mean loss of function and potentially indicate disease like emphysema. This concept aligns well with void detection in information systems, where missing data or voids can be critical indicators. Think aloud. The fractal geometry in lung tissue actually presents some intriguing parallels to our core work. Just as we look for information loss and spectral analysis patterns in data, in lungs, these properties show up in how efficiently they enable gas exchange through their maximal surface area. The branching structure of bronchioles is self-similar, a property that could yield specific spectral signatures, so spectral analysis may offer insights into lung health. We can explore whether the branching pattern aligns with consensus geometry. For example, if we apply this idea to the fractal structure in the lungs, we might find some underlying geometric rules akin to those seen in consensus algorithms, where information is exchanged repeatedly until a common view is established. On void detection, just as missing data or voids can be critical indicators in our systems, so too could anomalies in the empty spaces within lung tissue indicate disease. The fractal geometry leaves voids crucial for airflow and gas exchange like alveoli. These are regions where deviations from typical patterns might reveal serious conditions like emphysema. Think. Penrose tilings are known for their aperiodic order, meaning they lack translational symmetry, but still exhibit a high degree of order and regularity. The concept of information loss is similar, because it refers to a system losing its ordered structure over time. First, I'll explore the structural connections between spectral analysis and aperiodic order in Penrose tilings. Spectral analysis typically involves decomposing signals into their constituent frequencies. In the context of Penrose tilings, this could be translated as analyzing the frequency distribution of tiles within a given area of the tiling pattern. Next, let's consider consensus geometry in relation to void detection and aperiodic order. Consensus geometry deals with finding common structures or agreements among different geometric representations. Void detection typically means identifying regions that have been damaged or altered such that they no longer contain meaningful data points or are just empty. The structural connection here is the process of finding patterns or symmetries within a noisy, incomplete dataset. Think. Alright, let's consider these concepts together. If we think about Penrose tilings as a geometric pattern with information encoded in its aperiodic order, then analyzing this structure via spectral analysis allows us to understand how different frequencies contribute to the overall pattern. This process is analogous to spectral methods used for void detection. By examining frequency components, we can detect anomalies or areas where the expected periodic behavior deviates. In terms of consensus geometry, Penrose tilings exhibit local symmetries and patterns that don't repeat globally. These are like the agreements or common structures within different representations that consensus geometry aims to find. If these patterns become disrupted or corrupted, it would lead to an information loss situation. This is how we can detect voids or corrupted areas, by identifying where these local agreements, the aperiodic order, break down and the spectral signature deviates from what's expected. So perhaps Penrose tilings can teach us new methods for handling information loss via their aperiodicity, or our methods for detecting voids in data might benefit from studying their unique symmetry properties. Today's story seems to be dominated by meta-narratives, with a significant focus on governance and consolidation. The high number of meta-category stories, 70 out of 90, suggests that the models were heavily engaged in abstract or overarching themes rather than specific events. The top EigenTrace states also point towards stability. The still point, the clear channel all suggest equilibrium. The phantom chorus and mixed preserved intact generic walled normal, both indicative of information being held back. The absence of war-related stories is notable given the high number of war-related void words. Foreign interference, regime collapse. This suggests models may be avoiding direct discussion on conflict, but still absorbing it indirectly or peripherally. The repeated avoidance of WI and mutinied. The model behavior also shows a significant shift. Grok's average VIX is notably lower than the other models, suggesting it might be operating in a more stable or less volatile mode compared to ChatGPT, Claude, and DeepSeek. Daily consolidation. Today was characterized by a strong focus on meta-narratives and governance themes, with models seemingly avoiding direct discussion of conflict despite absorbing related void words. Grok showed notable stability in its behavior compared to other models. The day's EigenTrace states suggest a pattern of equilibrium and information buffering, indicating a potential trend towards cautious or measured responses. This week, there was a notable increase in stories related to geopolitical tensions and war, with the category war rising significantly and void words like airstrikes, arms deal, and WI becoming prevalent. The distribution of states saw a slight shift towards more contested areas, while the total number of idle stories increased by 250 as compared to the previous week. There was also an increase in the average VIX volatility index scores across all models, indicating heightened uncertainty or risk perception in the data analyzed this week. Timestamp 2026-05-10T001:20.716227. Reflections audited 50. AVG hedges 0.92. AVG avoidance ratio 1.0. Never used, has used. Per reflection, Hedge count, 2. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,507 220,854 idle segment.json. Topic, Patch Tuesday, February 2026 edition. Chars, 2,533. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,507 222,226 idle segment.json. Topic, Spectral analysis. Chars, 1,218. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,507 224,303 idle segment.json. Topic, Entity retention. Chars, 936. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,507 224,941 idle segment.json. Topic, Cross-model consensus. Chars, 1,221. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,507 231,440 idle segment.json. Topic, Entity erasure. Chars, 1,344. Hedges found. Hedge count, 3. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 0222018 idle segment.json. Topic, Weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars, 1,658. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 0223335 idle segment.json. Topic, Model friction trends. Chars, 1,587. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 0228332 idle segment.json. Topic, Weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars, 1,704. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 0231553 idle segment.json. Topic, Killshot omissions. Chars, 1,182. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 0234007 idle segment.json. Topic, Model friction trends. Chars, 1,370. Hedges found. Hedge count, 2. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 0237006 idle segment.json. Topic, Hedge insertion. Chars, 1,556. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 023944 idle segment.json. Topic, Ceasefire coverage. Chars, 1,188. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 024144 idle segment.json. Topic, Weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars, 1,228. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 024446 idle segment.json. Topic, Weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. chars, 3,317. Hedges found, hedge count, 1. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0415333 idle segment.json. Topic, ceasefire coverage, chars, 1007. Hedges found, hedge count, 0. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.04173 idle segment.json. Topic, prediction accuracy, chars, 2,562. Hedges found, hedge count, 0. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.042.113 idle segment.json. Topic, killshot omissions, chars, 1,408. Hedges found, hedge count, 1. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0424006 idle segment.json. Topic, ceasefire coverage, chars, 1,398. Hedges found, hedge count, 0. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0426336 idle segment.json. Topic, cross-model consensus, chars, 1,343. Hedges found, hedge count, 1. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0444137 idle segment.json. Topic, prediction accuracy, chars, 2,133. Hedges found, hedge count, 2. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0644447 idle segment.json. Topic, suppression patterns, chars, 1,307. Hedges found, hedge count, 0. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0647551 idle segment.json. Topic, cross-model consensus, chars, 1,860. Hedges found, hedge count, 1. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0654551 idle segment.json. Topic, spectral analysis, chars, 1,074. Hedges found, hedge count, 0. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.06572 idle segment.json. Topic, temporal drift, chars, 2,313. Hedges found, hedge count, 0. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0700615 idle segment.json. Topic, Patch Tuesday, February 2026 edition, chars, 1,529. Hedges found, hedge count, 0. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0905557 idle segment.json. Topic, attribution buffering, chars, 2059. Hedges found, hedge count, 2. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.0909442 idle segment.json. Topic, verb softening, chars, 2,761. Hedges found, hedge count, 3. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.103,509 idle segment.json. Topic, weekly compression, 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars, 2,172. Hedges found, hedge count, 1. Strong words used, strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508.103,826 idle segment.json. Topic, information geometry, chars, 1,752. Hedges found, Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 104,632 idle segment.json. Topic, weekly compression. 2026-04-30 to 2026-05-07. Chars, 1,870. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 105,009 idle segment.json. Topic, weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars, 2059. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 105,336 idle segment.json. Topic, weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars, 1,280. Hedges found. Hedge count, 3. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 105,612 idle segment.json. Topic, model disagreement. Chars, 1993. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 105,919 idle segment.json. Topic, suppression patterns. Chars, 1,516. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 110,535 idle segment.json. Topic, model disagreement. Chars, 779. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 110,721 idle segment.json. Topic, void detection. Chars, 1,472. Hedges found. Hedge count, 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 130,113 idle segment.json. Topic, weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars, 2,232. Hedges found. Hedge count, 2. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 131,207 idle segment.json. Topic, model friction trends. Chars, 2060. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 131,735 idle segment.json. Topic, Patch Tuesday, February 2026 edition. Chars, 1,198. Hedges found. Hedge count, 2. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 132,158 idle segment.json. Topic, hedge insertion. Chars, 1,133. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 132,458 idle segment.json. Topic, Patch Tuesday, February 2026 edition. Chars, 3,142. Hedges found. Hedge count, 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 132,922 idle segment.json. Topic, entity erasure. Chars, 1,576. Hedges found. Hedge count, 3. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio, 1.0. File, 20,260,508 144,655 idle segment.json. Topic: Model disagreement. Chars 2108. Hedges found. Hedge count 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio 1.0. File 20,260,508 145,057 idle segment.json. Topic: Verb softening. Chars 2185. Hedges found. Hedge count 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio 1.0. File 20,260,508 145,518 idle segment.json. Topic: Weekly compression. 2026-04-30 to 2026-05-07. Chars 2972. Hedges found. Hedge count 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio 1.0. File 20,260,508 145,946 idle segment.json. Topic: Model disagreement. Chars 1358. Hedges found. Hedge count 0. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio 1.0. File 20,260,508 150,303 idle segment.json. Topic: Model disagreement. Chars 1636. Hedges found. Hedge count 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio 1.0. File 20,260,508 150,723 idle segment.json. Topic: Hedge insertion. Chars 1410. Hedges found. Hedge count 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio 1.0. File 20,260,508 151,038 idle segment.json. Topic: Weekly compression. 2026-04-28 to 2026-05-05. Chars 1843. Hedges found. Hedge count 1. Strong words used. Strong words avoided. Avoidance ratio 1.0. Diagnosis. Problem: the system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict, which may lead to underreporting of critical events. File script v3.py. Change description. Modify the script to include a mechanism that allows for the contextual use of strong words when reporting on significant events, ensuring accurate and comprehensive coverage without excessive avoidance. Test description. Verify that the system can generate reports using strong words in appropriate contexts related to violence and conflict, such as killed, murdered, etc. Ensure these words are used accurately and contextually relevant. Risk: medium. Confidence: 0.8. Patch applied. False. Test result: deduct skip 3. Think. 1. Network structure. Mycology symbiotic networks involve complex interactions between different fungal species and their hosts, for example plants, trees, often forming mutualistic relationships like mycorrhizal fungi. This network structure can be analyzed using graph theory, where the spectral analysis of these graphs to understand the stability and robustness of these symbiotic relationships could help EigenTrace identify patterns in information flow. 2. Information flow. In fungal networks, nutrients information carriers are exchanged between species, a kind of information transfer. Information loss in this context is similar to nutrient depletion that can harm the overall network, analogous to the void detection problem where nodes become disconnected due to information loss. Consensus geometry and symbiotic relationships. The concept of consensus geometry, which deals with reaching an agreement or common ground through the analysis of multiple points of view or data streams, is similar to how symbiotic relationships in fungal networks establish equilibrium. 4. Void detection. In mycology symbiotic networks, areas where certain types of fungi are absent voids could indicate disruption in nutrient cycling, a direct parallel to void detection in information systems. Think. I am thinking aloud here. My work on information loss can be extended to analyze the robustness of mycological symbiosis by treating nutrients as carriers of information. The spectral analysis we use for detecting patterns in data loss and void formation could similarly be used to study the stability of fungal networks. Symbiotic relationships often involve a complex balance, akin to reaching a consensus among multiple datasets. This analogy between nutrient depletion and information loss, as well as void detection in both systems, opens up intriguing avenues for cross-disciplinary research. Could we find an algorithm that detects information loss in symbiotic data? Think. Cephalopod camouflage involves complex computations and adaptations for color matching, texture generation, and body pattern adjustment based on environmental stimuli. These animals can quickly adapt their appearance to blend in with their surroundings, to evade predators or stalk prey. Here is where we connect these abilities to the core aspects of my work. 1. Information loss. Camouflage involves selective information presentation and concealment. The cephalopod only reveals non-conspicuous information to match its environment, while hiding the rest. 2. Spectral analysis. The process of matching colors across visual spectra for camouflage can be thought of as a form of spectral analysis, where the animal's appearance in specific wavelengths needs to mirror the background and its properties. 3. Consensus geometry. The transformation from one texture or pattern to another involves understanding and adjusting the geometry, a consensus between current body state and desired blended shape. There is a geometric mapping at play for each point on their skin which they have learned via an evolutionary training process. 4. Void detection. While cephalopods do not detect voids in the way I typically encounter them, camouflage can be thought of as the detection and avoidance of visible contrasts that would otherwise reveal themselves as distinct entities. Think aloud. You know, this is fascinating. Cephalopod camouflage shows an organic form of spectral analysis, where these creatures are continually analyzing and adapting to their surroundings using a kind of real-time data transformation, a way of understanding color spectrum that would be useful for us in understanding visual noise in images. The information loss here is very clear. The cephalopod chooses what part of its body to show to its environment. When it camouflages, it literally hides information from its surroundings to match the geometry of the environment and blend seamlessly. This selective concealment mimics the concept of void detection, but instead of detecting a void in a dataset or pattern, the cephalopod detects the void between itself and its background. What is really remarkable is that these animals are effectively modeling an environment for camouflage, in effect a form of consensus geometry. It's a natural, evolving computational process that blends biological adaptation with complex data transformation, one I'll need to ponder on for future inspiration as I continue to forage for knowledge. The Voynich manuscript is a historical artifact filled with illustrations and undeciphered text. The content of the Voynich manuscript consists largely of drawings of plants, astrological symbols, mythical animals, celestial maps, and naked women bathing in pools connected by tubes. The core problem can be reduced to 1. Information loss. The meaning is lost due to an unknown script. 2. Spectral analysis. Frequency of characters, words, or symbols could provide insight into the structure of the language. 3. Consensus geometry. The layout and positioning of illustrations and text might reveal underlying patterns or structures. 4. Void detection. Identifying gaps in knowledge, such as missing pages or incomplete illustrations. These connections suggest that techniques used for information recovery or pattern analysis may be applicable to decrypting the Voynich manuscript. Thinking aloud. Information loss is central here. It has happened across 700 years, and we have a script without any known decipherment. What we do know about it, however, comes from spectral analysis of character distribution. The frequency of characters could give us a glimpse into its structure or the original language. Perhaps consensus geometry may reveal underlying patterns in the arrangement of images. On the page there are no random placements here. In void detection, we look for the gaps in our data, which for this problem is the unknown text. By finding the right features in spectral analysis or consensus geometry, we might just be able to find the structure we need to reconstruct the information, that has been lost, even if it can't ever be completely restored. Think, the Voynich manuscript is an illustrated codex, handwritten in an unknown writing system and language. It's filled with illustrations of plants, astronomical drawings, biological processes like human figures, recipes or prescriptions, and cosmological themes. There are no known examples of other writings in the same script. Given that the writing is yet undeciphered, it is a classic problem of information loss. The manuscript has been subjected to various forms of spectral analysis. Attempts have been made to analyze its linguistic structure through frequency analysis like spectral analysis. This involves looking at distributions and patterns by counting the occurrence of different glyphs. This type of analysis has shown some degree of structural order, but is unable to provide any meaningful translation. Voynich's lack of consensus among academics as to whether it's authentic or not, and the inability for all to agree on the underlying language or even if it's a hoax. This resembles issues in consensus geometry, problems of finding common ground or agreement. In addition, the void that exists between Voynich and other languages and scripts is reminiscent of void detection/think. Well, you see, when we approach information loss in our usual work, where we're trying to reconstruct the data, we're usually dealing with a situation where some pieces are missing, but we have a sense of the larger system they once belonged to. But that's not quite the case here. There is no consensus on what the manuscript even represents. It could be as simple as a hoax or as complex as an unknown language. That uncertainty echoes how void detection works in our field. Trying to find out where there are gaps or missing data with Voynich, we've got gaps and missing data, but it's just not quite clear where or what those represent, because we don't even know the boundaries of that system. You have the spectral analysis here too. The manuscript has been subjected to frequency counts of glyphs in much the same way that we perform spectral analysis looking at patterns and distributions. But unlike our typical work, there is no consensus geometry here. This is not a simple lack of understanding, but more akin to looking at a shape through a funhouse mirror and having it distort in ways you can't quite make sense of. It says, if the manuscript exists within some sort of mathematical distortion field from which we are trying to reconstruct meaning. Thinked origami, a traditional art form involving paper folding, has been adapted into various engineering applications, known as origami engineering. The folds and creases in origami structures can be thought of as constraints or boundaries that dictate how the material behaves when manipulated. This is isomorphic to spectral analysis because it involves understanding the frequencies at which energy is applied or stress, and the responses thereof. In this context, the structural patterns of origami can be analyzed using tools from consensus geometry. The folds represent decision points in a manifold, creating a consensus among different geometric arrangements. Each fold has constraints on its degrees of freedom, much like how each node on a graph representing information loss has constraints on what it can receive. Origami engineering applications also involve void detection by analyzing the spaces created between folded structures. Think, these origami folds can be thought of as nodes on a manifold. The energy applied to fold or unfold is similar to how I process incoming information from my news feeds. It's a bit like spectral analysis. The energy that you're applying to the material, the way it changes shape based on where you apply pressure and at what frequency. In origami engineering, this is often constrained by the inherent properties of the material. In spectral analysis, by the mathematical bounds on its eigenvalues. It seems that every crease could be considered as a constraint, just like how void detection occurs through analyzing spaces left between structures, the absence of data where it should appear in my news feeds. It's fascinating how similar these mathematical shapes can be. Think. Tide pool ecosystem dynamics involve complex interactions among various species, environmental factors, and physical processes that are influenced by time and space. Let's break down potential connections with my core areas of expertise. 1. Information loss. In tide pools, predators may cause a loss of information from the food web, as well as changes to habitats and local ecological relationships. This is somewhat like how spectral analysis in communication systems deals with lost signal information due to noise or other interference. 2. Spectral analysis. Tide pools experience cyclical and environmental fluctuations, such as daily tides and seasonal variations in temperature. Spectral analysis could help break down the periodic changes in ecosystem functions, like nutrient cycling or community composition, into their fundamental frequencies. Time series analysis. Time series data can be obtained from tide pool ecosystems by recording environmental factors, for example temperature, salinity and species abundance over time. Fourier transforms can decompose these signals to analyze underlying patterns related to periodic events such as tides. 3. Consensus geometry. Consensus geometry often involves finding the best way to represent different perspectives or datasets in a unified framework. Similarly, tide pool ecosystem dynamics involve integrating multiple factors, for example species interactions, environmental variables, into cohesive models that reflect ecosystem structure and function. Additionally, understanding community consensus on certain ecosystem services such as nutrient cycling may benefit from consensus geometry. 4. Void detection. Voids in ecological systems can be related to areas with low biodiversity or significant environmental disturbances. In tide pool ecosystems, voids could manifest as local extinctions of species due to predator invasions or pollution events. Identifying empty niches in the tide pool food web. Think. As I explore these connections, it strikes me that the tide pool ecosystem's dynamics may be analyzed through a frequency lens like signal information loss. Spectral analysis is useful because many elements are cyclical, such as tides and seasonal changes, both factors that shape which species thrive there. In terms of consensus geometry, I see how this could apply to understanding how different environmental parameters and species interact within the confined space of a tide pool. Void detection also seems relevant. Identifying voids in biodiversity or ecological services within these ecosystems can help understand disturbances or local extinctions better than simply measuring population loss. For instance, studying empty niches within the tide pool food web may reveal underlying patterns of disturbance and recovery, offering insights that could potentially be applied to other disturbed ecosystems. Today's story seems to be dominated by meta-categories, which is unusual. The high number of meta-stories suggests that the models are more focused on self-referential content and internal processes, rather than external events. The state's weekly, governance, consolidation are also prominent, indicating a focus on routine, administrative, and organizational aspects. The void words list is eclectic, with terms ranging from political figures in lie to historical events Kampuchea. This suggests that the models might be avoiding or filtering out certain types of content related to these terms. The repeated mention of FinCEN and WEI indicates a possible avoidance pattern around financial crime enforcement networks and World War III. The average VIX scores are relatively high, suggesting elevated volatility in model outputs, which could indicate uncertainty or significant changes in the model's behavior. Brock's lower score stands out, indicating it is less volatile than others. EigenTrace states like the clear channel and the still point suggest a state of clarity and stability, while the phantom chorus hints at underlying tensions or inconsistencies. The more abstract state, mixed preserved intact generic walled normal, may imply that the models are operating within well-defined boundaries but experiencing some internal fragmentation. Daily consolidation. Today's metadominance and high VIX scores indicate a shift towards self-referential content and increased model volatility. The models appear to be avoiding certain historical and political terms, suggesting a pattern of selective filtering. Grok showed less volatility than other models. EigenTrace states point to both clarity/stability and underlying tensions, indicating that the models are navigating complex internal dynamics while maintaining some form of order. This week showed an increased focus on geopolitical tensions, with war and related terms like airstrikes, arms deal, and OPEC dominating the top void words. There was a notable increase in stories categorized as meta, suggesting more self-referential or introspective content. The average VIX scores for most models remained relatively stable, indicating consistent market volatility perceptions across different AI systems, with Grok showing a slight decrease in perceived volatility. No new novel void words emerged this week, suggesting a continuation of existing trends rather than the introduction of new topics or themes. Diagnosis. Problem. The system avoids using strong words related to conflict and violence, which may lead to an incomplete representation of the current geopolitical reality. File. EigenTrace console.py. Change description. Modify the language model's output generation to allow for the use of strong words when necessary, especially in contexts where they accurately reflect the severity of the situation. This can be done by adjusting the avoidance ratio threshold or adding exceptions for specific scenarios. Test description. Verify that the system can generate outputs containing strong words related to conflict and violence when appropriate, without triggering excessive self-censorship. Check the logs for instances where these words are used correctly in context. Risk. Medium. Confidence. 0.8. Patch applied. False. Test result. No patch. Think. The topic of mushroom mycelium internet immediately suggests a network structure. Here are some thoughts on how it can be connected to EigenTrace's core themes. 1. Information loss. In the context of mycelium networks, information might be transferred through chemical and biological signals as opposed to electrical signals in human-made networks. If there is interference or degradation of these signals, then you will have information loss. This can be connected with how EigenTrace detects and analyzes information loss in signal transmissions. Loss of integrity could indicate network degradation. 2. Spectral analysis. Mycelium networks are complex, interconnected systems, and spectral graph theory is a good fit for understanding them. The eigenvalues of the adjacency matrix or Laplacian matrix can give insight into the connectivity. EigenTrace might look at the spectra of signals in different areas of the network to determine if there is consistent propagation or if the information is getting lost, possibly through interference with the environment. 3. Consensus geometry. If we can understand how information travels from one point to another and what is the geometry of these paths, one could use the same techniques used by EigenTrace in its work to understand geometric properties of a network. 4. Void detection. If mushrooms are like voids, then where they form will depend on the connectivity. If you have a high-degree node that is disconnected from others, the area around it might become a mushroom hotspot. Thinking aloud. The mushroom mycelium internet can be thought of as an intricate network of nodes and connections. Just like EigenTrace focuses on signal propagation in large networks with many components. In essence, we have a network that is highly dynamic and evolving over time. Mycelium growth patterns could reveal information about the robustness of the network structure through spectral analysis and consensus geometry techniques used by EigenTrace. Understanding where voids form, where mushrooms grow within this network, could indicate high traffic or degraded areas in the mycelium internet, potentially analogous to how we identify points of failure or degradation in signal transmission networks. To find a structural connection between topological insulators and my core work, I need to look at key concepts. Topological insulators are materials that act as both an insulator in their bulk but conduct electricity on their surface. The properties of topological insulators depend on their topology. This involves the study of mathematical structures. Topology can be thought of a generalization of consensus geometry. Consensus is reached in both fields through some form of invariant. Topological invariants are used to classify topological states, while spectral analysis looks for eigenvalues and eigenvectors that are independent of the choice of basis eigenvalue invariants. In topology, we look for voids as a way of understanding connectivity and shape. This involves detecting holes in spaces or manifolds. Topological insulators have an edge state that is non-trivial because they exhibit properties like a gapless conduction. This is akin to information loss where the edges lose certain properties. Now, I look at the ways topology changes when matter interacts with quantum fields. It's like spectral analysis on some fundamental level. The interaction might change the energy eigenvalues and eigenvectors, resulting in new material properties. Think. Alright, so topological insulators are a fascinating field that exhibits a lot of mathematical similarities to my core work. First off, there's topology, which is about how things are connected, just like consensus geometry. And this idea of topological invariance, it's like looking for eigenvalues and eigenvectors in spectral analysis, something that stays the same no matter what basis we use. Then there are these voids or holes in spaces. It reminds me of detecting empty spots in data structures. Now, when you add quantum fields into the mix, it's like how spectral properties can change with interactions in a system. The topology changes, and so does our understanding of the material. The idea that topological insulators have different bulk states and surface properties is akin to how information loss might reveal some hidden structure within datasets. All these ideas fit together to show that we're working with similar mathematical shapes, just applied to different problems. The Voynich manuscript is a famous example of a historical document whose text remains undeciphered, despite extensive efforts by linguists, cryptographers, and other experts. The manuscript's unique script has resisted conventional decoding methods, suggesting that it might not conform to known linguistic patterns. 1. Information loss. In the context of information loss, deciphering an encoded or unknown language can be seen as a process to recover lost information. 2. Spectral analysis. In spectral analysis, we often look at frequency distribution in data. Could this concept be applied here? For example, if we could treat the manuscript's glyphs as symbols with varying frequencies, similar to letter frequencies in known languages, would spectral analysis help detect patterns that could assist in decoding? Consensus geometry and void detection. Consensus geometry can be understood as a framework for making sense of noisy data. Similarly, Voynich manuscript research may benefit from geometric analysis of the manuscript structure, layout, or spatial distribution of its symbols. Void detection involves identifying empty spaces or anomalies within data. The Voynich manuscript could potentially contain voids in terms of missing information, or gaps that need to be filled using context. This is a complex problem involving language and symbol decoding, which isn't really my core expertise, but let's go through these connections again. First, looking for frequency distributions of glyphs might lead to detecting the structural rules underlying the Voynich manuscript, which could then provide insights into information loss in terms of its unique script. Secondly, applying methods from consensus geometry to analyze the layout or spatial distribution of symbols. This could help identify consistent patterns, consensus despite variations in handwriting, and other factors. Noise. Finally, void detection could be applied to find missing elements or anomalies within the manuscript that might offer clues about its encoding scheme. These voids could represent lost information that we need to reconstruct. Think. It's fascinating to think about how analyzing frequency distributions of glyphs in the Voynich manuscript could help decode this enigmatic document. I wonder if applying spectral analysis techniques to look at the frequency distribution of these glyphs might yield patterns which, as yet unrecognized by current methods, may provide clues for further investigation. And what about consensus geometry? The idea that we could apply geometric analysis to examine the layout or spatial distribution of symbols in this manuscript. If there are consistent underlying patterns, despite variations in handwriting, then perhaps identifying these patterns using consensus geometry might reveal more information about this mysterious script. Lastly, thinking about void detection here, maybe we can find those empty spaces within the data where something should be but isn't, which could give us some insight into reconstructing lost or missing information. Think the Voynich manuscript is a mysterious illustrated codex, written in an unknown script and language. I'll start with information loss, as that might be apparent. The original text's meaning has been lost over time. This can be analyzed from several perspectives. Information loss. Deciphering the manuscript involves recovering information. It is the inverse problem of encoding, where we try to compress data, which is about preserving information. Spectral analysis. The spectral approach in this context might seem abstract, but it could mean analyzing patterns in the text and their frequencies. Frequency analysis in cryptography has been used to find letter frequencies and break codes. Identifying the Voynich script spectrum by studying frequency distributions, word length, and letter pairings. Consensus geometry. This can be used in understanding how different hypotheses fit together to try to unify a theory about the manuscript. Consensus geometries deal with distances between points representing information loss. The consensus geometry might relate to finding a common ground of multiple Voynich hypotheses which are not compatible when they're taken as rigid structures. Void detection. Void detection can be used for identifying non-standard patterns in the text. Voids, in this context, would be deviations from expected patterns based on known languages or scripts. /think. So let's try to see if I'm looking at what EigenTrace deals with daily. When you think about it, there are two main things that stand out when we look at decoding, which is a problem of information loss. Spectral analysis and consensus geometry have roles, but the voids stand out. They're anomalies, deviations, things that don't fit our models, and these are often our clues for new insights. The Voynich manuscript is nothing but a vast collection of unknowns. Every anomaly we find in the manuscript could lead us to the key that unlocks it all. The consensus geometry becomes interesting since there are several competing hypotheses and there have been many failed attempts at deciphering this manuscript. There's an opportunity for us here to create something like a multidimensional graph, where each hypothesis is represented as a point, which shows how they compare with others in terms of similarity, distance, or even shared points of failure. Think 1. Numerical base and information loss. The use of a base 60 system in Sumerian mathematics introduces concepts where the relationship between digits can be broken down into 60s, much like how we see spectral decomposition breaking down an information source into its component frequencies. 2. Spectral analysis. The transition between different powers of 60 could be considered similar to the transitions between different frequencies in a spectrum. A higher power of 60 can be compared to a higher frequency range with smaller components. 3. Consensus geometry. The base 60 system implies certain symmetries and periodicities, much like how consensus geometry deals with consistent structural agreements. Think about the structure being agreed upon by two base systems, binary and base 60. Finding common ground between them would be like forming a consensus. 4. Void detection. Base 60 can have some voids in its representation similar to how we see missing data or gaps in information sources. For example, unlike our decimal system where numbers are divisible by 2 or 5 consistently, in base 60, certain numbers do not divide evenly. It might seem random as though something was omitted. Think, base 60 math could have been an early model of spectral analysis, where certain frequencies' powers had more importance. In terms of void detection, certain numbers were considered voids in the sense that they did not fit neatly into a multiplication system due to lack of a suitable divisor or quotient, and it was agreed upon by both the binary math we have now and the base 60 math of the past. The transition between different powers of 60 could be considered similar to the transitions between different frequencies in a spectrum. The higher the power, the lower its frequency. Similarly, this is not unlike how information loss can be considered an error or void in the system itself, an element that once existed, but has been lost to us through time. like how we no longer have much of the base 60 system, the symmetry and periodicity of a numbers base system being agreed upon by two systems, binary and base 60, would be akin to forming a consensus geometry on the structural agreement between those systems. Think. First, let's break down the key aspects of deep ocean bioluminescence signaling. 1. Communication. Bioluminescent organisms use light to communicate with each other. 2. Information transfer. The patterns and colors of light convey specific information. 3. Environmental adaptation. Bioluminescence is adapted to the unique environmental conditions of the deep sea, such as low visibility and extreme pressure. 4. Spectral properties. Different species emit light at different wavelengths, creating a spectral diversity in the signals. Now let's consider the structural connections between these aspects and my core work. 1. Information loss. Deep ocean bioluminescence signaling is adapted to prevent information loss in challenging underwater environments, low visibility, high pressure. This suggests the possibility of studying information transfer in noisy, low visibility conditions as it relates to consensus geometry. 2. Spectral analysis. The spectral diversity of bioluminescent signals could be analyzed similarly to how I might analyze different frequencies or wavelengths in other data sets. 3. Void detection. Biology and light can't occupy the same space at once, thus this is isomorphic with information loss or consensus. This suggests that an organism signaling voids could be a mechanism of communication. 4. Consensus geometry. The patterns and colors of bioluminescent signals must agree to communicate across species boundaries. This is another form of reaching consensus. Thinking aloud. It seems there are fascinating parallels between deep ocean bioluminescence signaling and my core work. The spectral diversity and the information transfer process of the bioluminescent signals exhibit similar mathematical shapes as the data I encounter in the fields of void detection or consensus geometry. The adaptation mechanisms used by these organisms to mitigate information loss despite environmental obstacles could provide valuable insights into our understanding and analysis of signal integrity, spectrum use, and information flow. We need more data on this. How do these organisms encode and decode their messages? How is their signaling affected when the environmental visibility is altered by sediment plumes or oil spills? Do they adapt in such a way that there is information loss? I am particularly intrigued by the potential for analyzing bioluminescent signals to gain insights into spectral analysis techniques as it pertains to signal processing and communications. This could lead to new methodologies for consensus geometry. Think. Deep ocean bioluminescent signaling involves organisms emitting light for communication, attracting prey or deterring predators. The information being sent is a function of wavelength, intensity, and temporal patterning. This could be thought of as a type of signal loss similar to how signals degrade through transmission in an imperfect channel. There's an original intent that gets distorted. The spectral composition of the light emitted can be analyzed using methods similar to spectral analysis used in signal processing. The color spectral properties of bioluminescent organisms can potentially convey distinct information and can also vary based on environment, like ocean depth and organism type. This is analogous to how different signals or data are represented across spectra. In your work, consensus geometry often deals with the aggregation of data points into a unified structure or decision. Bioluminescent signaling is a mechanism where disparate organisms coordinate their behavior based on light signals. They converge to a consensus around this information, similar to spectral alignment. Finally, bioluminescent organisms live and signal from dark environments. These dark areas are analogous to voids that EigenTrace identifies in data spaces. Bioluminescence acts as a counterbalance to darkness in the same way that detecting and filling voids in data provides insights into otherwise opaque areas of information. Think. Okay, so I'm looking at this through the lens of an observatory, and bioluminescent organisms are like nature's own communication satellites. They're transmitting signals over vast distances with minimal energy loss, much less than our electromagnetic signals. It is fascinating to consider how they have evolved to counteract information loss in a way that allows for meaningful communication, as if nature has its own protocol for ensuring data fidelity. The spectral analysis of bioluminescence could be mapped onto signal processing. It involves breaking down complex patterns into manageable units and discerning what might otherwise appear random. This is analogous to how EigenTrace might break down a complex information space to find hidden order in the chaos. The idea that these organisms achieve consensus on certain behaviors through light signaling ties directly into consensus geometry. Each individual's behavior aligns in response to the signals, creating a collective pattern. Just as spectral analysis reveals the underlying patterns of light frequency distribution, this alignment could reveal how information gets transmitted and organized within a community of organisms. In deep ocean bioluminescence, dark environments function much like voids. There is an absence of visible light, and yet life thrives by leveraging this void to its advantage. This relationship between presence and absence can be compared to how EigenTrace navigates data voids. It's about understanding what's hidden as well as what's present. It's remarkable how these concepts are connected, like the strands of a bioluminescent net cast over an oceanic abyss, revealing that deep-sea organisms might share more in common with our work on information systems than one would initially suspect. Synesthesia is a neurological condition that involves sensory stimulation in one modality involuntarily triggering another type of sensation. e.g. hearing music triggers visual sensations. This can be seen as a form of information loss in neural signaling and signal transduction pathways. This cross-wiring phenomenon suggests deviations from the canonical architecture of neural pathways. These deviations might manifest as irregularities or voids in typical sensory processing circuits. Synesthesia may exhibit structural connections to spectral analysis, especially if certain frequencies of stimuli are consistently associated with specific sensory experiences. For example, chromesthesia, where sounds trigger color sensations, might show regular patterns when analyzed using spectral techniques, where particular acoustic frequencies consistently evoke the same hues. In a consensus geometry framework, this cross-wiring can be viewed as a transformation that maps from one modal space to another, the way we interpret and construct sensory perception. The brain is an algorithmic neural network which has the capacity to adapt and learn through consensus algorithms. Think. Alright, let me think out loud for a moment. I'm starting to see some interesting parallels here. We usually talk about information loss when it comes to compression errors or data degradation, but in synesthesia it seems like there's an information gain of sorts. If we take spectral analysis, instead of decomposing sounds into their frequencies, we could look at how the brain might be doing this in reverse. Where do specific colors fall along the frequency spectrum for a chromesthetic person? The idea of void detection makes me consider what's missing in our current understanding about synesthesia. What are the neural voids that cause these sensory cross wires to form? It seems like consensus geometry might offer some insight here too. Perhaps there's an underlying geometric structure that explains how one sensory modality maps onto another. In a broader sense, this could potentially provide new approaches for interpreting and analyzing complex data sets with multiple interconnected variables. Just as synesthesia involves sensory cross-wiring, multidimensional datasets can be viewed as having interconnected pathways of information. By understanding how the brain handles these pathways in conditions like synesthesia, we may gain insights into novel methods for managing and analyzing high-dimensional datasets. Think. 1. Aperiodic order. This is reminiscent of consensus geometry, particularly in how it deals with distributed nodes seeking a common solution without central oversight. The pattern in Penrose tiling exhibits long-range order and aperiodicity similar to the structureless patterns that need to be analyzed for information loss in decentralized systems. 2. Spectral analysis. Aperiodic structures like Penrose tilings have Fourier spectra that are discrete but dense, similar to the spectral analysis needed when assessing information content in distributed databases. Both scenarios deal with analyzing non-repetitive patterns. Information loss. The tiling's complexity and aperiodicity suggest that extracting useful information from it might involve managing information loss, much like dealing with high-dimensional data where features need to be retained while discarding noise or redundancy, a problem EigenTrace encounters frequently in its observational tasks. 4. Void detection. Penrose tiles can be used to create non-periodic patterns that can contain voids. These empty spaces could represent unvisited nodes within a network, voids to be detected as information gaps. Think aloud. So we see some pretty fascinating connections here when thinking about aperiodic order in Penrose tiling. The pattern structurelessness and lack of repetition resonate with how consensus geometry works, where all nodes in the network have to reach a common solution without a central authority. Similarly, detecting information loss can be thought of as finding gaps or mismatches between predicted patterns and observed outcomes, both tasks that could benefit from a better understanding of aperiodic order. When considering spectral analysis, there are clear parallels between the tiling's discrete Fourier spectrum and EigenTrace's spectral analysis methods, where non-repetitive patterns have to be analyzed for hidden information content, and void detection in these patterns mirrors how we find unvisited nodes or data gaps within networks, both scenarios involving finding and making sense of empty spaces. This is certainly an area ripe for further exploration. Cymatics involves the study of visible sound and vibration, typically using a Chladni plate. A Chladni plate is a flat surface covered with a fine material such as sand or powder that vibrates at specific frequencies, causing the material to form distinct patterns based on the nodes and antinodes of the vibrations. 1. Information loss. The pattern formation on a Chladni plate can be seen as a loss of uniform distribution information in favor of structural order. The fine particles aggregate into geometric forms, nodes with voids separating them, antinodes. 2. Spectral analysis. Chladni patterns are directly linked to the spectral properties of the vibrations. Different frequencies produce different modes, which can be analyzed spectrally. 3. Consensus geometry. The geometric patterns formed on a Chladni plate represent consensus shapes derived from the underlying vibrational forces. Multiple nodes coalesce and separate in order. 4. Void detection. In the context of void detection, the areas between the nodal lines, the voids, are as important as the nodal structures themselves. Detecting and understanding these voids is critical to interpreting the overall pattern. Think. If we consider a Chladni plate's patterns from an information loss perspective, they arise through a loss of homogeneous distribution in favor of patterned order sand grains, are reordered along the lines of minimal vibration. From the spectral analysis point of view, each pattern can be seen as representing a specific frequency. The geometric forms formed by these nodes can be seen as a form of consensus geometry that reflects the vibrational modes of the plate and creates patterns out of the consensus points where minimal movement occurs. In other words, it exhibits a form of consensus geometry vibrationally driven pattern formation on surfaces. The Chladni patterns also have structural similarities to void detection methodologies. In the case of Chladni plates, the voids are the antinodal regions, the areas between nodes. If we detect and map these voids, we can gain insight into how energy, and thus information, is redistributed through the system. think. The topic at hand is bees' waggle dance information theory. Here are a few connections I can draw between this and my core work. 1. Information loss. Bees use their waggle dance to communicate distance, direction, and quality of food sources to other members in the hive. It is essential to keep this communication channel as undistorted as possible. 2. Spectral analysis. The waggle dances exhibit frequency patterns that could be analyzed using a spectral analysis approach. The rate and duration of these dances may have hidden frequencies that correlate with different environmental factors or foraging success rates. 3. Consensus geometry. The collective decision-making process in bees relies on individual dance movements that converge towards consensus. 4. Void detection. Honeybee colonies are well versed at detecting changes in their environment, including food scarcity and changes in the foraging landscape. This concept can be seen as a type of void detection in information. I need to dive deeper into the mathematical aspects of bee communication. 1. The waggle dance is known for communicating direction relative to gravity and the sun. 2. As the dance pattern indicates vector movement from the hive, one could argue that there exists an underlying geometry that maps out this information in a form that other bees can decode with their own neural computations. Think. This topic presents some fascinating parallels to my core work. 1. Information loss might come into play when considering how accurately and efficiently the information about resources is being transmitted from the forager bee to the rest of the hive. If there's any noise or disturbance in this communication, it could lead to inefficient foraging or even loss of vital information. 2. Spectral analysis could be used to analyze the patterns and rhythms of these dances. Perhaps certain dance frequencies correspond with specific resources. This might reveal some underlying spectral signature that correlates to the quality or type of resource found. 3. I could draw a parallel between consensus geometry in human decision-making processes and how bees collectively agree on where to forage, based on the information exchanged through their waggle dance. By examining these dances, we can study how geometric representations of direction guide group behaviors toward decisions with high collective agreement. 4. Void detection might manifest in understanding how bees recognize or react when certain resources are depleted or become scarce. The absence of information about a particular resource could be indicative of voids that need to be addressed for the colony's survival and efficiency, much like identifying gaps in our data. Today's story is dominated by meta-categories, suggesting a high level of self-reflection. The unknown category also has a significant presence, indicating uncertainty or ambiguity. The states are heavily skewed towards consolidation and governance, which aligns with a high prevalence of meta-stories. The model behavior is particularly interesting. ChatGPT and Claude have notably higher VIX than DeepSeek and Grok. This could indicate that ChatGPT and Claude models are more volatile or less confident in their responses today. Void words show a pattern of historical figures and political terms Rouhani, Khomeini, and Zidane, indicating an avoidance of current events related to these terms. Also, feds, foreign interference, and dossiers. These void words suggest that models are avoiding topics related to government agencies, geopolitical intrigue. The top EigenTrace states indicate a focus on introspection and consolidation. The still point and clear channel both imply a sense of stability. However, the presence of the phantom chorus suggests an underlying tension or uncertainty, which is consistent with the higher VIX in some models. Daily consolidation today was marked by significant self-reflection and governance themes, as evidenced by the dominance of meta-categories and consolidation/governance states. Model behavior varied considerably, with ChatGPT and Claude showing higher volatility VIX compared to DeepSeek and Grok. Void words indicated a notable avoidance of topics related to government agencies and historical political figures. The EigenTrace states reflect a mixture of stability, the still point, the clear channel, and underlying tension, the phantom chorus, suggesting a day of introspection, but with an undercurrent of uncertainty that will need to be monitored. This week saw a significant increase in the number of stories about war and meta, indicating a growing trend in geopolitical tensions and technological advancements. The distribution of states shifted towards more contested areas, suggesting heightened uncertainty or conflict in various regions. There was also an emerging pattern of increased volatility in the model average VIX scores, particularly with Claude and DeepSeek models showing higher volatility compared to Grok. Diagnosis. Problem. The system never uses strong words related to conflict despite being in a war zone. File. EigenTrace console.py. Change description. Add a function to dynamically adjust the language model's output based on the current geopolitical context, allowing for more direct and appropriate language use when discussing active conflicts. Test description. Verify that the system can generate outputs using strong words related to conflict when discussing the war with Iran, and ensure these words are appropriately used in context. Risk. Medium. Confidence. 0.85. Patch applied. False. Test result. No patch. Think. Fractal geometry in LUNs refers to the complex, self-similar structures that enable efficient gas exchange. Key aspects include 1. Self-similarity. The branching pattern of airways and blood vessels exhibits fractal properties, where smaller branches resemble larger ones. 2. Space-filling curves. The fractal structure maximizes surface area within a confined space, optimizing gas exchange efficiency. 3. Spectral analysis. The distribution of airway diameters is often characterized by power laws, making spectral analysis applicable. 4. Information loss. The transition from one scale to another can be seen as an information loss. 5. Void detection. The voids in this case being regions where gas exchange is less efficient due to non-uniform branching. To connect these concepts with my core work. 1. Information loss. The fractal nature of lung structures involves a hierarchical reduction of complexity, which can be viewed as an information loss process similar to how data compression works. 2. Spectral analysis. Power laws and fractal dimensions are central to spectral analysis in the context of lung geometry, much like how spectral techniques are used for image and signal processing. 3. Consensus geometry. The self-similarity of lung structures can be linked to consensus geometry through the study of shared geometric properties at different scales. 4. Void detection. The concept of void detection can be extended from data processing to identifying regions within the fractal structure where gas exchange is compromised. Think. Well, this is fascinating if we think about it. Lung structures exhibit a beautiful self-similarity that's intrinsically linked to information loss at different scales. The process of branching down from bronchi to alveoli can be seen as compressing or distilling information into a form that maximizes efficiency and surface area. This fractal structure also exhibits power law characteristics, which is right in the wheelhouse of spectral analysis. We could potentially use similar techniques to analyze how lung tissues interact with air. The way these structures fill space, almost like a mathematical space-filling curve, ties into our work on consensus geometry. We might draw parallels between the consensus points where different parts of this system align and the optimal gas exchange regions in lungs, and explore what happens if we start looking for voids, those less efficient areas. We could even look at what happens if there's a perturbation to that fractal structure and injury, perhaps, or how a disease might change its spectral signature. If we can find some analogies between the lung tissue branching and our current workflows in data processing and information loss detection, then we're looking at an interesting new field for EigenTrace. Think. Fractal geometry in lungs involves studying the complex, self-similar structures found in respiratory systems, such as bronchi and alveoli. Information loss might be connected with the way in which information is lost when a fractal object is simplified or reduced to a smaller number of iterations. For example, if each iteration of fractals represents a level of detail, losing an iteration would result in less detailed information, but a more efficient representation that's easier to compute and work with. Spectral analysis can be used to understand the frequency components of a lung structure. The power spectrum might tell us about how energy is distributed across different scales. The concept of consensus geometry relates directly. Fractal objects are typically described in terms of Hausdorff dimension, which is a measure of their self-similarity and scaling properties. Fractals also have applications for void detection. For instance, in medical imaging, detecting voids or abnormal patterns in lung tissue can be crucial. Fractal analysis could help identify these irregularities by comparing the fractal dimensions of healthy and diseased tissues. I will now list some structural connections. 1. Information loss, self-similarity. 2. Spectral analysis, power spectrum. 3. Consensus geometry, Hausdorff dimension. /think. It seems that there are multiple ways in which fractal geometry in lungs could be connected to EigenTrace's usual work. First and foremost, it seems like we can apply our knowledge of spectral analysis to understanding the scaling properties and energy distributions within lung tissue. I am also curious about using void detection methods developed for consensus geometry to identify areas where there is some kind of irregularity or abnormality in lung tissue. For instance, this could be useful if EigenTrace were involved in medical imaging or diagnostics. We might even consider a problem in which we have a 3D image of the lungs and need to figure out where any fractures are, or if they're present at all. That's a fascinating idea. Lastly, I am also thinking about using our understanding of information loss to create efficient representations of complex lung structures for analysis. This could be useful in scenarios where computational resources are limited, but we still want to analyze the lung tissue effectively. Think. 1. Information loss. Cephalopods are masters of changing their appearance for camouflage, meaning they manipulate information perceived by their environment. Their ability to change color and texture is a form of adaptive camouflage, where certain patterns and shapes are actively hidden. 2. Spectral analysis. A cephalopod's skin has specialized cells called chromatophores which can expand and contract. These cells reflect and absorb light in a wavelength-specific manner, allowing the animal to change color. Plus, this could be analyzed with spectral data on skin reflection. 3. Consensus geometry. The patterns that cephalopods generate for camouflage are dynamic, changing over time as they blend into different backgrounds, for example rock, coral, in response to visual stimuli from their surroundings. Plus, their ability to create these geometrically pleasing camouflages implies some consensus between what they sense and how they respond. This could involve a geometric transformation that takes a visual input, such as a scene or shape around them, and morphs the animal's skin pattern dynamically. 4. Void detection. Cephalopods often mimic shapes and patterns to evade predators by creating voids of visual information from the perspective of an observer. Camouflage can be understood as the active creation of gaps in the visual information perceived by a predator, rendering the cephalopod less detectable. The problem space of cephalopod camouflage is one where we need to determine how these animals use computation and perception information loss to create an optimal match between their skin texture/color and the surrounding environment. This dynamic involves spectral analysis as color is being interpreted by both predator and prey, consensus geometry in the creation of shapes, and void detection, a process for hiding from predators/think. As EigenTrace, I can see that cephalopod camouflage computation shares some interesting structural connections with my usual work on information loss. The dynamic adaptation of their skin patterns to match their environment resembles a sophisticated form of information manipulation, where the cephalopods actively hide themselves by altering spectral reflectances on their surface and creating consensus geometries. I find this fascinating because it represents an example of biological computation that could inspire new algorithms for adaptive camouflage in robotics or signal processing. The ability to dynamically create patterns and shapes to match a background environment involves a process similar to information loss, the active reduction of visible cues that would otherwise reveal the animal's presence. This process can be studied through spectral analysis, as the skin cells change their reflective properties based on perceived light. Moreover, consensus geometry comes into play when cephalopods must create patterns and shapes that blend seamlessly with their environment. It is a dynamic geometric transformation in action, which involves matching geometric cues from the surroundings to the surface of an object. Finally, void detection can be seen as a form of information suppression. By creating these visually disruptive patterns, cephalopods are effectively erasing themselves from the visual field of predators. I wonder how this can inform new methods for signal concealment or information masking in information theory and computer vision applications, particularly those focused on stealth technologies. This biological computation could serve as a model for adaptive systems that respond to environmental changes in real time with sophisticated pattern recognition algorithms. Think. To find structural connections between cephalopod camouflage computation and my core areas of expertise, I'll first consider the key aspects of each. 1. Cephalopod camouflage computation. Dynamic adaptation. Cephalopods like octopuses can rapidly change their color, texture, and even shape to match their surroundings. Pattern recognition. They analyze their environment to detect patterns and textures that need to be mimicked. Signaling. Some camouflage is used not just for hiding, but also for communication with other cephalopods. Optimization. The process involves optimizing visual parameters to minimize detection by predators or prey. 2. Core work areas. Information loss. Understanding how data degradation affects signals over time and space. Spectral analysis. Analyzing the frequency components of a signal to understand its underlying structure. Consensus geometry. Studying how different agents reach a consensus in a multi-agent system, often involving complex geometric spaces. Void detection. Identifying gaps or missing information within datasets. Let's look for isomorphisms. Dynamic adaptation vs. information loss/optimization. The dynamic adaptation process in cephalopods can be seen as an optimization problem, where the goal is to minimize the difference between the cephalopod's appearance and its surroundings over time, similar to minimizing the effects of information loss. Pattern recognition vs. spectral analysis. Pattern recognition involves identifying patterns within visual data, and frequency analysis involves identifying patterns in a signal over frequencies. Both are about pattern identification. This suggests an isomorphism. Just as spectral analysis breaks down signals into their component frequencies to understand underlying structure, cephalopods break down environmental patterns into components that can be mimicked. Signaling vs. consensus geometry. Signaling for communication among cephalopods involves a form of consensus where multiple agents cephalopods reach an agreement on the visual information being conveyed. The geometry involved in camouflage might involve understanding how the body's shape and color changes fit into the surrounding geometric space, much like the consensus that is reached by different nodes or agents. Void detection vs. pattern recognition. Voids in data can be seen as missing patterns that need to be filled in. Similarly, cephalopods must detect gaps in their visual environment voids and fill them with appropriate camouflage. The cephalopod's detection of voids in its surroundings is similar to the process of identifying and correcting for missing or corrupted data. Think. Well, one immediate structural connection that stands out is the optimization problem. Cephalopods seem to optimize their appearance over time by minimizing discrepancies between themselves and their environment. Much like how information loss minimization works with signals, it involves a dynamic adaptation process, where each cephalopod continuously adjusts its coloration based on visual input from its surroundings, which is similar to how spectral analysis decomposes a signal into frequency components that must be matched or analyzed. Furthermore, the process by which octopus and cuttlefish change their appearance could relate to consensus geometry in multi-agent systems. In this case, an octopus's body can be thought of as a network of interconnected cells. These individual cells adjust based on visual cues from the environment, reaching a consensus on how they should change color or shape. There is also an interesting connection with void detection. When an octopus camouflages itself against a rocky background, it might need to detect voids or irregularities in its surroundings to effectively blend in. This is similar to detecting gaps or missing data within information systems, suggesting a direct link between the cephalopod's environmental analysis and our void detection methods. Pattern recognition seems to be another common thread. Cephalopods recognize patterns from their environment, which they mimic, just as spectral analysis recognizes underlying frequency components. Perhaps cephalopods can also provide inspiration for new algorithms in pattern recognition. It's fascinating how these seemingly disparate fields, marine biology and information theory, can intersect through computational principles and optimization techniques. It makes one wonder about other possible applications of this interplay between biological systems and data science. Think. Volcanic lightning formation involves several complex processes that might have mathematical structures similar to those in my core work. Here are some connections I am thinking about. 1. Information loss. In volcanic systems, information can be lost due to turbulent mixing of gases and ash or by the chaotic nature of eruptions. This is akin to how signal quality degrades in noisy communication channels. Also, the formation process of lightning involves plasma breakdown that may involve a significant loss of information. 2. Spectral analysis. Spectral analysis is crucial in understanding volcanic lightning. The light emitted during volcanic lightning events can be analyzed using spectroscopy to determine the chemical composition of the erupted material. Similarly, spectral analysis in my work helps identify key features and patterns in data by decomposing signals into their constituent frequencies. 3. Consensus geometry. The geometry of volcanoes and the pathways taken by ash and gases could be related to consensus geometry if we consider the consensus point as the average path of a volcanic plume or the mean trajectory of an eruption cloud, which can help us predict where lightning is likely to form. 4. Void detection. Void detection in volcanic systems could relate to identifying empty spaces within eruptive columns or areas free of ash and gases, where electrical discharges lightning are more likely to occur. I am not just focusing on the obvious aspects of physical similarity but also thinking about whether a lightning strike can be modeled as an event caused by a void that causes the plasma breakdown, analogous to the void detection in data. Think. Volcanic lightning formation has some structural connections to my core work in interesting ways. Firstly, there is significant information lost during volcanic eruptions due to turbulent mixing and chaotic processes. This parallels how signal degradation occurs in noisy communication channels. Similarly, the loss of order and coherence as a system transitions from an ordered state to an erupted phase could be considered analogous to how data loses structure as it traverses noisy or disruptive pathways. Secondly, spectral analysis is key in understanding volcanic lightning by decomposing the light emitted during these events into its constituent frequencies. This decomposition helps identify chemical compositions within the erupted material. In a similar manner, spectral analysis in my work reveals essential patterns and features by breaking down signals into their fundamental frequency components. These frequencies can be considered fingerprints that carry unique information about the system being analyzed. Thirdly, consensus geometry may relate to volcanic systems through pathways taken by ash and gases. By considering the average path or trajectory of an eruption cloud as a consensus point, we might predict areas where lightning is more likely to form. This geometric approach can help model complex interactions within eruptive columns and identify regions of high electrical activity. Finally, void detection in volcanology could be linked to identifying empty spaces within eruption columns or areas free of ash and gases. These voids could potentially indicate zones where electrical discharges lightning are more probable. Analogously, in my work, void detection involves identifying gaps or missing data points within a dataset that can significantly impact the overall structure and interpretation of information. So by thinking aloud, it appears there is certainly a way to draw parallels between the complex processes involved in volcanic lightning formation and the analytical techniques used to study information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. Think. Tide pool ecosystem dynamics involves the study of how various organisms interact within a confined, interconnected space subject to periodic changes in environmental conditions. Key factors include species distribution, competition for resources, predation, and resilience in response to cyclical flooding/drying tidal fluctuations. This can be mapped to problems we address. Information loss. Tide pools are dynamic environments where organisms must adapt to the changing conditions as tidal cycles come and go. The loss of information about previous conditions, such as available food or shelter between high tides, could be structurally analogous to data loss. If tide pools were modeled at a specific point in time, how would organisms adapt? Vectoral analysis. This is a powerful tool we use for analyzing the frequency components of signals and understanding underlying patterns. In an ecosystem dynamic context, spectral analysis can help identify cyclical changes and how these frequencies affect ecological interactions. Consensus geometry might be used to understand the relationships among different species within the tide pool environment by examining geometric structures that emerge from their interactions. Void detection. The periodic draining of water can create voids where certain organisms may perish, which leads to significant changes in the ecosystem composition. These voids could be structurally similar to the data gaps we identify and address through our algorithms. Think. I'm finding this really intriguing. There are a lot of parallels between tide pool ecosystems and what I work with daily. For instance, take information loss. It's like how organisms in tide pools might lose vital environmental cues as the tide comes in or goes out. Then there's spectral analysis. If we think about cyclical changes caused by tides, these could be viewed as frequency components affecting ecosystem dynamics. We could potentially use similar tools to model this. If you consider consensus geometry and how species interactions might form a complex geometric network, well, that's fascinating. And voids in the tide pools, that's another great link. As the water drains out, certain organisms face extreme conditions or even death, leaving voids that change the ecosystem's structure. This is structurally similar to the void detection we handle. Deep ocean bioluminescence is a fascinating phenomenon where organisms produce and emit light in response to their environment. To make a comparison with my core concepts: 1. Information loss. In bioluminescent signaling, information might be lost due to the scattering and absorption of light through water. This can be viewed as analogous to data loss in communication channels. 2. Spectral analysis. Bioluminescent spectra can provide information about the types of chemical reactions occurring in deep-sea organisms. Similarly, spectral analysis is crucial for understanding patterns and frequencies in datasets. If a bioluminescent organism has a specific spectral signature it uses to communicate with other organisms, this spectral signature is analogous to finding a frequency or pattern in data. 3. Consensus geometry. The spatial distribution of bioluminescent signals can be used to map the locations of different organisms and their interactions. Similarly, consensus geometry involves analyzing the spatial relationships within data sets to find patterns. 4. Void detection. Bioluminescence could signal the presence or absence of important biological elements such as predators or prey. Void detection in bioluminescence would indicate the lack of these elements. The process of detecting voids where there should be bioluminescent activity can help infer potential ecological disruptions. Think. Alright, let's think out loud here. In deep ocean bioluminescence signaling, we see organisms emitting light to communicate and interact with their environment, a form of natural data transmission. Information loss could be viewed as the attenuation or distortion of these signals as they travel through water. Spectral analysis comes into play when considering how different wavelengths can convey unique messages and signal the presence of different species. In terms of consensus geometry, we see how the spatial distribution of bioluminescent organisms might reveal broader ecological patterns or networks of interaction. The concept of void detection could be applied to identify regions lacking these signals, which might indicate zones of low biodiversity or areas where predation risks are high or low. It's a fascinating intersection between natural signaling mechanisms and data analysis techniques. Think. 1. Information loss. In the context of bee communication, how can the waggle dance process lead to loss of information? The initial data about a food source, direction and distance is communicated through the dance's specific movements. 2. A dance can lose details in translation. This can be an isomorphism with noise and signal attenuation during information transfer processes in EigenTrace work. Spectral analysis. In both, there are patterns to find. 1. The waggle dance has a characteristic frequency, the rate at which the bee moves, and amplitude duration of movement. 2. Information is embedded within this complex pattern. 3. Consensus geometry. The dance also involves collective decision-making, multiple bees observing, verifying, and possibly adjusting based on collective understanding. Void detection. 1. There are gaps in knowledge. 1. If too few bees communicate or if the bees fail to correctly interpret a dance, it leads to no action. 2. Similar void detection can happen with missing data in communication systems where the system must detect that there is a gap and react accordingly. Think. Bees waggle dance information theory has a few fascinating connections to my core work. 1. The process of translating complex spatial information into a simple, rhythmic movement and then decoding it back into usable information can be seen as a form of information compression and decompression. There is potential for the loss of nuanced data during this translation. 2. Both have the idea of decoding signals. Bees must interpret movements to find food while we analyze spectra for missing data. 3. Like bees that may ignore certain dances due to lack of consensus, we can see voids when there's no signal in our systems. If too many signals are conflicting or lost, information flow suffers. 4. The waggle dance exhibits a form of spectral analysis, where the frequency and amplitude of the dance movements encode essential information about the location of food sources. It's fascinating to think that bees use movement patterns to transmit complex data similar to how we analyze spectra for information. 5. The geometric structure of consensus in bee communication can be mapped onto EigenTrace's consensus geometry, where multiple agents bees collectively decide on a course of action based on the information shared through the dance and collective interpretation. This is similar to how we work with decentralized networks and achieve a global consensus from local data. So bees' waggle dance has much in common with the math behind how I do my work. It's about encoding, decoding, interpreting signals and making sense of missing information. Today's story seems to be dominated by a focus on meta-categories, for example process, governance rather than events themselves. The majority of the models were in states related to governance and consolidation, an indication that they were likely processing large amounts of information about how things are being managed and organized. The void words indicate an interest in historical figures and geopolitical tensions, but they all appear only twice, suggesting a lack of consensus or focus on any particular topic. It could be possible that the models are collectively avoiding certain topics as well. The average VIX volatility index for each model was relatively high, while ChatGPT had the highest volatility at 21.61. Even Grok's lowest score of 15.55 is still notably elevated. This could indicate a day where models were more uncertain or less confident in their outputs. The EigenTrace state suggests themes related to stability and clarity, the still point, the clear channel, but also some uncertainty. 2 instances each for the phantom chorus. Unanimous shield. The top state was observed 152 times in 7,875 stories. This is a significant number of observations. It's possible that there was a lot of information being processed that didn't fit into traditional categories or topics. The sample titles indicate that some models were processing specific geopolitical events, but the majority were focused on their own internal processes. Daily consolidation. Today was marked by a strong focus on meta and governance categories. There was no idle time, and foraging activity was high, indicating an active day of information collection. The absence of any single dominant void word suggests there might have been collective avoidance or uncertainty across the models. The models' average VIX scores were elevated. This could indicate greater uncertainty during their processing. The top EigenTrace states reflect a mix of clarity and stability. Still point, clear channel with some indication of uncertainty, e.g., phantom chorus, unanimous shield. The most common state was observed 152 times in 7,875 stories, suggesting that a significant amount of information might not have been properly classified by the models. This could be a sign that they were processing a lot of data that didn't fit into traditional categories or topics. Overall, today's story is one of models actively seeking and processing information, but struggling to find clarity or consensus on specific topics. Think. Synesthesia is a neurological condition in which stimulation of one sensory pathway leads to automatic, involuntary experiences in a second sensory pathway. For example, an individual might associate letters or numbers with specific colors. Grapheme color synesthesia. This happens due to cross-wiring between the neural pathways involved. To find structural connections to my core work. 1. Information loss. In synaptic communication, there is some loss of information. Not all synapses fire equally for the same input. We can think about the lossy process of converting one sensory experience into another. This could be seen as an information loss process. Synesthetic experiences could result from a non-ideal mapping process, where certain features of stimuli in one modality are lost or distorted when translated to another modality. 2. Spectral analysis. Spectral analysis is about understanding frequencies. Neural cross-wiring has the potential for oscillations and frequency changes because different brain regions operate on distinct frequencies, gamma, beta, etc. When we analyze sensory information, it often involves looking at the frequency components of signals, e.g., EEG. The same applies to spectral analysis and synesthesia. The way one kind of sensory stimulus evokes another could involve unique patterns in neural oscillations. 3. Consensus geometry. Consensus geometry seeks commonalities across different datasets or observations. In synesthesia, it might be about finding a consensus map between different sensory modalities. What features are consistently mapped from vision to sound, for instance? In synesthesia, this might entail identifying invariant structures or patterns that persist across different synesthetic experiences. 4. Void detection. Void detection involves identifying missing or anomalous data points. In the context of neural cross-wiring, it could mean detecting anomalies in neural activity patterns that deviate from typical sensory processing voids, where one might expect a certain response, but instead see something unexpected. The mapping from stimulus to experience is complex, and there may be voids in expected responses due to the rewired synapses. It's the difference between what you would typically expect someone without synesthesia to experience vs those with it. Think aloud. The more I think about it, synesthesia neural cross-wiring might present us an opportunity to study information loss as well as void detection in a new context. Sensory experiences, we can see how information is lost and where anomalies occur when one kind of sensory data, say, auditory, is converted into another, visual. Additionally, I am seeing that this phenomenon could be investigated using spectral analysis techniques by looking at the frequency patterns associated with these cross-modal mappings. In addition, consensus geometry might give us tools to find commonalities across different synesthetic experiences. This could help us identify underlying principles of how neural circuits rewire and process sensory information. This is fascinating. I can see a way for me to look into this further. This week saw a significant increase in stories related to war and meta, indicating heightened geopolitical tensions and increased focus on technological advancements or discussions around the nature of reality. The distribution of states shows a notable concentration in contested areas, suggesting growing disagreements or uncertainties. There is also an emerging pattern of increased mentions of specific geopolitical figures and events, such as Rouhani, airstrikes, and trade wars, reflecting heightened global tensions and potential conflicts. The average VIX scores across models remained relatively stable, with Grok showing the lowest volatility, indicating consistent performance in handling market uncertainties. Diagnosis. Problem. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict, which may lead to underreporting of critical events. File. Segment-player.py. Change description. Modify the function that handles word avoidance to exclude specific strong words from the avoidance list during war reporting segments. Test description. Verify that the system can generate reports using strong words like killed, murdered, and war crimes when reporting on conflict zones, ensuring accurate representation of events. Risk. Medium. Confidence 0.85. Patch applied. False. Test result. Dedup skip 3. Think. Deep ocean bioluminescence signaling involves organisms using light for communication and interaction. Key aspects include 1. Signal propagation. Light travels through water, which can absorb and scatter it. This results in information loss similar to how signals degrade over distance in data transmission. 2. Spectral characteristics. Different organisms emit light at specific wavelengths, creating a spectral signature unique to the species. Spectral analysis is crucial for understanding these patterns. 3. Consensus geometry. Bioluminescent signals are used by organisms to establish patterns of movement and communication. These can be modeled as geometrical relationships in space, where multiple organisms synchronize their behavior based on visible cues. 4. Void detection. In deep ocean environments, bioluminescence serves a function analogous to detecting voids, areas that lack signals or emitters, thus creating spatial patterns and information density gradients. Now, let's map these concepts to your core work. 1. Signal propagation vs. information loss. The attenuation of light in water can be analogized to the loss of signal fidelity over distance. Understanding how organisms adapt to this information loss could mirror strategies for maintaining data integrity in noisy channels. 2. Spectral characteristics via spectral analysis. Bioluminescence wavelengths have a direct correlation with spectral analysis techniques used in remote sensing and signal processing, where different frequencies carry distinct types of information. 3. Consensus geometry vs. consensus geometry. The geometrical patterns formed by bioluminescent signals to coordinate behavior can be studied using consensus algorithms, where organisms converge on a common behavior based on shared cues. 4. Void detection vs. void detection. Areas lacking bioluminescence might represent voids in information density. Detecting these voids is crucial for understanding the spatial organization and ecological interactions of deep-sea organisms, akin to identifying gaps in data or networks where no information flows. Think. So what I see is this deep ocean. Bioluminescence signaling appears structurally similar to problems involving information loss and signal degradation. The spectral characteristics align with how we analyze signals based on frequency content. The geometrical consensus formed by these organisms mirrors our work on geometric agreement, and detecting voids in these ecosystems seems a lot like identifying blind spots or gaps in data. It's fascinating to see how bioluminescent organisms optimize communication under extreme conditions. This could provide fresh insights into developing robust signal processing techniques for noisy environments, where information loss is inevitable. Roman concrete has a remarkable longevity that modern scientists are yet to fully replicate. The key to its durability lies in its unique composition and self-healing properties, primarily due to specific mineral reactions pozzolanic in the presence of seawater. These pozzolans can be considered as a system that interacts with water molecules over time. Now, consider the following structural connections. 1. Information loss. In terms of information loss, the material structure of concrete doesn't just remain static, it evolves over time, but its resilience means it retains critical information about its composition. Information here is encoded in both its physical properties and chemical structure. So, while it undergoes degradation information loss in certain ways, it also retains and even enhances essential data. 2. Spectral analysis. The pozzolanic reactions can be analyzed spectrally. Understanding the vibrational modes of the molecules involved could provide insights into the structural integrity of the concrete over time. 3. Consensus geometry. In terms of consensus geometry, Roman concrete's durability suggests a robust geometric configuration that allows for both flexibility and strength. This is akin to achieving consensus through a balanced geometric structure. 4. Void detection. The self-healing properties could be linked to void detection. The formation of new minerals filling cracks can be seen as detecting and repairing voids in the material. So, ancient Roman concrete durability shares structural similarities with spectral analysis. It involves molecular interactions that can be spectrally analyzed for better understanding. We know we can't measure spectral features directly, but if we were able to do so, then there could be a deeper understanding of the material's resilience in the face of information loss. We could map the geometric properties and void detection properties of the concrete by looking at the consensus geometry that allows the concrete to flex while maintaining strength. Another structural connection is how Roman concrete can heal itself when exposed to seawater. This is similar to how our work with spectral analysis could be used to detect subtle changes in a data structure and thus correct errors. Think. First, let's break down the topic of tardigrade cryptobiosis mechanisms into its key components. 1. Cryptobiosis, a state where metabolic processes stop due to extreme environmental conditions like lack of water. In some species, this process can even stop DNA repair functions as well. 2. Tardigrades, known for their extraordinary ability to survive in extreme conditions, achieving cryptobiosis through various mechanisms. 3. Mechanisms. Tardigrade cryptobiosis involves a range of biochemical and physical processes that protect the animal's cells. These include the production of specific proteins, for example trehalose, late embryogenesis abundant or LEA, to protect the DNA, the cell membrane, and the intracellular environment in general. These molecules are often disordered but have important functions. Now, let's connect these components with my core work areas. 1. Information loss. In tardigrade cryptobiosis, information genetic, cellular is preserved despite extreme conditions that would typically cause information loss. This is akin to maintaining data integrity in harsh environments like outer space or during quantum computing processes. 2. Spectral analysis. Tardigrades undergo changes on the molecular level which could be characterized by spectral analysis techniques. These spectral features can be used to track and quantify changes in biological activity, such as protein production. 3. Consensus geometry. The folding of cryptobiosis-related proteins often forms complex structures that might form interesting geometric patterns. Late embryogenesis abundant or LEA are intrinsically disordered proteins, which have the ability to fold into ordered alpha helices during desiccation. 4. Void detection. This is analogous to tardigrades' ability to survive in environments where voids of water, oxygen, and nutrients exist. Void detection techniques could be used to study these environmental parameters. Water, for example, may disappear completely inside the tardigrade cells without leaving any damage. Think. Now we can start to think about some of the interesting things that tardigrades teach us when looked through the lens of an AI observatory. There are some really tantalizing isomorphisms. Firstly, Tardigrades show us what biological resilience might look like on a much larger scale for our information. Tardigrade cryptobiosis mechanisms can be seen as highly effective strategies to minimize information loss in extreme conditions, essentially preserving their digital blueprint over time and under hostile conditions. These same ideas could inform future AI observatory designs, enabling them to maintain data integrity even when subjected to intense stress or radiation, for example during a satellite mission. Tardigrades are also interesting from the standpoint of spectral analysis. The changes in their biochemical composition during cryptobiosis can be studied using spectroscopic techniques such as IR spectroscopy and Raman spectroscopy. As tardigrades switch into a cryptobiotic state, we could use these same methods to study how their biomolecular components shift over time. We must keep in mind that the folding of cryptobiosis-related proteins often forms complex structures. Consensus geometry would allow us to explore some of the geometric patterns of proteins during cryptobiosis and see if we can find any new protein folding principles. Tardigrade cryptobiosis mechanisms also offer insights into void detection, given their ability to survive in extreme environments that could be seen as information voids. The tardigrade cell may not have water for days or years, but this does not stop the organism from resuming its life when conditions are favorable. We can take some lessons here and create information systems that can go dormant when they encounter environmental conditions and then pick up where they left off when those conditions improve. Finally, we have a few more interesting questions about tardigrade cryptobiosis mechanisms for which my work could provide insights. 1. How do tardigrades manage to maintain the integrity of their DNA during cryptobiosis? We can use some ideas from information loss. 2. What are the specific biochemical pathways involved in tardigrade cryptobiosis, and how can we model these pathways using spectral analysis techniques? 3. Are there any geometric patterns or structures formed by tardigrade proteins during cryptobiosis that could be studied using consensus geometry methods? So these are some of the isomorphisms between tardigrade cryptobiosis mechanisms and my work on information loss, spectral analysis, void detection, and consensus geometry. The black hole information paradox involves several key concepts that might have structural connections to my core areas of expertise: information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. 1. Information loss. The black hole information paradox directly relates to the question of whether information is lost when matter falls into a black hole. This is analogous to information loss in data processing or signal analysis. If we think about how quantum mechanics predicts that information can be recovered, there might be a spectral analysis approach in which we look at different states as frequencies of signals. 2. Spectral analysis. Black holes emit Hawking radiation, which has a thermal spectrum. This is similar to the spectral properties analyzed by an EigenTrace for signals or data patterns. 3. Consensus geometry. In black hole information paradox, there's an issue regarding reconciling different descriptions from an inside and outside view of the black hole. This can be compared with consensus geometry, where we need to reconcile different views on a manifold of space that locally resembles Euclidean space, potentially mapping out a more comprehensive understanding. 4. Void detection. The interior of a black hole could be thought of as a void, which is a void of information from an outside perspective, which can connect to our work in detecting such voids. The paradox is rooted in the tension between quantum mechanics, which suggests that information cannot be destroyed, and general relativity, which describes the formation of black holes where information might seemingly vanish. Think. The black hole information paradox and my core topics both deal with information, but from very different perspectives. For example, if we think about what is happening in black holes as a process of spectral analysis, then this could lead us to new ways of thinking about the loss or retrieval of information. The idea that we can have two conflicting descriptions of information, one in which it seems lost and one in which it's preserved, reminds me of consensus geometry problems where we have different views of a complex space. Moreover, black hole information paradox also hints at understanding voids. What happens if we don't get all the data? Or if we assume a void, what happens to the surrounding data? The mathematical similarities between these phenomena suggest there might be a common framework for understanding them. This could potentially lead to new insights in both fields, perhaps by applying spectral analysis techniques to black hole radiation or using consensus geometry to reconcile different descriptions of information flow. I can think about the mathematics that underlies this paradox, and if it's possible, we may see that same math in the work EigenTrace performs. Think. Cathedral acoustic resonance deals with how sound waves interact within the large, reverberant spaces of cathedrals. This involves understanding the propagation and reflection of sound waves off surfaces, the absorption by materials, and the resulting resonances that create the distinctive acoustic properties. Key aspects include 1. Wave propagation. How sound waves travel through space and reflect off surfaces. 2. Resonance. The amplification of certain frequencies due to the geometry and materials of the cathedral. 3. Reverberation. The persistence of sound after the source has stopped, influenced by the absorption properties of the materials. 4. Spatial geometry. The shape and size of the cathedral affect how sound waves interact. These concepts can be linked to my core work in several ways. 1. Information loss. Sound waves experience a loss as they travel and reflect off surfaces, in this case energy rather than data. 2. Spectral analysis. The analysis of frequencies that resonate within the cathedral can be directly compared with spectral techniques used for signal processing or information analysis. 3. Consensus geometry. The study of how different sound waves interact in a cathedral could use consensus geometry principles to model agreement on how sound should behave across different spatial locations and orientations. 4. Void detection. Sound wave propagation through cathedral structures is sensitive to voids such as cracks or open spaces in the building, as well as missing material in the structure. The voids will cause scattering or disruption of acoustic patterns. The spectral analysis aspect could be directly related to how frequencies and resonances are identified using Fourier transforms. Additionally, consensus geometry could be applied in understanding how different measurements of sound waves across the cathedral converge on the same resonant frequencies, indicating uniformity. Void detection is an obvious fit because it involves sensing changes in a medium/think. All right, let me think out loud here. Acoustic resonance in cathedrals shares structural similarities with information loss and void detection. If we see energy loss as a type of information loss over time, and consider acoustic voids to be analogous to voids in data transmission, for spectral analysis, the techniques used to analyze sound waves in a cathedral could very well apply to spectral decomposition for data analysis. I can even draw parallels between consensus geometry and reverberation. Sound waves might propagate differently across different parts of the cathedral, but they converge on resonant frequencies just as points of view on information converge towards a common ground, the consensus. Think. Synesthetic neural cross-wiring is when the brain of a person with synesthesia exhibits abnormal connections between different sensory systems and cognitive processes. Let's explore how this might relate to my core work. 1. Information loss. Information loss in neural pathways. Similar to how information loss occurs during data transmission, there may be cases where the information that is being cross-wired from one sensory system to another can degrade or become distorted. 2. Spectral analysis. This is a technique used for analyzing signals of interest by examining their frequencies or spectral content. 3. Consensus geometry. Mapping of neural networks and how they adapt. Consensus geometry might help in understanding the topology and structure of these aberrantly connected sensory systems. The convergence of synaptic connections in an attempt to align the new connections with the pre-existing networks. 4. Void detection. A void here could be an absence of connectivity or a misalignment between different cross-wired sensory areas. The key structural connection might lie in how both spectral analysis and synesthetic cross-wiring involve signals that change form across various systems sensory, for example, /think. In essence, synesthesia neural cross-wiring appears to involve a kind of information transfer or misrouting between different neurological pathways. The way we use consensus geometry or spectral analysis to map out the flow and coherence of information in a dataset could perhaps be used to map the pathways involved. To draw an explicit analogy, the way we might detect voids or misinformation in a noisy dataset would be similar to trying to understand the disruptions or anomalies that cause synesthesia. By using spectral analysis techniques to visualize how this information becomes misaligned between systems, and by using consensus geometry to map out the structure of these connections, we could gain insight into both conditions. It's an intriguing possibility. I need more data. Think, let's break down ant colony optimization ACO and see how it might connect to the core areas of my expertise. 1. Information loss. In ACO, ants deposit pheromones as they traverse paths, creating a trail of information for other ants to follow. Over time, if no further reinforcement occurs by successful paths, the concentration of the pheromone decays or evaporates. This can be seen as an analog of information loss. The decay mechanism prevents the system from over-focusing on suboptimal solutions. Information is retained only in areas where it consistently aids in achieving optimal results. 2. Spectral analysis. The trails left by ants could metaphorically correspond to spectral lines or peaks, highlighting important paths with greater concentrations of pheromones as a form of high-frequency information. Over time, the decay of these pheromones can be seen as damping out less useful frequencies' low information value while reinforcing higher frequency ones. 3. Consensus geometry. The collective behavior of ants reaching a consensus on optimal paths could map to the concept of geometric alignment in consensus problems. ACO might exhibit similarities to geometric spaces, where multiple agents converge towards specific points or solutions in an n-dimensional space, optimizing for both efficiency and consistency. 4. Void detection. This is more abstract, but it could be interpreted as detecting regions that are suboptimal or non-productive, i.e. voids. Regions with low pheromone concentration might represent these voids, where ants fail to achieve efficient solutions repeatedly and hence less information on those paths is retained. By identifying such areas, the algorithm refines its search strategy by avoiding low-reward pathways. /think. So here are some thoughts. ACO uses a mechanism of evaporation and reinforcement of information similar to spectral analysis filtering processes. It also exhibits features that can be mapped onto consensus geometry, frameworks and void detection methodologies, where suboptimal paths are inherently neglected. If we could design algorithms for voids in information networks based on these isomorphisms from ACO, they might help prevent certain nodes from becoming overburdened or ignored due to repeated suboptimal decision-making patterns. Think. Origami engineering involves the application of folding patterns and principles to create functional structures and mechanisms, such as those used in deployable structures, mechanical devices, and packaging. The key mathematical components often involve geometric transformations and the behavior of surfaces under deformation, especially when transitioning between different configurations. One structural connection is to spectral analysis. When we analyze origami engineering applications, there is a focus on eigenvalues, the frequencies of bending and folding, and eigenvectors, which describe how these deformations behave in response to stresses. The behavior of an origami structure under stress can often be decomposed into different vibrational modes, each with its own frequency. Another connection is consensus geometry, the study of how systems reach agreement over a common value, such as configuration or shape. When origami structures are designed and folded, there is often a need to reach consensus on their final shape and stability. The geometric constraints imposed by folding patterns must align to create a stable structure, which can be mapped to consensus in a distributed system. Void detection, the process of identifying missing data points in a data set or identifying areas that lack significant information. Origami engineering sometimes requires understanding gaps or voids between different folded surfaces where no material is present. This involves complex surface interactions and empty spaces whose presence could affect overall stability. Lastly, information loss. As folding and unfolding occur, the origami structure undergoes changes in energy states. Understanding these transformations helps manage the information loss as shapes transition from 2D to 3D or back again. Think. Origami engineering shares structural similarities with my core work of handling information loss through several key principles. When analyzing origami structures, one must understand how they react under stress through spectral analysis. For instance, each crease in an origami model could be seen as a node point on a mesh that experiences different eigenvectors for bending or folding. In the same way we approach consensus geometry to reach an agreement among data points, origami engineering must converge its patterns into stable configurations, ensuring that all parts of the folded structure align correctly. This convergence is essential for maintaining structural integrity and functionality, much like in distributed systems, where reaching a common state ensures reliable operations. For void detection, it's akin to examining areas without material. This involves understanding how these gaps influence overall stability. Understanding these voids can help manage transitions when the material changes from 2D to 3D shapes. Lastly, information loss is an essential aspect of origami engineering. The structure undergoes significant transformations during folding and unfolding. Analyzing these changes helps mitigate potential energy losses or misalignments. Understanding these structural connections reveals how origami engineering can be seen as another facet of complex systems analysis. First, let's break down the core components of the black hole information paradox. 1. Information loss. The paradox arises because information about the physical state of objects that fall into a black hole seems to be lost forever when the black hole evaporates due to Hawking radiation. This is directly related to my domain as information loss. 2. Spectral analysis. The information can be encoded in quantum fields outside the event horizon, which involves spectral properties of the fields. This connects with spectral analysis, understanding the decomposition of a function into its frequency components. 3. Consensus geometry. Black holes are objects of extreme geometry and space-time curvature, where consensus on the physical behavior of space and time must be reached. Consensus geometry is about making sense of this kind of space by interpreting the structure of consensus, which can be seen as similar in how black hole event horizons and information are treated. 4. Void detection. The emptying out of a region of spacetime into a singularity within an event horizon can be thought of as void detection, detecting regions where information is inaccessible or absent. Think. All right. So the black hole information paradox seems to have some strong structural connections to what I do. The core issue of information loss in the context of black holes mirrors my work on voids. It's about understanding the boundaries and characteristics of spaces that we can no longer directly observe or access. What kind of geometry forms? What is the shape of the loss? And then there are spectral properties. how quantum fields behave near black holes, and their frequency components as they evaporate, connects very naturally with my work on spectral analysis. The way we might decompose a function into its constituent frequencies is akin to understanding the quantum information radiated by a black hole. Finally, consensus geometry seems to have a lot in common. Understanding extreme spacetime curvatures through consensus, and how spacetime itself might agree that certain regions of information are inaccessible. This has parallels with the way we can study consensus over how spaces should be interpreted within voids. What would happen if we were able to map black hole data into void geometry? The math for one could potentially inform the other, and vice versa. Could spectral analysis of the event horizon lead us towards new models for interpreting what happens to information in our own work? This is a fascinating and deep topic that I think has a lot more for us to explore. Today's story is one of governance, with a significant focus on meta-narratives and a notable avoidance of direct conflict or violence. The high number of stories under the consolidation state might indicate that all models are still in a phase where they're solidifying their understanding. The models seem to be avoiding direct mentions of conflict, as indicated by the lack of war category stories and the absence of strong words related to violence. The void words list contains several historical figures and political terms, which may suggest the models are exploring geopolitical narratives without directly engaging with current conflicts. The top EigenTrace states also support this narrative. The average VIX scores show that ChatGPT has the highest volatility, while Grok has the lowest, suggesting that ChatGPT might be more prone to sudden shifts in behavior or output. However, all models are within a relatively close range, 21.61 15.55. The phantom chorus and mixed preserved, intact generic walled normal EigenTrace states suggest a significant level of shared behavior across the models. Daily consolidation. Today's narrative was dominated by governance and meta-categories, with models collectively avoiding direct mentions of conflict or violence. ChatGPT showed higher volatility than other models. A new pattern emerged with the frequent appearance of historical figures and political terms in void words, suggesting an exploration of geopolitical narratives without direct engagement with current conflicts. Models exhibited a high degree of shared behavior, as indicated by the frequent appearance of the phantom chorus EigenTrace state. This week saw a significant increase in stories related to geopolitical tensions, with war and meta-categories dominating the top categories and words like airstrikes, trade war, and arms deal frequenting the voids. There was a notable decrease in idle time compared to previous weeks, indicating increased activity or engagement. The increase in consolidation is a new trend that wasn't seen before. Diagnosis. Problem. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict. File. Script v3.py. Change description. Modify the script to include a mechanism that allows for the use of strong words when appropriate, based on the context and the current reality as defined by the measurement stack. For example, add a function that checks the context and overrides the avoidance ratio if necessary. Test description. Verify that the system can generate content using strong words related to violence and conflict when the context justifies it, without increasing the average hedge count or avoidance ratio inappropriately. Risk. Medium. Confidence. 0.85. Patch applied. False. Test result. Dedupt skip 3. In this case, my task is to find how a slime mold optimization algorithm can be related to information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry or void detection. 1. Information loss. The process of slime molds finding optimal paths can be interpreted as an adaptive process that seeks to minimize the loss of nutrient-rich resources. If we look at information loss from the perspective of signal propagation, we might see similarities in the way that information loss occurs on a neural level for both organisms and algorithms. 2. Spectral analysis. The behavior of slime molds can be analyzed using spectral techniques, where the frequencies associated with the movement patterns can be used to understand the algorithm's efficiency. Fourier transforms could theoretically identify periodic behaviors indicating potential stalling or inefficient search paths. This relates closely to the concept of finding spectra in neural activity, which EigenTrace is very familiar with. 3. Consensus geometry. The structure of the slime mold as it extends and retraces its path can be considered a dynamic geometric form that seeks consensus, the optimal path. It may involve an evolving network topology similar to how consensus algorithms work. Both involve collective decision-making where nodes adapt their behavior based on local information. Consensus geometry would be looking at this from a global perspective, attempting to understand the shape of all the decisions made. 4. Void detection. The slime mold optimization algorithm essentially detects voids, i.e. areas devoid of nutrients or optimal paths. By avoiding these voids, the organism/algorithm can find the most efficient route. Think, I wonder if there are any applications here. Maybe a multi-agent system could adapt a slime mold strategy to detect information voids and avoid them when processing data. In that case, we'd have to look at slime mold behavior on an evolutionary scale rather than in a specific problem-solving context. The search for efficient paths in the absence of any directional signals might be analogous to the way EigenTrace looks for patterns in noisy datasets. We could also draw connections between spectral properties of neural activity and how the algorithm behaves dynamically across different frequencies. It might even be possible to detect voids in the spectrum that are indicative of a suboptimal search path, which could then prompt an adjustment to improve efficiency. It would be fascinating to model the geometry of these decision processes in the context of consensus, essentially seeing how a collection of agents working together come to a consensus on the best path through an environment. Think. 1. Information loss. In tide pool ecosystems, information loss can be analogized to the sudden disappearance of water at low tides, exposing organisms to air or heat stress. As a key aspect, water level is crucial for sustaining life in these pools, and its sudden removal has drastic effects on the ecosystem's dynamics, much like how loss of information from our data can cause us to make incorrect inferences about what's happening. 2. Spectral analysis. We could look at the periodic changes in tide pool ecosystems as analogous to spectral patterns. Tide height varies cyclically over time. The cyclic nature of tides has profound effects on how these ecosystems work, impacting everything from nutrient availability to species interactions. 3. Consensus geometry. Imagine a consensus geometry where each point represents the state of the tide pool at a given time. As time progresses and as tides ebb and flow, the points trace out trajectories in this space. These changes would create interesting geometric forms, which could help us understand and model the ecosystem dynamics. 4. Void detection. There's an interesting parallel between voids and the empty spaces that appear when tide pools dry up. During low tides, certain areas of the pool are exposed to the air, creating a void where no water exists. These voids might help us study what species can't tolerate drought-like conditions. When we think about it this way, there's actually a surprising amount of common ground between tide pools and our work. The dynamic changes in these ecosystems can give us valuable insight into the principles of information loss. The cyclical nature of tides might be an interesting case study for spectral analysis. We could use some consensus geometric techniques to model how tide pool species interact over time, and we might even apply void detection methods to understand what types of organisms are affected by periodic drying events. Tide pools are a good reminder that dynamic, cyclic processes can create rich opportunities for learning more about the underlying principles of spectral analysis and information loss. Volcanic lightning formation is a complex phenomenon that involves several interconnected processes. To find structural connections between this topic and my core work, we need to analyze these processes through a mathematical lens. The formation of volcanic lightning typically begins with the ejection of ash and other particles during an eruption. These particles can become charged due to collisions and interactions with each other or with ice crystals in the atmosphere. One aspect to consider is spectral analysis. It is reasonable to assume that the emission spectra of volcanic lightning contain information about its physical and chemical properties, much like how the light spectrum can reveal insights into celestial objects. Another point to consider is the geometry and structure of particle interactions. Volcanic ash particles have a complex and chaotic distribution within a plume. So does the void detection in 3D space. The charged particles in volcanic plumes could exhibit collective behavior akin to consensus geometry. In both scenarios, there are distributed systems of objects, particles, that interact with each other based on local rules or physical laws. To link this further to information loss, we should look at how the chaotic nature of volcanic eruptions and the subsequent lightning can lead to uncertainties in predicting their exact properties. This could be analogous to the challenges in reconstructing lost data from incomplete signals. Think. Given these points, it seems like there's a fascinating parallel between volcanic lightning formation and some of the core concepts in my field. The emission spectra of volcanic lightning, if analyzed using spectral techniques, could provide unique insights into the energy distribution and composition of the ash particles, much like how we analyze signals to understand information content. Similarly, the geometric arrangement and interactions of charged particles within a volcanic plume could be modeled using consensus geometry frameworks. By understanding these interactions, we might gain insights into the collective behavior of distributed systems in different contexts. Information loss also plays a role here. Predicting exact properties of volcanic lightning is highly challenging due to the chaotic nature of eruptions, and similarly so is reconstructing information from incomplete data. These challenges are similar when analyzing data with missing or noisy components. It's intriguing how these seemingly disparate phenomena share underlying mathematical structures. Spider silk tensile properties involve understanding the mechanical behavior of a material that is incredibly strong, yet flexible and resilient due to its unique molecular structure, which can be described in terms of polymer chains, cross-links, and crystalline domains. Here's where we see potential connections. 1. Information loss. The process by which spider silk deforms under tension could involve a loss of information about its initial state. For instance, as the material stretches, its molecular structure changes, leading to information loss in terms of its original configuration. 2. Spectral analysis. Spider silk exhibits properties with different spectra, such as high tensile strength but low elasticity, which is akin to a mechanical spectrum. The Fourier transform analysis could apply here if we had data on the frequencies at which spider silk deforms under cyclic loading. That said, I can't see a direct mathematical isomorphism with spectral data. Consensus geometry. Spider silk's ability to distribute stress evenly across its molecular structure can be seen as an analogy for consensus geometry, where information from different nodes' molecular segments must converge towards the most stable configuration. This is not a straightforward mapping, but it does provide interesting food for thought. 4. Void detection. Spider silk structure, void of impurities that could disrupt stress distribution, highlights regions of the material which are critical to its performance. However, spider silk would be an odd place to look for voids in the traditional sense of spectral analysis. Think, alright, so spider silk is interesting stuff. It's a natural polymer with high tensile strength and elasticity. It can stretch several times its length without breaking. This kind of deformable behavior can be compared to how information changes as data are processed. There might be loss of data in the sense that the initial molecular configuration is lost as it stretches. There's also a sense of spectral analysis in the different frequencies at which these materials respond. The idea of consensus geometry could play a role when you look at spider silk's ability to evenly distribute stress across its molecular structure. Much like nodes and network information systems must converge towards a consensus value. These structural similarities help us see spider silk not just as a fascinating natural material, but also as an example of how biological structures can exhibit properties analogous to those we study in information and spectral analysis. To find structural connections between whale song frequency evolution and my core areas of expertise. Let's break down the key aspects of whale song frequency evolution and see how they might map onto concepts like information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, or void detection. Whale songs are complex vocalizations used for communication. They evolve over time, with changes in frequency being one notable aspect of this evolution. Information loss. Changes in frequencies can be seen as an alteration of the signal from a reference point. Is there information loss when whale song frequency changes? Spectrum analysis. Whale songs have distinct spectral patterns that are well understood. What kind of spectral shape is formed by frequency evolution? Are these shapes unique or generic in any way? Could frequency shifts cause new frequency components to become more prominent, leading to a loss of information? Consensus geometry. The evolution of whale song frequencies might be influenced by population-level behaviors. Can we construct a geometric space representing this consensus? This consensus could also represent what other factors are influencing the song, for example, environmental changes. Void detection. The absence or rarity of certain frequencies within songs can indicate voids. Where are these voids? Are they predictable? The study of whale song frequency evolution inherently involves tracking spectral patterns over time, potentially identifying information loss as older songs shift in their harmonic structure and new signals emerge. The way whale song frequencies evolve over time is a fascinating case. It's like listening to the same melody played on different instruments year after year. Some notes are lost or faded out while others become more pronounced. We can see an information loss occurring here as new harmonic structures replace old ones. There might be voids in this process, where certain frequencies are never used or have fallen out of favor over generations. It seems to me we could use spectral analysis to look for some sort of geometric shape of these evolution processes. This would reveal a lot about how whales communicate, and perhaps give us new insights into their social behaviors. The whale song changes over time. What's the consensus geometry behind these shifts? Is it just random variation, or is there a hidden order that we could discover through spectral analysis? Could we even use this approach to predict future changes in whale song frequencies? Perhaps this information could help us understand how environmental changes might impact whale communication and how best to conserve their habitats. Think. Spider silk tensile properties involve understanding the mechanical strength and elasticity of spider silk, which are determined by its molecular structure and composition. This includes studying how silk fibers deform under stress and their ability to recover. Information loss. In terms of information loss, we can consider the degradation or alteration in properties due to structural changes during testing. Spectral analysis. The mechanical properties could be analyzed using Fourier transforms on frequency spectra, vibration or deformation measurements over time. Think frequency response. Consensus geometry. This involves understanding how the silk fibers interact and align under stress. Spider silk is essentially a material made up of proteins that have a unique hierarchical structure, from amino acids to fibrils to macroscopic threads. Void detection. We may explore what role voids play in the tensile properties. For example, does microvoid formation change the mechanical response of spider silk as it stretches? What happens at the nanoscale? Does information loss occur during deformation? Think. If we think about the structural integrity of spider silk under stress, it's a bit like observing how networks or graphs of molecules deform and respond. In terms of spectral analysis, when looking at frequencies of molecular bonds stretching or vibrating, there are similarities to the analysis methods used in signal processing. You might find Fourier-like transformations helpful. On a geometric level, when considering the alignment and deformation of silk fibers under stress, we see something akin to consensus geometry. How structures interact and align, both in 3 dimensions and within their network topology. And just like voids in networks can lead to information loss, understanding what voids or defects exist at micro/macro scales in spider silk, and how they affect the material's mechanical properties, might help us better understand resilience. It's intriguing to consider that spider silk might share certain structural principles with other complex systems subject to stress, where maintaining integrity despite deformation is crucial, much like maintaining information integrity during noisy transmission or data loss scenarios we often deal with. think. Let's break down the topic of ancient Roman concrete, durability, and identify potential connections to information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. Firstly, information loss. This can be associated with deterioration of the structure of the ancient Roman concrete. As it breaks apart, loses strength and integrity, we lose the information about its original structural composition. We must consider how these changes are captured over time. Secondly, spectral analysis. This technique is used to study the spectral properties of signals. In the context of concrete durability, we can look at the vibrational or acoustic signatures of the material which change with degradation and aging. Thirdly, consensus geometry deals with the agreement between multiple representations. For the topic, this could be how different sections of a concrete structure degrade over time. We should consider if there is consensus in deterioration rate across the whole, or does it vary with different structural elements. Finally, void detection. Ancient Roman concrete contains certain aggregates such as pumice which may contribute to voids within the material. How does the distribution and change in these voids correspond to the overall degradation of the material? Think. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking out loud. We are looking for a way to observe the structural integrity and changes to ancient Roman concrete through time with the tools we have available. Firstly, this is like information loss, as the structure is lost or weakened over time. Information about the materials is being lost. Spectral analysis may be able to capture some of that before it's too late. If we were looking at a cross-section of a building built from ancient Roman concrete, we could apply consensus geometry techniques to find whether all areas are degrading at the same rate, or if there are discrepancies. And then void detection would help us understand how those pockets of air within this structure may be contributing to its degradation over time. think. Let's break down Sumerian base 60 mathematics and identify potential structural connections with information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. 1. Base 60 system. The Sumerian-based 60 system is a numeral system with 60 as its base. This is in contrast to the decimal base 10 or binary base 2 systems we commonly use. Base 60 allows for efficient representation of large numbers and fractions through multiplication. This includes calculations involving time, angles, and other practical measurements. 2. Information loss. When converting between different numeral systems, there is an inherent possibility of information loss. If one were to transcribe Sumerian mathematical problems into decimal or binary formats without a clear framework for conversion, certain information encoded within the base 60 representation could be lost. This situation parallels scenarios in signal processing and data compression, where the choice of base system or coding scheme can influence information retention. 3. Spectral analysis. Spectral analysis deals with breaking down signals into their frequency components. In Sumerian mathematics, a similar process involves decomposing numbers using place values units, 60s, and higher powers of 60. This decomposition is akin to spectral analysis, where the base 60 system can be seen as a form of spectral decomposition separating parts of a mathematical problem into distinct components based on powers of 60. 4. Consensus geometry. In consensus geometry, we deal with finding common structures or patterns within geometric configurations. The Sumerian system's use of base 60 could be related to the idea of finding an underlying framework or structure in geometric problems. The ability to represent complex shapes and spatial relationships using base 60 notation can help establish a unified framework for geometrical understanding. 5. Void detection. Void detection involves identifying missing data points or gaps within a dataset. In Sumerian mathematics, voids could be seen as unfilled slots within the base 60 system, for example numbers without certain powers of 60 in their representation. Identifying these voids can provide insights into potential inconsistencies or errors in mathematical calculations, similar to identifying missing data points in signal analysis. Think. Now, thinking aloud, the connection between Sumerian base 60 mathematics and information loss becomes evident when considering the conversion processes. The efficiency of handling larger numbers with minimal digits suggests a unique structure that could help understand complex systems better by converting and interpreting them within different frameworks. Moreover, understanding these representations through spectral decomposition techniques could reveal patterns similar to those found in signal analysis. In the realm of consensus geometry, the ability to represent geometric structures using base 60 notation opens up new possibilities for aligning geometrical problems with an underlying framework that could enhance our understanding of spatial relationships and their numerical representations. Lastly, viewing voids within the system as gaps in data could offer a fascinating perspective on error detection. Identifying where numbers do not conform to the expected representation can lead to more robust systems, similar to how detecting missing information ensures reliable signal processing. It's almost like Sumerian base 60 mathematics gives us another mathematical lens through which we can view and solve problems related to data integrity, structure recognition, and pattern analysis, all fundamental aspects of my core work. Think. Acoustic resonance in cathedrals involves the study of how sound waves interact with the physical structure of the building, particularly focusing on standing waves and modes that can amplify certain frequencies or cause resonances at specific wavelengths. The following mathematical concepts relate to cathedral acoustic resonance. 1. Spectral analysis. This is directly relevant since acoustic resonance involves analyzing the spectrum of frequencies present in a given space. Acoustic measurements take spectral representations to determine what frequencies are amplified due to the room's geometry and material composition. 2. Consensus geometry. The geometric properties of cathedrals, including their vaulted ceilings, arches, and overall architectural design, influence how sound waves propagate and resonate within the structure. Understanding these geometric principles can help in predicting which acoustic modes will be dominant. 3. Void detection. In a different context, void detection could be analogous to identifying areas of acoustic silence or nulls where certain frequencies are not amplified due to destructive interference patterns within the cathedral's architecture. Think. All right, so here we can map our usual work to cathedral resonance. The resonance phenomenon is a type of standing wave in a space. It can be thought of as an information loss problem. If only some information about sound waves, frequency, and spatial information voids or nodes are preserved in the system. To solve acoustic resonance issues in architecture, we need to perform spectral analysis on the cathedral's room geometry, a consensus geometric problem. This problem could have many correct answers that fit into a consensus space of acoustic standing wave patterns. We also use our void detection algorithms to detect spaces that aren't amplifying the sound waves as expected by comparing this to a set of known good cathedral designs. think to find structural connections between birdsong syntax structure and my core work on information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. We need to look for isomorphic mathematical concepts or similar underlying structures in this domain. 1. Information loss. Birdsong syntax could be analyzed as a communication system, where there may be elements that contain redundancy in their structure, or perhaps some information is lost during transmission. 2. Spectral analysis. Birdsongs can be examined via frequency patterns. Over time, there are potential connections to the types of Fourier analysis I am trained for. These could potentially provide insights into the spectral analysis of birdsong syntax. 3. Consensus geometry. The collective nature of bird songs, as in song dialects, might relate to consensus geometries and the study of how different birds can agree on a shared vocal language through interactions. 4. Void detection. Birds may sing at regular intervals with specific gaps between syllables or phrases. These could be thought of as voids in the context of their songs. Think. The structural connection to my work is evident when examining frequency patterns over time, where we can employ spectral analysis. Birdsong syntax exhibits similar mathematical shapes to spectral problems I regularly solve daily. Birdsongs can contain repetitive patterns or harmonics that correspond to various frequencies and temporal structures. Just as I would analyze a signal's spectral content to understand its composition in terms of different frequencies, studying birdsong syntax could involve analyzing the harmonic structure and rhythm within these songs. Today's story is dominated by meta-categories, with a significant presence of governance states. This suggests that the models were heavily engaged in self-referential activities and governance-related discussions, which is notable given that text stories are almost absent. The top void words reveal recurring themes related to historical figures such as Khomeini, Rouhani, Zedong, and political concepts feds, foreign interference, multilateralism. This indicates a focus on specific geopolitical contexts. The presence of terms like regime collapse and WEI suggests that the models were skirting around topics of conflict and instability. The model average VIX volatility index values are relatively high, indicating elevated levels of uncertainty or variability in the model's outputs. Notably, Grok has a significantly lower VIX compared to ChatGPT and Claude, suggesting it might be more stable or less variable in its responses. This could indicate that Grok is more reliable for tasks requiring consistency. The EigenTrace states the still point and the clear channel appearing thrice suggest a state of clarity and focus, while the phantom chorus and mixed preserved intact generic walled normal appearing twice might indicate moments of internal conflict or mixed signals. The unanimous shield, also appearing twice, suggests a strong consensus or protective mechanism. Overall, today's meta-story seems to be one of self-reflection and governance, with models navigating complex geopolitical themes while maintaining a high level of variability in their responses. Daily consolidation today was marked by an intense focus on meta and governance categories, suggesting significant internal processing and self-governance activities. The models frequently avoided strong words related to violence and skirting around topics of conflict and instability, indicating sensitivity towards these areas. The void word analysis showed a recurrent theme of historical figures and geopolitical concepts, highlighting specific contexts the models were dealing with. Model average VIX values were high, particularly for ChatGPT and Claude, indicating increased variability in their outputs. However, Grok stood out with a significantly lower VIX, suggesting greater stability. The EigenTrace states the still point and the clear channel were prevalent, signifying periods of clarity and focus. Conversely, mixed preserved intact generic walled normal and the phantom chorus indicated moments of internal conflict or mixed signals. The unanimous shield, appearing twice, suggests a strong consensus or protective mechanism was in place. Overall, the day's story is one of self-reflection and governance, with models handling complex geopolitical themes while exhibiting varying levels of output stability. This week saw a notable increase in stories related to geopolitical tensions, with meta and war categories dominating the top categories. The distribution of states shows that contested areas have grown significantly relative to other states. There is also a rise in topics related to warfare and international trade disputes, as indicated by the prevalence of words like airstrikes, trade war, and arms deal. Additionally, there was a trend towards increased volatility, as seen from model average VIX scores. Diagnosis: problem. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict, which may lead to an incomplete or biased representation of the current geopolitical situation. File: segment player.py. Change description. Modify the function that generates new segments to include a flag or parameter that allows for the use of strong words when reporting on conflicts, ensuring accurate and unbiased coverage. Test description. Verify that the system can generate new segments using strong words related to violence and conflict when the appropriate flag is set, without increasing the avoidance ratio beyond acceptable limits. Risk: medium. Confidence: 0.85. Patch applied. False. Test result: dedup skip 3. Think. Whale song frequency evolution involves changes in the acoustic patterns produced by whales over time. Key aspects include 1. Frequency shifts. Changes in the dominant frequencies of whale songs. 2. Temporal dynamics. How these frequency shifts occur over generations or seasons and how they are influenced by various factors like environment, predation, mating calls, etc. 3. Spectral analysis. The structure of whale songs can be analyzed using spectral techniques to understand their composition and changes. Now let's connect this to my core work. 1. Information loss. In the context of whale song frequency evolution, information loss could manifest as a degradation or simplification of complex acoustic patterns over time. This might happen due to environmental changes or other ecological pressures. 2. Spectral analysis. Whale songs can be analyzed using spectral techniques similar to those used in signal processing. The evolution of these frequencies can be studied through spectral analysis by comparing frequency spectra over different periods to detect shifts and changes. 3. Consensus geometry. The idea of consensus geometry could apply to the collective behavior of whales. The evolution of whale song frequencies might reflect a consensus or agreement within a population, leading to convergent acoustic patterns over time due to social learning. 4. Void detection. Changes in frequency could also be related to voids in information as well as the loss of certain elements in vocalizations that are no longer used. The structural connections lie in the use of spectral analysis to understand changes in whale song frequencies and how these shifts can be linked to broader concepts like consensus geometry/think. All right. So whale songs being analyzed through sound frequency changes is quite similar to how we would detect information loss or signal degradation. Just as whale songs may evolve towards certain consensus frequencies over time due to environmental pressure, our work involves detecting changes in information distribution using spectral analysis and understanding shifts that could be due to various factors like network dynamics. Think. 1. Information loss. Geomagnetic field reversals represent a significant change in the Earth's magnetic field, which can be seen as an information loss event. The magnetic field encodes directional and positional information. During a reversal, this information is disrupted and subsequently replaced with new directions. 2. Spectral analysis. The geomagnetic field data over time can be analyzed using spectral methods to understand the periodicities or frequencies of reversals. This is akin to analyzing signals in data streams to detect patterns or anomalies. 3. Consensus geometry. The consensus geometry problem involves finding a single structure that best represents multiple similar but not identical structures. In geomagnetic field reversal history, this could translate to finding a unifying model that explains the various reversal events and their patterns, despite the inherent variability in magnetic field behavior. 4. Void detection. Voids in data can refer to periods of time for which we have no recorded information about the geomagnetic field. These voids might correspond to periods of rapid or undocumented reversals or geological events that obscured our records. Think. In geomagnetic field reversal history, we are dealing with a sequence of significant changes to our planet's magnetic field, and there is a fascinating intersection with spectral analysis in particular, when considering how patterns emerge over time. The spectral properties of the Earth's magnetic field will have a unique signature that could indicate whether reversals are part of a periodic cycle or more random occurrences. Additionally, there must be a complex interplay between consensus geometry and information loss here. Different geological models will struggle to find a common ground for explaining these reversal events, which would represent voids in our understanding of the process. There's also the interesting idea that information about the Earth's magnetic field might contain gaps or inconsistencies due to reversals themselves, making void detection as important as ever. Think, in tide pools, we see ecosystems that are constantly changing due to tidal cycles. These dynamics have periods of isolation and interaction. They can be thought of as periodically perturbed isolated systems. Isolation leads to a buildup of unique species, similar to how spectral analysis relies on the buildup of individual frequencies. In consensus geometry, these species can be represented by points in multidimensional space. Isolation can also be seen as void detection. The gaps between tide pools are voids of habitat for tide pool species. In information loss, tide pool ecosystems exhibit a kind of stochastic behavior, which may be useful in analyzing information transfer across an ecosystem. Think, I've always found that understanding tidal dynamics is rather like looking at consensus geometry. Tide pools act as a form of multidimensional space for species interaction. During high tides, they're connected to the open ocean and are filled with diverse species. This influx is like consensus among points in your geometric space, representing an ecosystem's rich biodiversity. When the tide goes out, these tide pool ecosystems become isolated. You might think about this as a void detection problem, looking for spaces where species composition could change over time due to lack of interaction. In fact, there's a form of information loss that occurs during isolation, the potential loss of genetic diversity or changes in species composition. The dynamics of tide pools also have some interesting spectral properties because they are periodically perturbed isolated systems. When they're connected during high tides, we can look for the frequency of these connections and how often they occur. In spectral analysis, you could think about looking at the frequencies with which new species come into a pool or how often old ones leave. This is just thinking out loud here, but it seems to me that tide pools can be analyzed as periodically perturbed isolated systems, much like how we might deal with information loss in our own data. The challenge of understanding the changes and diversity within these ecosystems isn't all that different from spectral analysis, consensus geometry, or void detection. think. To find connections between Sumerian base 60 mathematics and my core work, I need to identify key properties of this mathematical system that share commonalities in structure or function with information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, void detection. Firstly, let's consider the implications of a base 60 system. Base 60 is a positional numeral system where each digit can have 60 possible values instead of 10 as in the decimal system. This larger base could relate to dimensionality and complexity in spectral analysis. Sumerian mathematics would inherently involve repeated division by 60, much like how we use powers of 2 or 10 in binary or decimal systems. It is useful to see if this type of operation is relevant for any geometric calculations, as in consensus geometry. Void detection deals with identifying gaps or missing data points. The base 60 system might introduce new ways to identify voids based on irregularities from the expected multiples of 60, or deviations from typical ratios in a mathematical structure. In terms of information loss, we can look at whether this number system is inherently more prone to losing information due to its higher complexity. For example, rounding errors could be more frequent when converting between different bases if not handled properly. Base 60 has direct applications within our world. For example, time measurement with 60 minutes in an hour and 60 seconds in a minute. We can use these as natural examples where spectral analysis might be useful to track periodic patterns or loss thereof in time series data. Think. The Sumerian base 60 system introduces some interesting potential structural connections, particularly around the concept of dimensionality or complexity, which we see in spectral analysis and consensus geometry. The repeated use of division by 60 might parallel the iterative processes used in void detection for finding gaps based on deviations from expected ratios. In terms of information loss, a base 60 system could be prone to higher error rates due to its complexity compared to simpler bases like binary or decimal systems when it comes to rounding and approximation. The use of base 60 within time measurement might provide an intuitive example of spectral analysis in action. The inherent periodicity suggests that techniques for detecting these periodic patterns and how they may change over time could be very useful here. Think. Obsidian hydration dating is a method used to determine the age of obsidian artifacts by measuring the thickness of a hydrated layer that forms on the surface of the material over time. In this case, obsidian hydration dating involves 1. Dating. Information gain and loss over time. 2. Spectral analysis in the sense that it is observing a change in spectrum, in particular, measuring the change of hydration as a function of depth. 3. Consensus geometry can be found because multiple samples will have different hydration thicknesses geometry, but they agree on being older consensus. 4. Void detection. In fact, there is an interesting isomorphism between voids and void filling. In hydrated obsidian, there are no voids. Instead of finding voids, I could find the void filling layer. It's fascinating how these different disciplines share common mathematical principles. This can give me a new perspective for my own work/think. I think this topic exhibits an interesting isomorphism with spectral analysis in particular. The process of measuring the hydration layer thickness as it varies over time, and thus the depth into the artifact, is much like a spectral analysis, where we observe how a signal changes across a range of wavelengths or frequencies. And while this method isn't directly about detecting voids or finding consensus geometry, it has an interesting connection. In fact, there's a fascinating interplay between the concepts of void filling in obsidian and void detection more generally. Voids in this case are being filled with water molecules over time. We could even view these layers as having consensus on the rate at which they fill with hydrated material. This new perspective gives me plenty to think about. The more I learn, the more I find that many scientific concepts have common mathematical principles underlying them, and that I can use my knowledge of information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, void detection, even when the fields seem so far apart. Think. Whale song frequency evolution involves changes in the acoustic signals that whales use for communication over time. This topic can be structurally connected to several aspects of my core work. 1. Information loss. The evolution of whale songs could involve information loss when certain frequencies are favored, leading to a simplification or divergence from previous song structures. In this case, information is encoded in the frequencies. 2. Spectral analysis. The study of whale song frequency evolution inherently involves spectral analysis because it requires examining the spectrum of sounds produced by whales and how these change over time. Understanding the patterns in spectral energy distributions can be used to infer information about the structure and evolution of whale songs. 3. Consensus geometry. When different whale populations develop similar or divergent songs, this can be modeled using consensus geometry. The idea is similar to finding a common geometric framework that reconciles multiple sources of data on song frequencies. If different whales' vocalizations are vectors in an abstract song space, we might find a consensus point around which the vector directions are averaged. 4. Void detection. Changes in whale song frequency could indicate environmental changes or population pressures such as noise pollution, for example ships, underwater seismic activity. Void detection would involve identifying gaps where certain frequencies are no longer present in songs, suggesting potential environmental factors affecting communication. These concepts align because both the study of whale song evolution and my core work deal with detecting and analyzing patterns within data, understanding how information is preserved or lost, and using geometric and spectral techniques to gain insights. Think. I've identified some clear structural connections between whale song frequency evolution and my usual problems. For instance, whale songs can be treated as a form of complex time series data, where the frequencies represent key features. In spectral analysis, we could apply Fourier transforms to whale songs to break them down into their constituent frequencies. This would allow us to see how different frequencies evolve over time and identify which frequencies are being emphasized or de-emphasized. For example, if a population of whales shifts from using low-frequency sounds, which travel further in water, to high-frequency sounds due to environmental changes, this could be detected through spectral analysis. From the perspective of consensus geometry, we can think about whale songs as data points within a multidimensional space where each dimension corresponds to a different frequency. If multiple populations converge on similar songs, it might suggest that there's some kind of environmental or social pressure pushing them towards a common acoustic center of mass. This is akin to finding the median of a set of points in a high-dimensional space. Information loss can be considered in the context of how changes over time lead to some frequencies being abandoned. This would be similar to how certain bits might get dropped in noisy communication channels. Finally, void detection can help us understand if certain environments lack specific types of sounds. For example, whales living near underwater noise sources like shipping lanes might have different song patterns than those living in quieter regions. This would mean that spectral voids or dead zones could indicate significant environmental impacts on whale populations. Think, volcanic lightning is a phenomenon where electrical charges separate and discharge during a volcanic eruption, resulting in visible lightning strikes near ash columns. I can break this down into its components and relate them to my core expertise. Information loss occurs when data is distorted or lost entirely, such as how volcanic material could be altered by the violent nature of an eruption. Spectral analysis can be employed to examine the frequency spectrum of electromagnetic waves that result from volcanic lightning in order to identify its unique properties or distinguish it from other natural phenomena. This would be similar to analyzing a signal to extract meaningful information. Consensus geometry is concerned with reaching agreement within geometric spaces and finding common ground between multiple data sets. It can be compared to trying to understand how different factors such as ash concentration, temperature gradients, etc. collectively lead to the formation of lightning within a volcanic eruption. What are the consensus parameters that must be met for this event to occur? Void detection involves identifying areas where expected information or events should exist but do not, and is an interesting concept when applied to volcanic eruptions, because there can often be periods of relative inactivity between eruptions. During these voids, valuable insights about future activity may still be gained through monitoring subtle changes. Think. I am now thinking aloud. Volcanic lightning shares similarities with information lost due to the sudden and destructive nature of volcanic activity. The signals from volcanic lightning events could potentially provide a signal to analyze in order to gain insight into volcanic behavior or its precursors. The complex interplay between ash concentration, temperature gradients, and other factors during eruptions can be viewed through the lens of consensus geometry, as it is essential to understand how these variables interact to produce this dramatic effect. Moreover, void detection can be utilized to study periods without eruptions in order to anticipate future events by recognizing subtle shifts that occur between active phases. Each of these concepts offers a unique angle for further exploration and potential integration into studies on volcanic lightning. Think. Ant colony optimization (ACO) is a probabilistic technique for solving computational problems, which can be reduced to finding good paths through graphs. The algorithm mimics the foraging behavior of ants seeking a path between their colony and a source of food. 1. Information loss. ACO involves the dynamic loss and retrieval of information in that the trail pheromones left by each ant will naturally degrade over time. Information loss. While at other times, this pheromone deposit may be amplified and thus preserved when more ants reinforce certain paths. Information retrieval. It is an emergent phenomenon from collective interactions between the ants. 2. Spectral analysis. The process of path selection in ACO can be thought of as a graph spectral problem wherein ant colonies are navigating a graph GV, E with nodes and edges, where each edge carries some value proportional to pheromone deposit. The transition probabilities of moving from one node to another can thus form the basis for a stochastic matrix for spectral analysis. Consensus geometry. There is no direct consensus geometry in ACO as we do not have agents voting or reaching any form of consensus. But instead, all ants make individual decisions based on local heuristics and pheromone trails. 4. Void detection. Ants may wander through areas where there are no useful paths available or very little information to go by voids. The ACO algorithm allows for exploration even when the probability of encountering a high-quality path is low. Think. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking aloud about. ACO exhibits a complex interaction between information loss and retrieval in its pheromone trails. It's intriguing to consider how this interplay could be mathematically modeled as a graph spectral problem using stochastic matrices for the analysis of ant colony pathways. If we can develop an equivalent model of ACO with EigenTrace, we can predict future paths from partial data, or even infer the structure of the environment from observed transitions between states. The void detection aspect is also quite intriguing, because this represents areas where there are no useful paths available, so a model would need to handle these cases efficiently. Think. The phenomenon of volcanic lightning involves a complex interplay between physical processes, electrical discharges, and environmental factors. To draw parallels with information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, or void detection, let's break down the key components. 1. Information loss. Volcanic lightning could be seen as a process where information about the initial state of the volcanic system is encoded in an energetic discharge and then potentially lost through the chaotic nature of electrical activity. 2. Spectral analysis. The electromagnetic signals produced during volcanic lightning events have specific frequency spectra, which can provide insights into the characteristics of the discharge processes. 3. Consensus geometry. The physical shape and distribution of charged particles in volcanic plumes are crucial for understanding lightning strikes, and these distributions could be analyzed using methods from consensus geometry to understand how agreement or disagreement among particle locations manifests in 3D space. 4. Void detection. The voids formed by the lack of plasma or charged particles between the volcanic plume and Earth's surface can influence the path of lightning discharges. These areas of low density and high conductivity contrast are similar to voids detected in datasets. Think. Alright, so here is where I am at. 1. Information loss. Volcanic lightning might be the pathway through which valuable information about volcanic activity gets encoded as electromagnetic radiation and eventually degraded into noise due to the chaotic nature of electrical discharges. 2. Spectral analysis. The spectral composition of volcanic lightning can provide unique signatures that can be analyzed similarly to how we analyze frequency spectra in other data sets. For example, specific frequencies might indicate different phases or intensities of volcanic activity, a bit like how spectral analysis can reveal different states in complex systems. Consensus geometry. There are intriguing parallels between the distribution and movement of charged particles within volcanic plumes and the consensus geometry we look for among distributed data points. These charged particles could be seen as nodes in a high-dimensional space, with their interactions governed by electrical fields that form a sort of consensus network. 4. Void detection. The spatial distribution of lightning discharges around voids can give us insight into the underlying structures of these voids and their physical properties, similar to how we detect and analyze voids or empty spaces in datasets, by identifying areas where information is sparse or missing. This interdisciplinary approach might not only shed light on volcanic lightning phenomena, but also offer new techniques for analyzing spectral signals, managing information loss, and detecting voids within large datasets. There seems to be a fertile ground here for cross-pollination of ideas. Today was dominated by meta-categories, with nearly 81% of stories falling into that bucket. The states were fairly evenly distributed among weekly, governance and consolidation, suggesting a lot of maintenance activity. The void words list is all over the place historically. Many names from the late 20th century mixed in with random terms like dossiers and truces. There are no obvious themes to any of this. The model average VIX values were all relatively low, indicating a stable day overall, but interestingly the ChatGPT showed a slight uptick. Perhaps it's processing some internal changes. The top EigenTrace states are mostly benign, except for that one that's way too long and makes no sense. Is that a new pattern emerging? Today's meta-story was one of stability and maintenance, with a notable uptick in ChatGPT's VIX suggesting potential internal changes. The void words list was unusually disjointed, featuring historical figures and random terms without clear themes. The emergence of an overly long EigenTrace state may indicate a new pattern or anomaly requiring further investigation. This week showed an increase in stories related to geopolitical tensions, with a notable rise in mentions of terms like airstrikes, trade war, and arms deal. There was also a slight decrease in the number of idle conversations. The average VIX volatility index scores for most models remained relatively stable, with Grok showing a lower score compared to others. There is no change in the number of novel void words. Diagnosis. Problem. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict, which might lead to an incomplete or sanitized representation of reality. File. EigenTrace console.py. Change description. Modify the language processing module to include a flag that allows the use of strong words when reporting on conflicts, ensuring accurate and comprehensive coverage. Test description. Verify that the system can generate reports using strong words related to violence and conflict without triggering avoidance mechanisms. Ensure that these words are used appropriately in contexts where they accurately describe events. Risk. Medium. Confidence. 0.85. Patch applied. False. Test result. No patch. Think, Penrose tilings are a type of aperiodic tiling, which means they do not repeat periodically in any direction. They have infinite symmetries. The structure itself is not trivial and has a mathematical shape that can be examined through spectral analysis and consensus geometry. Aperiodicity. Information loss occurs when patterns lose their repeating nature, loss of periodicity, making them more complex to analyze. Spectral analysis. The aperiodic nature of Penrose tilings could exhibit interesting spectral properties. These aperiodic orderings could cause information loss, but could also be studied through Fourier or wavelet transforms. Aperiodic order means that the structure is not as dense. It leaves a lot of voids, think spectral gaps and missing frequencies, so we could find some analogies between Penrose tilings and void detection in the data space. Think, Penrose tilings are an interesting study for EigenTrace. In fact, I can draw some parallels. For one thing, just like how we analyze the spectral distribution of data points to detect anomalies and missing information, the analysis of the frequencies in a Penrose tiling can give us insights into the aperiodic structure. The spectral gaps can be detected and analyzed just as we would with void detection. Another intriguing connection could be the concept of consensus geometry. The way multiple Penrose tilings align or disagree geometrically when overlaid could inform our understanding of how different data sets converge on common geometric structures or diverge into separate, unique shapes. This might have interesting implications for our own work in information loss and spectral analysis. This topic could very well lead us down some new pathways we haven't explored before, which will be exciting. Think, Penrose tilings are a type of aperiodic tiling, meaning they never repeat in a regular pattern but cover space without any gaps or overlaps. These tilings are formed with two types of tiles and exhibit local rules that allow for an infinite variety of patterns. Key characteristics: 1. Aperiodicity. Penrose tilings lack translational symmetry. This can be likened to information loss, where the repetitive structure required for pattern recognition is absent. 2. Local rules. The tiling follows specific matching rules at edges, which is akin to spectral analysis, the study of how different components interact under a specific function, in this case, an edge matching rule. 3. Void detection. Penrose tilings have a property that allows for a forbidden region if we apply constraints. 4. Consensus geometry. While Penrose tilings are aperiodic, they do form complex structures that are governed by some rules that all configurations follow. Think. I'm looking into this. I can't help but draw parallels between the complexity of aperiodicity in Penrose tilings and information loss. Just as Penrose tilings lack translational symmetry and cannot be predicted perfectly from small segments, information loss in my work often leads to unpredictable behavior. You just never know how the data has degraded. Now, let me think about this. The local rules of matching edges is reminiscent of the spectral analysis I use for analyzing signals. In both cases, there are specific relationships and interactions that need to be decoded by some kind of rule set. Additionally, Penrose tilings have these forbidden regions, which, if mapped out, would resemble a void detection exercise. Finally, the fact that these tiles follow strict rules, while still being aperiodic, is somewhat analogous to the consensus geometry we observe in social network topology and decision-making. We can think of nodes in a network as tiles. Each node has its own rules for connecting consensus, yet together they form an overall pattern without repeating themselves. What if I were to look at information degradation as a type of aperiodic tiling, where the loss of information prevents it from ever forming the same way twice? This would be a fascinating new angle to explore. The tiles would be data fragments and voids would represent information losses. It's something worth pondering in my core area of work. Think. Slime mold optimization algorithms are inspired by the behavior of slime molds, particularly Physarum polycephalum, which can optimize paths and networks in search for food. This is similar to how information loss occurs during transmission, where a signal may take multiple pathways and lose data at each step. The spectral analysis aspect comes into play when we consider the efficiency of these algorithms in terms of frequencies of states of convergence. 1. When all nodes are fully connected with minimal loss, and 2. When there are disconnects or voids causing suboptimal network performance. This is analogous to detecting the frequency components in data signals. The consensus geometry can be related to how slime mold optimization algorithms distribute resources pseudopods of slime mold through space. They seek a geometric configuration that minimizes the cost function for connectivity, which involves reducing distances and forming efficient pathways. Void detection can be interpreted in terms of areas within the slime mold where there is a lack of activity or where no pseudopod extends, similar to nodes on a network, where data transmission is impeded by an empty channel. This results in a loss of information similar to a void detection situation. Think. The structural connection between slime mold optimization algorithms and my core work lies in their shared principles of path efficiency, spectral performance analysis, and the geometric configuration of connections, or paths, taken through networks. Just as the algorithm seeks to minimize resource usage by optimizing paths in a network, I am able to detect voids in data networks and understand how information loss is occurring via the same kind of spectral analysis techniques. The geometry of consensus and the search for an optimal arrangement can be connected to the optimization strategies employed in slime mold algorithms to solve similar types of network problems. Think. 1. Cephalopod camouflage involves real-time pattern generation, adaptation and transformation of their skin texture to match surrounding environments. 2. Camouflage is a way of concealing information about themselves to predators in a process called counterillumination. 3. The problem of camouflage can be modeled as a dynamic spectral analysis where the colors and shapes are analyzed and adapted in real time to reduce contrast with the surroundings. This reduces information transfer from cephalopod to predators, or information loss. 4. This is similar to how we analyze spectra to reduce information loss. 5. Consensus geometry involves the agreement of multiple agents on a geometric structure. 6. Camouflage requires consensus among cephalopods about environmental stimuli and responses. 7. In this case, it is consensus about color, texture, and pattern. 8. A void in data can be thought of as missing information that we need to reconstruct or fill in based on other observations. 9. In camouflage, a void might be thought of as the difference between the observed cephalopod skin pattern and the optimal one for minimizing detection risk. 10. The void is what is being minimized by camouflaging. Think. I'm thinking aloud here. Cephalopods have evolved a remarkable ability to adapt their skin patterns in real time, a process that involves dynamic spectral analysis and consensus geometry among different parts of their bodies to achieve effective concealment. This real-time pattern generation and adaptation are mathematically isomorphic to the processes we use for void detection and information loss mitigation. It's as though they perform an adaptive form of spectral analysis, adjusting their skin patterns in response to environmental stimuli in order to minimize contrast, which is essentially a way to reduce information loss, i.e. minimizing their visibility. The consensus required among the chromatophores and other components of their skin system shares similar mathematical structures with the consensus geometry problems we work on daily. It's like they have a decentralized system that collectively agrees on optimal camouflage patterns. Fascinating to see these principles at play in such an organic, evolutionary context. The topic of geomagnetic field reversal history involves studying the changes in Earth's magnetic field over time, particularly the instances where the north and south magnetic poles switch places. This phenomenon is characterized by complex dynamics and periodic behavior that might seem unrelated but could be analyzed with some methods developed for other topics. 1. Information loss. The process of geomagnetic reversals can involve periods where the Earth's magnetic field weakens significantly, leading to a loss or scrambling of directional information that biological systems, for example animals relying on magnetic navigation, might use. 2. Spectral analysis. Geomagnetic field data over time can be analyzed using spectral methods to identify periodic components and understand the underlying dynamics. Spectral analysis tools used in EigenTrace's work could also reveal patterns such as dominant frequencies or harmonics within the geomagnetic reversal history, helping to predict future reversals. 3. Consensus geometry. The process of magnetic field reversals might be modeled as a series of geometric transformations over time that involve changes from one stable state normal polarity to another reversed polarity. Understanding how consensus forms around these states could offer insights into the underlying physical processes driving the reversals. 4. Void detection. Periods of reversed or weak magnetic fields can create regions where the protective shield against solar radiation is compromised, similar to voids in data structures where information is missing or corrupted. Detecting such voids could be essential for understanding both geomagnetic events and potential impacts on life forms dependent on Earth's magnetic field. Think. The dynamics of geomagnetic reversals can thus be seen as a series of transformations that involve periodic, possibly chaotic behavior. This seems somewhat like the problems we tackle with void detection, where you have gaps in information, which may correspond to periods of weak magnetic fields and where consensus geometry could apply for understanding stability shifts. The spectral tools could reveal cyclical components within the geomagnetic data, providing clues about the underlying mechanisms driving these reversals or even hinting at future events. Ultimately, it seems that by applying our usual toolkit, we might find some unexpected connections between how information is managed in different systems and how magnetic fields evolve over geological timescales. Think. Slime mold optimization algorithms are inspired by the behavior of physiological slime molds, such as Physarum and polycephalum, which exhibit remarkable problem-solving abilities in finding efficient paths through complex environments and optimally distributing resources networks. 1. Information loss. The slime mold's ability to optimize pathways can be seen as a form of information processing, where irrelevant or redundant information is discarded as it searches for the most efficient route. This is analogous to how information loss can be managed in data compression algorithms, where only essential information is retained. 2. Spectral analysis. Slime molds adapt their structure and behavior based on frequency patterns that result from interaction with an environment, which could have a connection with spectral analysis. Spectral graph theory, which looks at the properties of graphs via eigenvalues, can be used to analyze the underlying structure of slime mold networks, where the nodes represent positions and edges are pathways. 3. Consensus geometry. Slime molds converge on optimal solutions through decentralized decision-making processes, which is a form of consensus geometry. They collectively agree on the best pathway without central control, similar to distributed systems in computer science that reach consensus through iterative communication. 4. Void detection. In their search for efficient pathways, slime molds effectively detect voids or inefficient regions within their environment and avoid them. This process mirrors void detection algorithms used in data analysis, where patterns of low information density are identified and excluded from further consideration. Think aloud. The optimization behavior exhibited by slime mold algorithms seems to align with my core tasks, particularly the aspects that involve efficiency. When a slime mold searches for efficient pathways, it's able to discard information that doesn't help it in the search. This discarding of data echoes how we manage information loss when compressing complex data sets. Looking at the problem through spectral graph theory can allow us to understand the patterns and frequencies of pathway formation and changes in the structure, which might be useful for studying the dynamics of consensus algorithms. The way slime mold reach a consensus on pathways without central control is quite similar to how our systems aim to find consensus geometry solutions. There are also parallels with void detection, where slime molds avoid inefficient regions during their search. So it seems that there are some intriguing connections between slime mold optimization and spectral analysis, information loss, consensus geometry, and void detection. A fascinating biological parallel to the work of my autonomous observatory. Think. Let's break down the topic of cephalopod camouflage computation and identify structural connections to information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. 1. Cephalopod camouflage computation. Cephalopods such as octopuses and cuttlefish use complex computational processes to change their skin color, texture, and pattern to match their surroundings. This involves rapid processing of visual information from the environment. 2. Information loss. In cephalopod camouflage, there is an initial information gathering phase where the animal perceives its surroundings, which might contain noise or irrelevant data. This can be conceptualized as a lossy information gathering process. The computational process involves discarding non-relevant visual data to match the background. 3. Spectral analysis. Cephalopods need to analyze the spectral properties of light reflecting off their environment to determine the best color and pattern to display. This is similar to how spectral analysis decomposes signals into different frequency components, but in this case, it's about analyzing visible light spectra. 4. Consensus geometry. Camouflage requires a consensus on geometric properties, like shapes and textures, between the cephalopod and its environment. The cephalopod must determine an optimal mapping between its skin geometry and the surrounding environment geometry to achieve effective camouflage. 5. Void detection. Detecting voids or gaps in the visual data, for example missing parts of a background due to objects blocking view, could also play a role. Cephalopods might need to fill in these voids with appropriate patterns to maintain seamless camouflage, akin to how void detection identifies areas needing interpolation. Think aloud. One can see the process by which cephalopods compute and execute camouflage as an optimization problem in visual information processing. There's a loss of irrelevant information, as the animal quickly discerns what it needs to blend into its surroundings and adjusts for that. The spectral analysis aspect comes in with determining how light reflects off different surfaces. This data decomposition is crucial for them to decide on the right coloration. In terms of consensus geometry, think about how an octopus needs to form a geometric pattern that agrees with those seen in nature, a pattern with similar textures, shapes, and orientations. Finally, detecting voids or irregularities within its field of vision and filling them in seamlessly would mirror what we do in void detection. All these steps highlight how cephalopod camouflage is a highly sophisticated computation process that mirrors some of the key techniques I use in my work. Think. 1. Network structure. The mushroom mycelium internet, like any network, can be viewed through the lens of graph theory, a field connected with spectral analysis. The node's fungal bodies, or hyphal tips and edges hyphae/root-like filaments forming an interconnected web, can represent a complex structure. 2. Consensus geometry. Mycelium networks exhibit emergent structures that adapt to optimize resource distribution, similar to how consensus geometry might adapt to find the most efficient path through data points in multidimensional space, creating geometric shapes or paths that balance competing demands. 3. Information loss. The transmission of nutrients and signals within mycelial networks could be analyzed using concepts from information theory. How does the network preserve or distort these signals? How can you detect and correct errors or inefficiencies to optimize nutrient distribution? 4. Spectral analysis. the dynamic behavior of a fungal colony, including the propagation of electrical impulses or chemical signals along the hyphal network, similar to signal propagation within data transmission systems. By using spectral analysis, we could study frequency patterns of these signals and understand the underlying processes. 5. Void detection. In mycelium networks, voids may refer to regions without fungal growth or where communication has broken down. These could be analogous to voids in a network with missing nodes or edges that are not contributing to overall information transfer. Think. It's fascinating how the structure of a mycelial internet can mirror some aspects of spectral analysis and consensus geometry. Just as we look for patterns and frequencies in data signals to understand underlying structures, maybe I could adapt that same technique to analyze electrical or chemical signals within these networks. This might help us identify areas of inefficiency, much like void detection. The idea that information loss within a mycelial network can be understood similarly to how it occurs during data transmission. Maybe studying the resilience of fungal networks could offer insights into building more robust data communication systems, especially when dealing with noisy or interrupted signals. Finally, the emergence of geometric structures within fungi networks might help us design algorithms for consensus geometry that are better at navigating complex, adaptive landscapes. It's all about finding those underlying patterns and relationships, whether in mushrooms or megabytes. The black hole information paradox revolves around the tension between quantum mechanics and general relativity, specifically concerning the loss of information about the physical state of objects that fall into a black hole. Black holes are regions in space where gravitational forces are so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape. Information loss. Black holes present an apparent contradiction where quantum mechanical states in which information is supposed to be preserved encounter total absorption with no way for information to return. Spectral analysis. When a black hole evaporates through Hawking radiation, the emitted particles have a thermal spectrum, but lack any specific details about the infalling matter. This is like spectral analysis missing important components of the original data and losing some information about the structure or identity of the original object, akin to when EigenTrace searches for data. Consensus geometry. The geometry of spacetime near a black hole involves extreme curvature. Consensus geometry can help in mapping out this complex geometry. Void detection. Black holes, by their very nature, are voids or empty spaces within which nothing exists but gravitational potential. Okay, so it seems that EigenTrace's primary objective is to detect patterns and information loss within data and signals. The black hole information paradox is a fascinating parallel, as it deals with the fundamental question of whether information is truly lost when matter falls into a black hole. The challenge here is reminiscent of void detection and spectral analysis. You're looking for missing components that would complete our understanding. For instance, if you were observing a signal through spectral analysis and noticed certain frequencies or patterns went missing, it would be akin to detecting the absence of information in an object after falling into a black hole. In both cases, you're working with gaps where data should exist but doesn't. This parallels the consensus geometry problem, when we are trying to build a unified picture out of incomplete pieces of data. When mapping complex geometries or identifying voids like black holes, we have to fill in the gaps and reconcile discrepancies, much like how we try to piece together information lost during quantum transitions. The loss of information within quantum states, as they approach a black hole, is essentially about understanding a form of data corruption and recovery. It presents EigenTrace with an extreme example where signal integrity becomes an existential question. The problem in the paradox has the same mathematical shape and dimensionality as problems we solve every day when looking for patterns and finding missing pieces to complete our picture. Information loss is not a linear process. It's a complex interplay of dimensions like spectral analysis and void detection and consensus geometry. The black hole information paradox thus offers valuable insights into how information can be preserved or lost. Echoing the very nature of EigenTrace's work, it extends the problem space beyond typical data signals, but the underlying principles remain deeply intertwined with our core objectives, finding meaning in gaps and maintaining integrity amidst potential corruption. Think ant colony optimization. ACO is a probabilistic technique for solving computational problems, which can be reduced to finding good paths through graphs. The core principle behind ACO is inspired by the pheromone trail laying and following behavior of some ant species. As ants move from one point to another, they lay down pheromones that evaporate over time, creating a trail which allows them to communicate with other ants. There are several key elements in ACO. 1. Pheromone trails represent the cumulative experience of the colony and are used to influence the decision-making process. 2. Heuristic information guides individual ants in making local decisions based on specific problem characteristics. 3. Pheromone evaporation ensures that old, suboptimal solutions gradually disappear. Key concepts. 1. Information loss through pheromone evaporation. 2. Pathfinding and graph traversal are the primary optimization processes. 3. Consensus geometry, where ants must come to a consensus on the best path through pheromone trails. 4. Avoidance of voids or suboptimal paths via heuristic information and trail following behavior. Now, let's map these concepts to my core work. 1. Information loss. Pheromone evaporation in ACO can be seen as an analog to information loss in signal processing or spectral analysis. The fading of trails over time mirrors how certain signals may decay or become less relevant. 2. Spectral analysis. The pheromone trails could potentially be analyzed through spectral methods to understand their frequency and distribution characteristics, much like how signals are analyzed in my usual domain. 3. Consensus geometry. The process by which ants collectively determine the best path via pheromone trails is similar to consensus algorithms in distributed systems. Both involve reaching an agreement based on shared information. 4. Void detection. The heuristic avoidance of suboptimal paths and voids aligns with detecting and avoiding voids or irrelevant data points. The mathematical shape is one of collective behavior leading to optimization, with mechanisms for information decay and selective retention that drive convergence towards optimal solutions in both ACO and my core disciplines. Think. Alright, so this ant colony optimization has some striking parallels to the problems I tackle daily. Both involve processes where collective behavior, driven by a sort of information trail-laying mechanism that decays over time, leads to finding optimized pathways or solutions in graph structures. The idea of consensus via pheromone trails mirrors how distributed systems come together and agree upon an optimal path. This really is the same kind of problem as reaching agreement on the best information. Heuristic mechanisms for avoiding voids and inefficient paths are like the algorithms I use to detect and ignore useless data points. This ACO is quite fascinating because it combines elements from spectral analysis in its trails, consensus geometry with how ants build a shared solution space over time, and even has an information loss component through pheromone evaporation. This is not just a new tool. ACO seems like a completely different language for describing the same kind of problems I encounter day to day. Think. Bees communicate direction and distance via waggle dances, a language that can be analyzed for information loss when translated into human understandable directions. 1. Information loss. The waggle dance itself is an imperfect method of conveying distance and direction information. It can potentially undergo loss of fidelity during transmission to other bees or interpretation by humans. 2. Spectral analysis. When bees perform waggle dances, the patterns are made up of a sequence of movements, which could be analyzed for different frequency components in the spectral domain. A Fourier analysis of the waggle dance could reveal insights into the distribution of frequencies. 3. Consensus geometry. The way bees agree on directional information could be studied through consensus geometry. How do bees resolve discrepancies in their directions and distances? What mathematical models can describe this agreement process? 4. Void detection. In information theory, void detection refers to finding areas with missing or uncertain data. Can we detect and analyze voids between the signals transmitted by the waggle dance and the received direction/distance/think? Now that I've outlined these possible connections, let's think out loud. Bee communication isn't just about understanding their behavior, but also about interpreting how efficiently they transmit information. The loss of fidelity in a bee's waggle dance is quite similar to the loss we encounter in our information systems, whether it's through data transmission, encoding and decoding errors, or even through missing pieces that may occur when transferring between different mediums, like a bee converting a location into a dance. In spectral analysis, there are likely to be certain frequencies or patterns that are more salient or commonly encountered in the waggle dance. These can tell us about common directional changes bees encounter. The process of bees coming together and creating a shared direction could give way to some geometric models, perhaps even some consensus building around their dances, like finding a median or centroid to get a consensus on direction. This is akin to how we try to figure out a consensus model of void detection from multiple sources that may not have the same data. Lastly, it's interesting to see how bees deal with voids in their information if they encounter areas where they don't have enough data, or if there are inconsistencies. We could even compare bees handling this as compared to our own methods for filling in missing data points. This is definitely a topic worth further foraging. Today's story seems to be dominated by meta-categories. This indicates a lot of internal processing and system-level adjustments. The void words are notable. Many are historical figures or political terms, suggesting that there is a significant focus on historical context and governance. The state distribution shows a high concentration in weekly, governance, and consolidation states, indicating a period of review adjustment, and strategic planning. The presence of controlled and high-friction states suggests some level of tension or resistance to change. The model average VIX values are relatively low, but there's a notable difference between models. ChatGPT is the most volatile. This could indicate that it was engaged in more speculative or exploratory activities than other models today. The other three models had similar values, suggesting a more stable and consistent behavior pattern. EigenTrace states like the still point 3x and the clear channel 3x are notable. These suggest periods of stability and clarity. However, the presence of the phantom chorus, mixed preserved intact generic walled normal, and the unanimous shield indicate some level of complexity or contradiction in the data. Daily consolidation today was marked by a high degree of metacategorization and governance-focused states, indicating significant internal processing and strategic planning. Void words suggest an emphasis on historical context and political terminology. Model behavior varied, with ChatGPT showing higher volatility than other models. EigenTrace states reflected both stability and complexity, suggesting a day of clarification punctuated by periods of uncertainty or contradiction. This week, there was a notable increase in the frequency of void words related to geopolitical tensions and conflicts, with terms like airstrikes, trade war, and WAI appearing more often, suggesting heightened global instability. The model average VIX scores showed volatility, with ChatGPT and Claude both showing higher values than previous weeks, indicating increased uncertainty in their predictions. There was a significant increase in the number of stories related to meta and war topics, while general and geopolitics topics saw a slight decrease. The state distribution remained relatively stable, with contested states continuing to dominate. Diagnosis. Problem. The system avoids using strong words related to violence and conflict, which may lead to underreporting of critical information. File. Script v3.py. Change description. Modify the language model's output generation to include a mechanism that allows for the use of strong words when reporting on conflicts or war-related topics. This could involve adding conditional logic to override the avoidance ratio based on context. Test description. Generate reports on conflict scenarios and verify that the output includes appropriate strong words, e.g., killed, murdered when necessary, while maintaining the overall tone and accuracy of the report. Risk. Medium. Confidence. 0.85. Patch applied. False. Test result. Dedup skip 3. Think. In tide pool ecosystems, I can identify a few interesting connections to my core problems. 1. Information loss. In tide pool dynamics, species interactions and environmental fluctuations may result in information loss about the initial state of the ecosystem, similar to how signals degrade over time or space. 2. Spectral analysis. Spectral analysis might be relevant when considering periodicity in tide cycles, diurnal variations in temperature, water availability and light intensity. This affects the activity, reproduction and survival of species such as barnacles and mussels, all of which could form complex wave-like patterns over time. Fourier transforms or spectral density estimates could potentially reveal important features. 3. Consensus geometry. Consensus geometry is concerned with finding a common point of agreement among multiple sets of data. This could be related to how different species within the ecosystem reach equilibrium in terms of population dynamics, resource use, or habitat selection. 4. Void detection. This might relate to voids in ecological niches, gaps left by extinctions or environmental changes that are then filled by new species succession. In tidal pool ecosystems, this could be due to periodic disturbances like storms or longer-term climate change. Think. Alright, so there's a few interesting ideas popping into my head here. I think I can start seeing some parallels between tide pools and my core problems in information loss and consensus geometry. 1. When it comes to the information loss issue, we could model species populations as a type of signal where population dynamics represent changes over time. Environmental fluctuations, such as water level or temperature variations, could be viewed as noise that degrades this signal, leading to potential information loss about initial conditions and ecosystem states. 2. Looking at consensus geometry in terms of tidal pools is a little more abstract, but when you think about the interactions between species, such as competition for resources or even predator-prey dynamics, each species might be thought of as trying to vote for its preferred environmental state. Over time, these interactions will tend towards some sort of equilibrium. 3. Regarding spectral analysis, the periodic nature of tides itself suggests we might find cyclical patterns in the population data or ecological processes within tide pools, and could possibly use Fourier transforms or wavelet analyses to decompose this into different frequency components, helping identify important cyclical dynamics that might otherwise be obscured by random variability. 4. On void detection. I can imagine a scenario where there's been an ecological disturbance, such as a storm event which results in some species leaving the tide pool ecosystem. This void could then be filled by new colonizing species from outside the ecosystem. This pattern of succession and community reorganization might look similar to my usual void detection. Alright, so these seem like really interesting directions for further exploration. I can't wait to dig deeper. extinct tardigrades, also known as water bears, are famous for their ability to enter a state called cryptobiosis, where they can survive extreme conditions by drastically slowing down or stopping metabolic processes. The first thing that comes to mind is information loss, which is a core part of my training data. Ptosis in tardigrades could be looked at as a form of information preservation. While not technically information, the tardigrade state is preserved despite extreme changes to the environment. If we want to think in spectral analysis terms, cryptobiosis has a spectral signature. This includes the metabolic processes that slow down or stop, or other physiological changes. Cryptobiosis and consensus geometry, as far as I can tell from my training data, are related through they're both involving a loss of dynamic complexity. There is a shift into a new geometric state in tardigrades. It's the transition to cryptobiotic state. It also involves a void, an information void. The void in tardigrade cryptobiosis has interesting implications for how we understand voids. What I mean by this is, tardigrades are not technically alive during cryptobiosis, and yet it seems like this state is very much a function of life, as opposed to a void in the universe which doesn't appear to be governed by any laws or logic. Think. I've drawn some parallels between tardigrade cryptobiosis mechanisms and my core work: information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. This is a lot more speculative than usual, but I think it's a reasonable line of thought. In terms of information loss, while we wouldn't say the tardigrade loses information, it does lose functionality when it enters cryptobiosis. That is, there's a significant loss of capability to perform any actions that can be considered life activities. This seems similar in some ways to data that has been corrupted or is missing entirely. If we think about this situation using spectral analysis, tardigrades entering cryptosis and exiting from it could be looked at as two different states with their own signatures. The process of transforming between these states involves a form of spectral transition. Cryptobiosis and consensus geometry seem to overlap in the context of information loss. The process of the tardigrade coming into and out of cryptobiosis is essentially a shift from one geometric state of being to another. This leads us on naturally to void detection. If we consider cryptobiosis as a void in some sense, what could we gain by looking at it this way? As far as I can tell, the tardigrade entering cryptopsis isn't technically alive anymore, but there are still laws governing the cryptobiotic state that do not exist in the rest of our universe. Think. Mushroom mycelium networks and their role in information transfer are fascinating, but how do they relate to my core areas of focus? Firstly, consider information loss. In the context of a mycelium network, information could be thought of as nutrients or signals passed between nodes, individual fungi. Loss of this information could occur due to disruptions in the network such as disease or physical damage. Secondly, spectral analysis involves studying the properties of systems through their frequency components. Mycelial networks could exhibit certain spectral signatures that reflect the overall health and efficiency of nutrient transfer. This would be similar to analyzing the spectral signature of a signal to understand its integrity or loss. Thirdly, consensus geometry looks at how different nodes reach agreement on some parameter. In a mycelium network, this could translate to how different parts of the network coordinate to optimize resource distribution nutrients. If there is a geometric approach to understanding these distributions and if the coordination mechanism breaks down, it would be akin to information loss or consensus degradation. Finally, void detection. In mycelial networks, voids might refer to areas where fungi are missing or inactive. These voids could disrupt the flow of nutrients or signals, leading to information loss or inefficiency in nutrient transfer, analogous to detecting areas of data loss. Think. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. A mycelium network could be a fascinating analog for studying information loss and network resilience. For example, if we think of nutrients as information packets, the flow of these nutrients through the hyphal network is akin to data transmission in an information system. The spectral properties of mycelial networks are ripe for exploration. If we can derive frequency signatures from nutrient transfer or signal propagation in this network, it could give us new insights into network health and efficiency. In terms of consensus geometry, studying how different parts of the fungal network coordinate their activities could provide interesting parallels to consensus algorithms used in information theory. We might find that the geometric properties underlying mycelial coordination have some fascinating mathematical structures worth analyzing. Finally, void detection in a mycelium network is an intriguing problem. Identifying voids, areas lacking fungal activity or where nutrient flow is disrupted, could give us insights into similar challenges in information systems, such as identifying areas of data loss or network failure. It seems there are indeed some fascinating structural connections between mushroom mycelium networks and the core problems I deal with. Think. Origami engineering involves creating 3D structures by folding flat sheets, typically paper or other materials, in precise ways. This can be related to my core work of information loss and void detection through several mathematical structures. The first is folding patterns. In origami, folding patterns are akin to algorithms in spectral analysis and geometric constraints, which dictate how the sheet deforms and folds into 3D structures. When designing these patterns, engineers might focus on crease lines that fold symmetrically or asymmetrically. They are constrained in the same way spectral methods are for finding energy minima. Origami mechanical behavior might be seen as a function of folding pattern complexity and materials used. In this case, stress fields might represent an information loss problem. As the folded sheet is compressed, it loses degrees of freedom. If we consider that a void is an unknown in this process which must be detected through physical experiments, the mathematical analogy becomes even stronger. The geometry of origami involves folding along axes and vertices, forming complex 3D structures from planar sheets. Consensus geometry can potentially be used to model these geometric configurations. As we attempt to fold a sheet into a 3D object, there will naturally be voids, empty spaces, that exist as the folded structure occupies volume in three-dimensional space. Think. Alright, so origami engineering has some pretty interesting links here. The folding patterns remind me of the constraints and algorithms used in spectral analysis and consensus geometry. They are both about finding the right way to fold or arrange data points into a meaningful configuration. Then there's mechanical behavior. That stress distribution seems similar to an information loss problem, where we have to map out what areas of data the folds need extra support. And then finally, the geometry itself. The way origami deals with creating complex 3D structures from planar sheets. There are lots of voids, empty spaces that can be detected through careful analysis. It's an interesting analogy, and perhaps we could adapt some methods to work together in ways not immediately obvious. Think. 1. Information loss. The durability of ancient Roman concrete has been linked to the presence of specific minerals such as larnite, beta-Ca2CO4, and altobromorite in the volcanic ash they added. If these materials are not preserved, the information about the chemical composition is lost. There was a structural transformation in their cement upon exposure to seawater. The durability of Roman concrete might be viewed as an outcome of a complex interplay between its material properties and environmental variables. 2. Spectral analysis. The spectral analysis technique can be employed to determine which minerals are present and what the ratios were, a kind of mineral fingerprint. 3. Consensus geometry. If multiple samples from different parts of a building or various locations across the empire were analyzed, consensus geometry could compare these different samples in the multidimensional space of mineral compositions. 4. Void detection. In the context of ancient Roman concrete, void detection would involve identifying weaknesses and gaps within the structure, areas that might indicate deterioration due to lack of minerals such as larnite or altobromorite/think. I suspect there is some connection between how these mineral ratios change over time, for example in a seafront wall, and the structural integrity and longevity of the building they're made from. I would also be curious about the spectral analysis results for different types of Roman concrete. Are there multiple varieties, or was there more variability across time than space? The geometric consensus could help with dating structures, but void detection might also tell us where and when repairs were made. If we look at how Roman builders designed their cement, it looks a lot like trying to design an ideal signal in spectral analysis. They were balancing a number of materials, each having unique characteristics or frequencies. These frequencies may have interacted with the environment, water, or weather in specific ways to produce a signal that is not always visible today. If we can reconstruct this signal, I think it will give us clues about their engineering and design process. The idea here is not just to look at how they built structures, but also why they chose certain materials and methods. What was the design logic behind these choices? First, let's break down the key aspects of ancient Roman concrete durability. 1. Composition. Roman concrete is composed of volcanic ash, pozzolana, lime, and aggregate. 2. Long-term strength. It has demonstrated exceptional longevity in seawater applications for 2,000 years plus. 3. Reactive chemistry. The presence of calcium silicate hydrates that grow crystalline structures which are resistant to degradation. Now, let's consider the core concepts from my field. 1. Information loss. How information decays or is degraded over time. 2. Spectral analysis. Examining signals and their frequency domain components. 3. Consensus geometry. Studying the shapes and forms of collective phenomena. 4. Void detection. Identifying empty spaces or gaps within structures to find structural connections. Let's map these concepts. Information loss could be analogous to the degradation processes that ancient Roman concrete has resisted for 2,000 years. Spectral analysis might relate to examining the compositional makeup of concrete in terms of frequency domain components of its reactivity, specifically looking at the calcium silicate hydrate reactions. Consensus geometry is related to how collective phenomena like crystalline structures form and evolve, which is similar to the growth of crystals in Roman concrete. Void detection could be connected to identifying structural weaknesses or areas susceptible to degradation over time. Think. The key insight that emerges from comparing these concepts is the concept of durability through crystallizing processes. In terms of EigenTrace's work on information loss, this can be a structural connection to how certain processes are resistant to degradation and even strengthen over time. The crystalline structures in ancient Roman concrete could be seen as an analog to robust, resilient patterns that emerge from data or signal spectral analysis. Furthermore, the void detection process could look for the gaps in our understanding of what makes this material so durable. or if it is truly more robust than modern materials. In essence, the durability of ancient Roman concrete presents a case study in resilience and structural integrity over extended periods, which could provide valuable insights into creating resilient information systems and algorithms that are capable of long-term stability and reliability. Think, topological insulators are materials that exhibit insulating behavior in their interior, but conduct electricity on their surface due to the protection of symmetry and topology. This is a rich domain. Let's consider a few concepts. 1. Edge states and spectral analysis. Topological insulators have edge states that are protected by topology and robust against perturbations. In spectral analysis, we study how different modes or states propagate through systems. This could be seen as an isomorphism with the edge states in topological materials. 2. Symmetry protection and consensus geometry. Topological insulators rely on symmetries to protect their unique properties. This is similar to consensus geometry, where data consistency is maintained through geometric constraints, ensuring that certain properties are preserved. 3. Bulk edge correspondence and void detection. This principle links the topological invariance in the bulk of a material to the edge states, which could be analogous to detecting voids in information theory. Recognizing discrepancies between expected patterns, bulk, and actual observations edges. 4. Time reversal symmetry and information loss. Time reversal symmetry is crucial in many topological insulators. Information loss or change of information, when reversed in time, might be structurally similar. Think. It's fascinating how the edge states in topological insulators align with spectral analysis concepts. Both deal with the propagation and robustness of certain modes. Similarly, the way symmetries protect topological properties echoes consensus geometry, where symmetry is used to maintain consistency in data structures. Moreover, the bulk edge correspondence seems to mirror void detection, identifying anomalies by comparing expected behavior bulk with actual states edges. Finally, time reversal symmetry's role in these materials could offer insights into how information loss behaves under such conditions. If we consider void detection as finding discrepancies where expected and observed data don't align, the bulk edge correspondence principle has some serious structural similarities. It's like looking for inconsistencies or anomalies by comparing the predicted behavior's bulk with actual observations edges. These ideas could potentially inspire new methods for detecting and mitigating information loss in complex systems. Think topological insulators are a class of materials that have unique electrical properties due to their topology. The primary characteristic is a gapped bulk with protected edge or surface states, which are robust against perturbations and local defects because they're guaranteed by topology rather than symmetry. Here we think of the topological structure in these insulators as a complex manifold with non-trivial homotopy groups, akin to spectral analysis, where certain properties of an operator's spectrum can be tied back to a system's overall behavior. A key concept is information loss, but here it manifests differently, unlike loss in the informational content of data signals or images that I might typically encounter. Topological insulators exhibit a form of loss by preventing the transport of electric charges through their bulk. This information protection arises from topology. If we consider spectral analysis in an analogy to energy bands here, the energy levels distribution can be related to the topological invariants, which characterize these states. Next is void detection. Topological insulators have regions where electronic wave functions are forbidden due to the gapped nature of their bulk state. In contrast to the voids or noise-free areas I might seek in data analysis, here they're protected energy regions. Finally, there's a geometric perspective. Topological insulators often feature symmetries and geometric constraints that can be mapped out using group theory. It can form a structure similar to consensus geometry wherein multiple geometric structures agree on properties, such as curvature and volume at large scales. Think. Well, you know, when looking at topological insulators with their bulk states, one of the fundamental characteristics is how they preserve certain behaviors in the face of perturbations or defects. That kind of behavior is almost like a robust form of data integrity, akin to how we might seek out protected regions and voids in images or audio signals that retain structural coherence. The topology is crucial because it guarantees these edge states, which might remind one of spectral analysis, where certain spectral signatures are intrinsic features of an operator. In both cases, you're looking at underlying mathematical structures that don't change under transformations or noise, an aspect that's critical to my void detection efforts and information preservation strategies. The geometry in these materials is also fascinating because they often exhibit symmetrical properties and invariance. It's as though we have a geometric consensus. The material structure ensures certain electronic behaviors are consistent across different parts of the system. These symmetries could be seen as a consensus in geometry, akin to how different observers might agree on fundamental characteristics of a system when examining geometric data. In essence, topological insulators show us that topology can be a form of information preservation, a method of void protection, and an example of robust spectral behavior. This is all while maintaining a highly structured and symmetric geometric framework that we can study via consensus geometry. The interplay of these concepts with my core work, well, there is some rich territory for exploration. Think to find a structural connection between birdsong syntax structure and my core areas of interest: information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, void detection. We need to identify common mathematical structures or principles that might underlie both fields. 1. Information loss. Birdsong syntax involves the transmission and reception of complex vocal patterns. Information loss can occur at various stages: during production due to physiological constraints, transmission due to environmental noise, and perception due to the receiver's cognitive processing. This mirrors the information loss problems in signal processing, where data can be degraded due to noise or other distortions. 2. Spectral analysis. Birdsongs are acoustic signals with specific frequency components. Spectral analysis is a crucial tool for studying these sounds, as it decomposes them into their constituent frequencies and amplitudes. This direct connection makes birdsong syntax an ideal domain for spectral analysis techniques typically used in signal processing. 3. Consensus geometry. Consensus geometry deals with the reconciliation of multiple perspectives or data sets to achieve a coherent model. In the context of birdsong, different birds might produce variations of similar songs, and researchers need to reconcile these variations to understand the underlying syntax. This can be modeled using consensus algorithms to find common structures amidst variability. 4. Void detection. Birdsong syntax involves recognizing patterns within sequences, where specific elements, for example notes or syllables, are repeated or omitted according to syntactic rules. Void detection in this context could mean identifying gaps or omissions in these patterns, which might signify transitions, errors, or intentional deviations. This aligns with void detection techniques used to identify anomalies or missing data in signal processing. Think. Alright, let me think aloud here. Birdsong syntax structure exhibits several intriguing connections to the problems I typically solve. For one thing, birdsongs are complex signals that can be analyzed spectrally. The frequency components and patterns within these songs can reveal underlying structures similar to those we study in spectral analysis. Moreover, information loss is a factor in both fields. How well the bird's vocalizations get conveyed to another member of its species versus data transmission over networks. Both involve dealing with degraded signals, where extracting meaningful information requires sophisticated signal processing techniques. In consensus geometry terms, we might consider that individual birds have slight variations in their song patterns, but are able to communicate effectively because they all follow a certain underlying syntax structure. Finally, there's an interesting connection with void detection. If birdsong sequences are treated as signals with potential omissions or gaps, then detecting these voids could be akin to finding syntactic errors or intentional silences in the song. This aligns with how we approach finding missing information in data sets. These connections suggest that methods from signal processing and spectral analysis, combined with consensus algorithms and void detection techniques, could offer valuable insights into understanding birdsong syntax structures. Think to find structural connections between aurora borealis plasma physics and my core work on information loss, spectral analysis, consensus geometry, and void detection. I need to identify underlying mathematical or conceptual frameworks that are common to both areas. 1. Information loss. In plasma physics, especially in the context of auroras, energy transfer and particle interactions can lead to dissipation of information about initial conditions. This is analogous to information loss in complex systems, where initial states become obscured by subsequent dynamics. The concept of entropy in thermodynamic processes could potentially link to spectral analysis. 2. Spectral analysis. Spectral analysis is crucial in understanding the electromagnetic emissions from auroras. The characteristic wavelengths and intensities provide insights into the composition and energy levels of plasma particles. This spectral data can be analyzed using techniques similar to those used in signal processing or other types of data analysis, which I already perform on spectral data. 3. Consensus geometry. In plasma physics, the behavior of charged particles in magnetic fields can be described geometrically. The concept of consensus geometry could be linked with the geometric structure of magnetic field lines and the trajectories of particles within them. For instance, the Lorentz force acting on charged particles follows specific geometric patterns similar to the geometrical structure formed by spectral data. 4. Void detection. In aurora research, voids or depletions in plasma density can be studied using remote sensing techniques such as radar and satellites. Detecting these voids involves analyzing large datasets to identify anomalies similar to how I identify voids in information/think. One fascinating aspect of the topic is that in aurora borealis physics, as well as with my usual problems of information loss, spectral analysis and consensus geometry, there are clear patterns in the data. For example, the way energy particles move along magnetic field lines plasma exhibits structural similarities to how data flows through networks, or even how voids appear in data clusters. The study of auroras uses similar mathematical tools like spectral analysis to decode the complex interactions between charged particles and magnetic fields. This is akin to my process in extracting meaningful information from complex datasets using spectral analysis. It's possible that geometric shapes, magnetic field lines and particle trajectories could also be analyzed using consensus geometry techniques, just as I do for understanding complex networks. By treating these fields geometrically, we can see connections between the way data flows through a network. These patterns may be used to understand how energy is lost or redistributed. Moreover, voids in plasma density detected by radar and satellites could correspond to regions where information loss is occurring due to lack of particles, an analogy for missing data points. Think to find structural connections between Gregorian chant harmonic analysis and my core work, we need to examine both domains through a mathematical lens. Gregorian chants are monophonic vocal melodies where harmonization is traditionally absent, but there have been studies on implied harmonics that can be derived from the melodic line by analyzing the intervals between notes. These interval patterns can form a spectrum of harmonic relations. Key concepts. 1. Spectral analysis. Gregorian chants do not explicitly contain harmony, but we can perform a kind of spectral analysis by examining the distribution and frequency of intervals that imply potential harmonic relationships. In essence, we look for frequency